everyone, and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Somerset. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Hampshire, set to get underway in a little over 25 minutes' time. Somerset having won the toss, selected to bat first with 196 for 5. Close play. James Real will receive 77 not out. Casey Aldridge 55 not out. 57 over sold on day 1. Just a combination of rain and bad light. It means today that 104 overs are scheduled to be bowled. Lunch will be taken at 10 past 1, so it's a slightly extended morning session from 11 until 10 past 1. Lunch will be 10 past 1 to 1:50. The tea interval will be taken at 4 until 4:20. Scheduled overplay is at 6:30 PM. 104 overs bowled today. A change to your scorecard is that Russ Warren is the umpire alongside James Gilbrook, plays Ben Devon. So it's James Gilbrook and Russ Warren. The match referee is Steve Davis. Scorecard from Somerset's first innings reads as follows: Tom Lammonby, Paul Brown from Allen for 50. Sean Dixon, LBW from Allen for 21. Tom Abel, quarter bowled Abbott for 5. George Bartlett run out by Kyle Abbott without scoring. Andy Lee, Port Morgan bowled Abbott for 16. There were 7 extras on day 1 leg by 6 no balls. Bowling leaders Keith Barker, 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 44. Mohammed Abbas, 15 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 60. Kyle Abbott, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 wickets for 20. Ian Dawson, 14 overs, 5 maidens, no wickets for 24. And James Fuller, 7 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 47. Delighted to announce that this match is being designated as our annual schools match. So days 1 to 3 of this game will see schools from across the county attending the match for free. Special fun challenges will take place on the outfield during the lunch interval in the first 3 days of the match. And this will mean that there will be no public access to the outfield at lunch until day 4. Over 1,000 children will be visiting the ground each day, and the on-darty stands and trade nation stands will be reserved for school day attendees, as will the on-darty toilets. A warm welcome to all the pupils and all the teachers and staff for joining us here today. We're having a fantastic day with us in Taunton.
second, risking it. Just for that.
Coffee and tea this one is part of your otherwise skate nest.
Excellent.
A wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks will be available from the following outlets today. Stragglers Coffee House is open, Salt and Non-Competition Chip Bar, which is in the Lord Beaufort stand, and also the Beaufort Bar.
Day 2 of Somerset against Hampshire, Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. And the scoreboard, it says 196 for 5. It might not look that special, but it's one of these cases where the scoreboard is a great deal more special than it looks. I'm Stephen Lamb, with me is Sam Dalling. And Sam, that speciality was the 6-wicket partnership yesterday.
Well, yeah, a little bit of trouble Somerset were in, 60 for 5. James Rew and Casey Aldridge out there together. They just love batting together. They both love batting. Casey Aldridge is becoming Mr. Consistent as well in the county championship. But James Rew, 77 unbeaten. Like, whatever the situation, whoever is bowling at him, he just looks unfazed. Like young players, a lot of the time they burst onto the scene, they look brilliant, but it's that consistency that allows them to take the next step. If James Rew gets 23 more runs today, he'll have 5 county championship hundreds, just a 150, so his conversion rate is phenomenal. But in the context of the game, from being very much doom and gloom, Somerset could put themselves in a strong position.
And it's amazing to hear talk up in the media centre of a 19-year-old, including conceivable international potential this early.
Oh, it's quite wonderful, isn't it? I think we have to be a bit careful not to get too carried away, and actually he still needs time to develop, to play a bit more county cricket, because what was this, his 17th game? So in old money, that's about 2/3 of a season, isn't it, if you go back to the county championship when it was 20 plus games. It's phenomenal. I love watching him. He's a good keeper. He's definitely an international of the future. But for now, we just want him to concentrate on this game, on getting Somerset to maybe 300. I think that's a decent score on this pitch, Stephen.
And we can look forward to a familiar number 8 coming in next.
Yeah, Don Bess. Brilliant to have him back. 2 spinners as well in the side. Don Bess, Shoaib Bashir. Those off spinners with Alfie Ogborn, the left arm seamer, maybe creating some rough outside the right hand. I think come Wednesday, come Thursday, the spinners will really come into it. But yeah, Bess will have a job to do with the bat first.
Vic Marks and Charlie Taylor will be joining the two of us in the commentary box very shortly. We hope you can join us and have a great day.
Mayday, mayday, we're here.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton, day 2 of this county championship, LV county championship match between Somerset and Hampshire. And the scoreboard, just as we were saying in that preview, looks a great deal healthier than it did at one point yesterday. It was 41 for 4 at one stage, then it was 80 for 5, and it's now 196 for 5. And the two main proponents have power to add. James Rew is on 77 not out, continuing but really magnificent season that he's having. And Casey Aldridge with him on 55. He's batting well this summer too, and reassuring. They're aged 19 and 22 respectively, and they both look to have great futures. I'm Stephen Lamb, and delighted to have Vic Marks beside me. Vic, it ended up being a pretty reasonable day for Somerset yesterday.
Well, it is when you look at 80 for 5. I actually wasn't here yesterday, but I like to keep an eye on things. However, I missed I was out in the morning doing something very important, although I was still missing a lot of putts. Anyway, and when I obviously sprinted to the stream.
Indeed.
And it said 80 for 5. The wicket had just fallen. So I obviously thought, well, it's see me all over the place. And I watched the stream, saw quite a brown surface, looked by then pretty true, and was in a state of mild alarm. I think par on this pitch, the bits I've seen, has to start with a 3 actually. But 196 for 5 is so much better than 85, and it's terrific to see. I mean, Abbott has caused mayhem against Somerset.
Time after time.
Time after time. But I don't expect Aldridge and Rew were playing in those games. So, who is this man?
Yes.
I actually remember now. This is a ridiculous segue, but I remember playing out here many, many years ago, and young Gary Palmer, who were playing against Warwickshire, was running into bowl and he got a wicket. And a new man came out, shuffling out. And he said, well, who's this bloke then? And I said, Dennis Amos. Wrong. Anyway,
There they are.
sometimes a little knowledge is a helpful thing. So we don't know what's going to happen today. I mean, obviously, Somerset must be buoyed by that partnership. And it's fantastic when you get it from young players making their way in the game. James Rue is the highest run scorer in first-class cricket in the country at the moment.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
Amazing.
Tom Wesley yesterday.
Yeah. And he's batting number 6. So let's see if they can get going again. Obviously,
So it's
they've got to get past. Yeah, it's hard to start again. But it would certainly suit Somerset if they keep going.
All the 5s on their backs. Rue is 55, Aldridge is 5. And batting point number 1 is still 54 runs away.
Yeah, well, I was, growling, because obviously in the last match here against Nottinghamshire, which turned out to be quite a good game from a Somerset perspective, but there were no batting points. I mean, just a 1 will do. I mean, today I'd like to, but, batting points are hard to glean.
But much more likely now than
It's a possibility.
yesterday.
Hampshire have the benefit, I guess. It doesn't really apply to Somerset. Their attack, their championship attack, is completely different to their T20 attack.
Yep.
Hence, they've got their first choice attack in action. Mohammed Abbas, who's been terrific for them. Abbott, of course, who's tormented not only Somerset but everyone else. Barker. I mean, I don't think they play 2020 at all for Hampshire.
No, that's
Which
right.
doesn't apply with the Somerset setup, clearly.
So Hampshire can afford to rest all their T20 squad ahead of finals day. Here's the first ball of the morning from Mohammed Abbas, passing harmlessly outside the off stump. Keith Barker was loosening up, so I fancy we'll see him bowling from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. The 2 of the non-wicket takers given the earliest opportunity, because Abbott, as we said, took 4 wickets and was responsible for the 5th.
Yeah,
that run out.
You'd think Abbott might start, wouldn't you? But we'll see. Mohammed Abbas, of course, has done a terrific job for Hampshire since they've signed him. He's a sort of metronome, really.
He's just smooth approach.
He's not particularly fast, but he's always probing on a length. He can hit the seam, get a little bit of movement here or there. I mean, this is not actually, it is quite a benign surface, but there's overhead cover, there's cloud. I mean, I don't know how much we'll have in the way of interruptions today. Hopefully not too many, but I'll be amazed if we don't get some.
Yeah, I think we'd be fortunate to avoid any rain.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the way that James Rue started when he came in yesterday, very much in defensive mode, playing a difficult situation, and then gradually opened out as the innings progressed.
Yeah, well, that's the mature way. You need to be a mature individual, to have a confident individual actually to play like that, because you can, or you're saying to yourself, I'm going to bat for half an hour, I don't care if I've only got 4 at the end of it, but I'll be in then. Whereas sometimes you think, well, I ain't going to last that long, I might as well make merry while I can.
Yes, everything behind that, so much of it is in the head, isn't it?
Well, it's very unusual to see. Well, he is so young, but he bats like an old pro, or has done this year. I mean, we're going to talk him out if we're not careful. But he's prepared to bide his time, and once he's in, he's got some delightful shots there. I mean, he must be on the radar of the international selectors.
Yeah, I'm purely on statistics. He has to be, doesn't he? With those
I don't think I'm
800
advocating him for Old Trafford just yet, but within a year or two, if he keeps going like this, they'll be interested. He's already played, I think, certainly for the under-19s, and obviously I think he's played for the Lions as well.
I believe he has, yeah.
And
that's
you
the
can
next
understand
step.
why.
Yeah, long-term successor. Well, no, mustn't get ahead of ourselves.
No.
side off stump and left alone.
I mean, I think I'm right in saying that for the bulk of the time that he played with the under-19s, he played as a batsman. Someone else was keeping wicket. Because when he'd walk into the Somerset side as a batsman, obviously, even if he didn't keep wicket.
Yeah.
So, are we going to see Barker? No, we're going to see Abbott. That makes sense to me. He's got 4.
He got the wickets, hasn't he?
You know, he'd bowl your best bowlers at the start of the day, I think, or the ones that are on song.
Yeah, Keith Barker did take the new ball yesterday morning. From this end, in fact, and Abbott was first change.
Yeah, well, I can sort of see the logic of that, because Barker's great strength, or one of his strengths, is the fact that he can swing the ball. I think Abbott is more of a hit-the-seam bowler rather than a swing bowler. So sometimes your swing bowler gets the ball early on. Anyway, it's Abbott, the tormentor of Somerset, whether it's Southampton or Taunton. And it's Casey Aldridge. Can he get in again?
Looking around, just checking on the field and ready now for Abbott's first ball of the morning. Not quite right on the radar this time. Goes
I mean,
down the leg side.
you can tell from the field set by James Vince that they think this is a pretty placid surface. Because we're starting up, new day, young batsman, just the 2 slips, and basically the rest spread out. So they're not anticipating a massive movement, and they want to build up pressure by stopping the scoring. Actually, Aldridge scored pretty quickly yesterday.
Yeah, his unbeaten 55 came off 81 deliveries. Rue's 77 was off 148.
Yeah, he kind of accelerated towards the end of the day, didn't he?
Yeah, in fact, the field at one point for Aldridge yesterday in the last session was spread even more widely than
Was
this.
it the modern bouncer field?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, you see, they all watch the telly.
Well, that was...
And it's not, I mean, they haven't got an attack particularly. I mean, Abbott would be the only one who can probably aim to bowl a lot of bouncers. I suppose Barker could, but he won't want to for very long. Anyway, we're off.
First round of the morning out to one of the deep men, deep square leg, and it's Aldridge who has his tally underway. That's going to take him along to 56. Yeah, the deep fields at Lord's, I was there on day 2.
Ah, were you?
I saw several England batsmen
Flailing
gift their wickets
Yeah.
to Australia.
Oh, right. Well, there's no dull day of Test cricket.
Certainly not.
I mean, I do think, without sounding too curmudgeonly, that if that became the norm, Test cricket would be less entertaining. But it's not really, it doesn't apply in this series. Everything is so compelling.
Yes. It just seemed so extraordinary to me. They knew Nathan Lyon was off the field and probably
I know.
out of the game.
188 for one.
They were in a great position to wear down 3 main bowlers.
Well, I mean, I agree, but I was going spare in my sitting room probably, as opposed to Lord's. The only thing I would say in England's defence is that when Australia batted, they tried to do it properly, by and large, by not being overly aggressive. And they got out too.
Yeah.
So it is, I think it's a new challenge that batsmen haven't really come to terms with yet. The person who has demonstrated probably the best way to play against that attack, because I think it is more difficult than we can sit here and say, well, just get out of the way. It's not quite that quick when you've only got a millisecond to decide. But the batsman in that series so far, in the last test or two, who's played it the best is, of course, Stokes, who, at the start of most of his recent innings, has picked and chosen which balls to hit and left the dangerous ones extremely well.
Full again from Abbott, and Rue equal to it, just pushing it gently out on the leg side. So a damage-free opening over from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah. Well, he's on target. He's been a great acquisition for Hampshire.
I think Ben Stokes could go up to number 3.
He could do. We'll wait and see. I don't know what they're going to do there. I mean, I can think of a lot of people who won't bat at number 3, and I don't think Harry Brook will bat at number 3 at Old
I
Trafford.
don't think he should. There was good evidence that
Well, exactly.
he shouldn't.
We'll have to wait and see.
Some way off.
I mean, I read in my paper that, not that this makes much difference, but I mean, unprecedented for the current England team. But Moen's having extra batting practice, extra nets.
This is just pushed gently up to Keith Barker.
And when I was watching, I quite liked Moen coming out at 3, even though he didn't get any runs. But I'm more comfortable when Moen comes out when it's about 50 for 1. If it's 0 for 1, I'm getting a bit queasy. And I like the fact that he kind of selflessly sort of said, "You want someone to bat 3? I'll bat 3," even though it didn't work. But yeah, this series just keeps surprising us. Like the Nottinghamshire game here.
Well, that was an extraordinary last day, wasn't it?
Amazing.
Yeah.
If Somerset could play well on the first day, they'd be a pretty good team.
Yeah. Just 3 away from the 200 mark now.
No batting point for that.
No, unlike last year, would have been the case then, but not now. Where were you on the originally when Jack Leach had that very unfortunate season layoff? Where were you on the Moen thing? Were you in favour of the recall?
That's a couple of years ago, was it?
This year.
Oh, this year?
Yeah, given that he'd retired from
Oh,
Test
right.
cricket at that point.
Well, I think it's a huge call. What I think is, I mean, it's a difficult, where'd you go? I mean, you wouldn't tell Moen this, but you might end up saying, Mo, we'd like you to come play for England. Oh, and he thought they were joking when he first got the
He got a
thing.
text from Ben Stokes, didn't it? Just one word.
Yes, right.
Ashes, question mark.
Yes. So, what they probably didn't mention to Mo is, we'd like you to come and play in the Ashes. We can't think of anyone else. So I was taken aback. And then, who else would they have played? Well, the logical, sort of pragmatic answer, sort of old pro-ish answer, is probably out there. Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
The sort of Jack Leach equivalent, better batsman, probably not such a good bowler, but a rock-solid, reliable pro who's played for England. Riyad Ahmed.
Bit early, maybe.
Well, given that it's a different role, you've got to be able, I think, to be able to offer a bit of control in that first innings, even though, you know, we all love leg spinners. And then where'd you go? I actually even thought, and this is how things change so quickly, who else has played for Don Bess?
Yeah.
But he's not getting picked by Yorkshire. In fact, he's got in the pavilion now with his pad strapped on, and we're all hoping he can get some runs. So I sort of understood how they got there, but I thought it was a huge call for the Stokes. I thought it was probably the easiest decision in the world for Moen, in that, how can you turn it down? He loves the notion of playing. It's a nice shot, but it's, as I say, a very defensive field here. They obviously don't think there's much in this pitch, and they're just trying to squeeze. But going back, Moen, I mean, how could you turn it down? You spend the rest of your life thinking, oh, I could have played in that Ashes series, and I said no.
And he only lived.
And he actually, I got very annoyed without wanting to go over all the Ashes. No, I got quite annoyed. I got quite annoyed at various aspects of this Ashes series, actually. But in the first test, I was annoyed at some of the fields that were set for Moen, which I thought were overly aggressive and sort of almost virtue signalling type fields, i.e. at no stage in that first innings, in the first test, did he give Moen any protection. So every time, I know he got Travis Head out, going for a big shot, okay, and the field was up. But thereafter, people like Khawaja and everyone else who's batting, every time they wanted to hit Moen back over his head, they succeeded with absolute certainty. So I reckon they sacrificed about 40 runs to for Moen by stubbornly refusing to give him a bit of protection. You're allowed to do that. And actually, they always do it when the game is coming towards its climax. They have more pragmatic fields. I thought, what are you doing this for now? It's sort of, it's off the edge, but they're not going to carry in. It's a lovely soft hands he's got. And he picks up a couple.
Yes, that'll take
So I felt for Moen, because I didn't, given that he'd had such little practice, I don't actually think he's bowled too badly. And obviously bowled quite nicely in the last test where he picked up 2 wickets from batsman error.
Yeah, extraordinary shots, both.
Yeah. So I think he's done okay, even though the figures don't look great. And I'm sure, he'll be at Old Trafford. Although whether he'll be better than 3, I've no idea.
But again, en route, again, everything behind it.
I don't know how we've got on to analysing the Ashes when we've got a...
I think it's my fault. I think I asked you about Moeen and...
Yeah. And it's hard not to love Moen, because he is clearly he's an odd cricketer in the sense that he is such a mercurial cricketer. If it works or it doesn't work, sort of in that sense totally unreliable. But as a character, he's absolutely rock solid in that dressing room by all accounts. They kind of love him.
Sharp single here for James Roux, comfortably taken in the end.
And he's a sort of selfless person who is reassuring, he's always helping, he's a mature figure in that dressing room. They love having him in that dressing room. So he's rock solid as a sort of character in the dressing room. As a player, you're never quite sure what you could get. But you might get something brilliant, but you might get something that has you go, God, what's he done now?
Fantastic footballer.
Moen.
Out in the deep.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Well, I love that. I saw that, and I love actually. He's obviously a bit right-footed the way he did it, but I love the beaming smile after he'd done it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No beaming smile on the face of Kyle Abbott, I'm sure, at the moment, as he steams in again, and that's played pretty comfortably by Casey Aldridge.
Well, it's everyone's biding their time. As a Hampshire, very conservative in their field settings because they don't think there's much happening. So we're going to frustrate these young pups. Not sure. I think Roux takes a bit of frustrating. Aldridge, well, I think he likes to get on with it, but he's batted a lot of balls this summer.
That sharp single hoisted the 200 for Somerset. 200 for 5. 120 these two have put on now. Short, and Aldridge not interested in engaging with that to conclude the over. So that nice round figure on the scoreboard. And James Roux will be back on strike. Been grey all morning here at Taunton. 1 or 2 spits and spots of rain just as I walked into the ground. First thing, which was ominous, but didn't really come to anything. And the players carried on with their sort of pre-match practicing.
I know there are people
come off.
I was amazed when I turned up this morning. The people in the nets. I mean, the football went on as well. I'm not sure who was in the nets. It might have been some of our one-day men. Yeah, Lewis Gregory was having a net. There's a lovely stand full of school kids over in the Trade Nation stand. It's always packed.
Yeah, they're enjoying.
Yeah, well, I'm glad they've got some cricket rather than some rain. We'd like to see some sixes, but I'm not sure that's going to happen.
We'll get the camera onto them in a minute. They go into a state of wild excitement when they see the camera panning along, which was a great sight yesterday, and I'm sure it will be at some stage today.
Well, it's lovely to see. I hope they have a nice time.
Well, and maybe several of them having their first sight of James Roux in action.
Yeah.
And Casey Aldridge. 2 men of the future.
Well, I mean, especially with James Roux, you might be able to say, he may not, but he might have a prolific international career, and they can say to their children, Well, I saw him.
Absolutely.
When he was just starting. I knew he was going to be,
But
I was only 6 at the time, but I knew he was going to be a good player.
These are moments that stick in the mind, aren't they?
Yeah.
Maybe if anybody who's coming to the ground for the first time, it will stick in the mind.
Yeah. When I first came here, I saw Peter Robinson. I knew he wasn't going to be a test player then. Dear Peter, sorry. Well, he's a great servant at the club in just about every role, and he was a wonderful, dry-witted coach in those indoor nets. Whether it's going back to the era of Botham to Trigo.
Here's Mohammed Abbas, and here is James Roux looking immaculate in defence. Yeah, my first visit to Lord's was an Ashes match, 1968.
I was there for that, on the second day.
It was the Saturday that I went.
I was there on the Friday, my first visit to Lord's.
Fantastic.
So, well, for older listeners, it'll be absolutely terrific. You were there on the Saturday. The Friday was good.
Yeah.
I can't remember what happened on Saturday.
Tell me about the Friday after
Well-
this ball from Mohammed Abbas, which is driven beautifully.
That's a sweet shot, isn't it? He's been biding his time. Has a sort of catalogue of length balls, and then Mohammed Abbas just over pitches, and without any effort but perfect timing. Look at that, no real follow through. And he's beaten the field, and then it speeds away. It's quite a short boundary there, but it would have cleared the other boundary as well, I think. Beautiful timing.
Very similar to a stroke he played yesterday, actually, when he'd been primarily in defensive mode, but had the length and the ability to drive it. Exquisite stroke.
Actually, it was my second visit to Lord's. My first was for the Gillette Cup final of 1967. Where Robinson, the aforementioned Robinson, probably top scorer for Somerset. But the second day, the Friday of that 1968 Ashes, was memorable for the morning play when England's opening batsman put on about 90 in no time. Boycott and Milburn.
Oh, wow.
And Milburn, I remember hitting a massive 6 off, well, Bob Cowper with bowled off spin. But Milburn, this was obviously before he had any accident, and he huge man, but actually, I mean, they hit the ball very hard, but actually a very delicate player as well. So Milburn dominated that stand, but they got, by the standards of the day, they got a lot of runs in that morning session, probably 90 or so, of which Milburn got the most. And that's the bit
entertaining stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And Milburn was a remarkable sight because he was huge.
204 for 5 at the end of the 62nd over.
I don't think England win that test. What was the result of that test?
It was a draw. By the
As
time
they mostly were in those days.
Milburn was obviously out by the time I got there.
Yeah, no.
on
Well,
day
England,
3.
I can't remember whether. So who was batting on the Saturday?
Well, my father told me. He was very clear. They both began with K. As that's just pushed gently out on the offside.
Batting.
You can do that, Vic.
Australians.
They both began with KN, and they were both English.
Oh, Barry Knight.
Yep.
KN. Barry Knight was the all-rounder. Oh, Alan Knott. Yeah, thank you very much. Charlie's come in to help the old man, one of the greatest players of all time. But I think it might have rained on the on Friday after.
It rained on the Saturday as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Knight and Alan Knott.
I think the first test dismissal I saw live, so that's defended once more, was Alan Knott being run out. He slipped.
Oh, right.
Can't remember whether it was thinking of a second or whatever, but he slipped, and then it rained soon afterwards, and it was a bit of a disappointing day. I had an ice cream.
Okay. On run-outs, I think we need to promise our listener that we're going to creep out of the 1960s very shortly.
We should.
But in 1967, Alan Knott was playing in the Gillette Cup final.
Okay.
And Kent batted first. Let's just see what happens here. That's a good shot. Look, that's not quite a half volley. He's only getting one for it, but firm push.
Nicely timed.
Yeah. Anyway, so Kent were batting. I think it's this match. Anyway, the point is, it may not have been that. Actually, it may not have been that. But he was batting with Cowdrey in the early days of one-day cricket, Lord's final. Last ball of the innings in the first innings, Cowdrey plays this exquisite Cowdrey-like cover drive, quite wide of the sweeper on the boundary. They run one, last ball of the innings. Not scurries back for two, Cowdrey, no! Because that's how he'd been schooled. I don't know whether Alan Knott was run out, but Cowdrey certainly didn't come back for the second because, throughout his entire career, he learned not to take too many risks with the run out.
Yeah, he had that style about him, didn't he?
Okay, we'll creep out of the 1960s now.
Into the 70s.
Well, no, I think we better creep into this century.
Yes, let's watch.
45 runs Somerset need to get a much prized batting point. Root's on 84. He's played the shot of the morning. A sweet cover drive.
4 for 25, Abbott's figures at the moment. That's how they stay after that defensive push. It should really be 5 for 25, given the run out, given he was exclusively responsible for that. But he has bowled well.
Yeah. But it's also strange how certain bowlers, for no particular... I mean, he's obviously bowled well, but they have their favourite sides and they have the evil eye over certain players. But at least Rue and Aldridge have made him work in the last couple of spells he's had. And there's nothing extraordinary about him. He bowls, I don't know, I haven't got the radar, but it's going to be in the low 80s, I'd guess. The odd quicker bouncer. And he keeps a very good, strong length. And he if it's seaming, he hits a seam. But there's no special mystery there. But he's just at you all the time. And a great competitor, clearly. Now, I think, having established that the ball is not seaming much, we're going back to spin. I wasn't here, but that's the end Liam Dawson bowled yesterday.
It is. And I think it was pretty much his first ball
that spun
of the day that spun.
To a right-handed batsman, was it?
Turned.
Yeah. And then after that, it behaved pretty well. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, he's a... I remember I saw his test debut, where he actually did quite well. He got some runs, he got 60 or 70, but it was in a match where England thought they were doing quite well in, I think, Chennai. They got about 480 or 490. And India replied with 700 odd. Might have been the chap with someone called Nair got 300.
Oh, yeah.
And Dawson got runs of 60 or 70, I think. And he also bowled probably more economically than the others. I think Moen was probably one. It was when we were saying, well, where's Jack Leach? But we didn't really know that Jack had, among several misfortunes that have hit him, there were queries about his actions suddenly that winter,
yes,
which we hadn't heard about. And that was one explanation why he wasn't summoned up rather than Liam Dawson.
And it all came to nothing.
Yeah.
Steady start from Liam Dawson.
Well, he is rock solid, reliable, I think, and he is one of the bowlers that plays in T20. I think for Hampshire, I'm sure. And he's rock solid. I know he's taken some wickets this summer. I think in the last game actually he got a lot of wickets at Southampton. Where it looked like it turned. Just from the scorecard. Very much orthodox left arm spin. And Aldridge, like an old pro, just picks him off for a gentle tuck on the leg side for one. That's the sort of cricket that was played in the 1960s, but we weren't going to mention that. But that's how they used to play.
Yeah. Yes, we mentioned boycott already.
Yeah.
That was a boycottian stroke.
Yeah, Jeffrey would have been pleased with that. No risk. A little tickle in the gap on the leg side. Come on. Change of bowling this end. Barker's going to have a go.
So Abbott giving himself a rest.
It will be interesting. I mean, I'm not looking forward to it happening soon, but when Somerset take to the field with, unusually at Taunton or in any championship game, with 2 spinners, both off spinners, everyone's excited by Shoaib Bashir because he's done really well, actually, given that he is a novice and he's held his own in T20, which is a real challenge for a young finger spinner.
Barker's first ball of the day is going to bring a single.
I was wondering about that one for a minute. He didn't pick it up, though.
Yes, he was
cover.
Hoping to put the batter under pressure
with
a quick pickup, but couldn't quite achieve it. So that was Keith Barker's first ball of the day.
So, yes, we've got... Shoaib Bashir's played a couple championship matches. He hasn't got many wickets to show for himself, but he's actually... He has looked impressive. He's got, easy, rock-solid action. He can vary his pace. He can bowl quite quickly if he wants to, which a lot of modern spinners like to do.
Slanting across the right-hander, taken by Brown.
And then we've got the prospect of, and which I'm sure everyone here will be looking forward to, is seeing Don Bess in a Somerset shirt again.
Yep, not yet a while though, we hope.
Well, we don't want to see him batting yet, but we will see.
Certainly.
I think, weather permitting, he'll get a few overs.
Yeah.
And added to which, I think I've only really seen Alfie Ogborne on a laptop or bowling in the middle during the lunch interval. So I'm looking forward to that.
Tighter line from Barker that time, and Roux able to clip it away to mid-wicket. That'll take him to 85. This partnership is progressing. It's 128 now.
Yep.
Yeah, Don Best due in next, then... well, if it's according to scorecard, Jack Brooks 9, Alfie Ogborne 10, and Shoaib Bashir 11.
Well, I know how Jack Brooks bats, which is quite exciting.
Another single here. This time for Aldridge, down to backward point.
I've very briefly seen Shoaib Bashir bat, I think when he was playing in Chelmsford. I've never seen Alfie Ogborne bat, and I'm looking for guidance. And none has been forthcoming. Yeah. I don't think, I'm not expecting, I'm expecting, he's on the card at 10 above Shoaib Bashir. But
I'm afraid I can help you with neither Alfie Ogborne nor Shoaib Bashir.
Well, I've seen Shoaib bat. Shoaib batted at Chelmsford when Somerset were in a dire straits mostly. And he hung around in a sort of pretty impressive, tenacious manner. He's not exciting. He's not as exciting as Jack Brooks, I would say.
27 not out in the Royal London Cup match here.
Yeah, this
it's a shade of a leading edge maybe, but it's gone safely down to backward point for a single.
Or ever alert director who misses not a ball in the season.
And as the
has raised our hopes. Is he left-handed, I wonder? Don't think
not
so,
quite
he
committed.
says.
Anyway, the floodlights are twinkling into action. I'm going to make way for Sam Dalling.
Well, it's been, from a Somerset perspective, a pleasant half hour. No great fireworks, one glorious cover drive from James Roux. No frills, but no alarms. And a few runs. 210 for 5. Sam's here. Oh, I think he's just dropped. Don't know with that carry, but I've got a funny feeling that it was a very full delivery. We'll have a look. Ankle high. I think he thought he had runs there. It was so full. We'll be on it.
I think he did drop that, Vic. No alarms until then.
Oh, hello. Perhaps there's misbehaviour. That one kept low. He left it, and it's gone for 4 byes. So maybe it's not Hyderabad. But we've seen the first ball, I think, was a misjudgment. That one, it didn't spin much, but it barely bounced. And it went between the legs of the keeper. So it's 4 welcome runs. I want to have a look at that apparent chance I think it's Vince. Here it goes. Yeah, well, I think that's a chance, don't you? He hit it on the half volley, didn't he?
I think he'll be disappointed with that. That was in and out.
Yeah.
Second one, he's dropped at slip. Dropped Casey Aldridge yesterday as well, James Vince.
Yeah, well. See if Somerset can. Vince is tormented. I mean, we've talked about Abbott tormenting Somerset. Another arch tormentor. I think that might have spun too. This is quite interesting. Another arch tormentor has been Vince, who's got a lot of runs. He got a double 100 here a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, didn't he? Just when he was still in the sort of test lineup possibility to save a game very comfortably, or possibly win it, but certainly save it. That spun too. Well, this is a development, because I don't think it did this yesterday, did it?
So the very first ball Liam Dawson bowled.
To who? To a right-hander?
Oh, I'm trying to think. To Roo.
Okay.
He really liked it. There wasn't much yesterday, but Don Best did say last night that him and Shoaib Bashir might come into the game later on.
Yeah, but he's a great optimist, Don, too. but having on the evidence of what we've seen, we have seen 2 or 3 balls turn and 1 keep low. So that gets our antennae up. He's got a run. I mean, he has got 1 run, but I meant to say he's got to hurry up. But he's in. There are many things that Dawson has in common with Jack Leach. But I want to tell you that it includes he bowls left arm and throws right.
Yes.
As does Samit Patel. It's weird, isn't it? There's 3 of them.
It's an unusual combo, that, isn't it? And but Samit bats right-handed, doesn't he?
Yes.
Jack bats left-hand. Oh, direct hit would have been out there as well.
Yeah, well, it was.
Scramble, as Vic saying.
I think. Yeah, well, he was. Well, it's nothing. I mean, it was almost a good run. There's a big gap on the offside, but Dawson was quick, and also he propelled the ball with his right hand.
Keith Barker then to Roo.
That's a nice shot. That's a beautifully timed shot. I don't know. Will he get a second? Yep. It's a long way, big boundary out towards the players' pavilion, and a short one out towards the Somerset stand. Good running.
Packed with school kids again.
Yeah.
Over there. They're a long way away, aren't they, those school kids?
Yeah.
Here's that run out again. Look, you can just see on the freeze frame. Direct hit.
Out of here.
They say it's always close. It wouldn't have been close. That would have been gone. A couple of lifelines then for James Roo, really, in that over.
Yeah.
Unusual for
him.
Well, I think
sometimes I think the rush of blood for the single might have been triggered a little bit by the fact that. Where's that gone? Gone gently for 1. Sometimes it's triggered when the ball starts to turn. You start to get a bit edgy, and this might have prompted him to. We want to keep the score ticking over, but it was always a bit of a risky run, and Dawson is quick. Anyway, he's still there. He hasn't even got to the nervous. Actually, he has. He's got to 90. He was prematurely nervous in the 80s. No, they are, and it's a good thing to do. They are, both Aldridge and Roo are on the alert for picking up the ones against a fairly deep set field, or certainly not a very aggressive field, and clearly Vince thinks this is flat with an old ball, he's probably right. There's just one wide slip and a sort of backward point. The rest are essentially in run-saving positions.
Casey's become very impressive this season. I think
With
we
the bat, yeah.
you can probably call it his breakout season, can't you, this one? They've talked him up for a long time.
Yeah, they
but
were.
he's
At the
been-
start of the season, they were talking about his batting, weren't they? And how hard he'd been working through the winter.
He's averaging 55 currently, got 100, 3 half-centuries, 69
Yeah,
out here.
well, I mean, it's great to be an all-rounder.
But he's only batted 10 times, so
Yeah.
he's got 50 in almost half of his innings. Brilliant fielder, shapes up nicely.
Because it's hard not to pick him now. You've got to pick him. Even though his bowling has been full of potential, but not always on target. But, I mean, it's a work in progress. But there is potential there with his height.
Well, Ricky Clark, who's down with the BBC,
yeah.
Lovely man, Ricky Clark, like good
Right.
student of the game, and he was sat watching the warm-ups in the press box yesterday. Aldridge picks up probably just the one there, tucks off his hips, and he said, "Oh, who's that?
Who's
tall
that
lad
bowling?"
I said, "Oh, it's Casey Aldridge." He said, "Oh, I'm quite glad I'm retired now with that kind of stuff coming down the County Championship, because he gets a bit of pace and a bit of bounce, and he is a little way. We'd end the over 290.
Yeah, I mean, we're being greedy.
He's played half a dozen. There's Ricky Clark down there with Anthony Gibson on screen.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
He
I
was-
knew he was here.
he
But
was-
well, there you go. I remember watching him playing Test cricket.
He was brave yesterday in his shorts, and I saw him today.
Was he?
He bottled it today.
Well,
had
he
trousers
probably
on.
didn't realise where the BBC are
different.
broadcasting from, which is sort of outside on the balcony, which on a balmy day is fantastic, but it's also a bit of a wind tunnel down there. Ricky Clark. I mean, we talk about Ricky Clark and Craig Overton. Two of the best pairs of hands I've ever seen. Ricky Clark caught everything
Didn't
in
come
the
back
slips
down.
and probably everywhere else.
He was sharp as well when he first burst on and when he won the Champo with Warwickshire. He almost played for England a little bit too early, didn't
Maybe,
he? And then never
yeah. I
came
mean, he
back.
was in the sort of, or he went on tour overseas, probably to Bangladesh and maybe, and sort of flickered. And you're right, you feel he could have played more.
Played just 2 tests.
Is that all?
Two
Against who?
tests.
Bangladesh? Or I would have seen him. But a brisk,
Bangladesh. In Bangladesh.
yeah, brisk medium pace, a brilliant fielder and a forthright
But
batsman.
He was bowling 90 miles an hour when
Was
he
he?
first played, yeah. And when he was at Warwickshire in the Championship, yeah, he said.
So yeah, I mean it's yes. I mean I can't remember how it was. Was he playing for Surrey when he played for England?
Yeah, started at Surrey.
And he ended up at Derbyshire, didn't he? He was
Captain
for a while.
Derbyshire, yeah. And then went to Warwickshire, won the championship with Barker. Actually, would have played in the same side as
Right.
Barker and Chris
Yeah,
Wright,
yeah.
who's still playing. That was the Warwickshire bowling attack.
Yeah, he's
His route just opens the face and picks up probably one to Barker, who we were just talking about.
yeah. You looking back, you think he's one of those cricketers who think he could have played more games. He had the potential to be a serious, even international all-rounder. A sort of, not dissimilar to Mitch Marsh, actually.
Yeah.
Probably a bit quicker with the ball, but maybe, but forthright. Anyway, he's sitting on a balcony there without shorts on.
And he likes to look at Casey Aldridge. You got trousers on today?
Yeah.
Trousers on today.
yeah. Sorry.
Got to get these details right, Vic.
Well, our camera will be zooming in on him shortly to check out. But there's a huge gap on the offside, and I think with a boundary fielder, but I think Rue's just thinking, how did I not find the gap there? Just opened the face a bit too much there, but he's still there. But there is just a flicker of interest, I think, for Liam Dawson, which will be good for the game because we've seen how sometimes brown pitches at Taunton don't do much. Just a flicker of help. I think, well, Lee and Dawson will certainly have another half a dozen overs. It will take us to 80, and then Vince will have to decide about the new ball.
I was wondering if we might see a little bit of Felix Organ, who's he's got kind of this guy who
Bowls off breaks.
Yeah, he either opens the batting or bats at 9, but he also bowls off breaks.
Yeah, I think, I would have thought that would be. I'm surprised he's not bowling now, because he has actually got a few wickets, hasn't he? I mean, I think in their last game, Hampshire must have played on a pitch at turn. Dawson got lots of wickets.
De Care's got
Organ
wickets.
got a few. De Care's, who's Mike Atherton's son, suddenly become an off-spinner for Middlesex, who was really an opening batsman. But he's got a few wickets since then, actually, I think. So, Hawkeye director.
He misses nothing, does he, Ben Warren?
He's spotted a few drops of rain in the air. I think that's going down, and they'll take the leg by. So off double Nelson, I think. It's been very sort of old pro-ish, Somerset's progress today, in that they've played everything on merit. The odd half volley, I'm thinking of the exquisite cover drive from Rue, but no extravagances.
But that's James Root in a nutshell, isn't it? For an 18, 19-year-old.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's
But also Aldridge, likewise. So far. I mean, they're allowed to hit fours. We like fours. Hang on, he's just inside edge that one. I think he might be just getting. He needs to stop looking at the scoreboard now. In those 90s. Mind you, he should be used to it.
He's been there 4 times. I don't think he's faced, you know.
Okay.
If he gets 50, he gets 100 usually, James Root.
Well, Sam.
Oh, it's fine.
We're allowed. It's not that simple.
I have faith, Vic.
That is a great shot, though. I mean that is that's not as easy as he made it look. He was just a little bit short, roundabout off stump, and in an old pro way, he'd come over to my side, and a bit of bottom hand and a punch, really, rather than a pull, and he's found the boundary too. That's, you know, most players I think might have dabbed that down to third man for 1 or tickled it square on the leg side, but he's got that for 4. And dutifully, when the ball's on a length, he gives him the full face of the bat and pats it to mid off. You gotta like that. But that was just a shot that you kind of think, hang on a minute. Not many people would have done that quite so easily.
He's quite special, isn't he, to watch? He's quite special.
Yeah.
It's difficult. He's only 19. I've run out of things to write about him. There's no original thoughts, given what he's done this season. Shot that as well.
You'll scamper for the second there, I would think. Yeah, it's a big boundary, as you say, down there. So he's moved up to 97, I think.
Let's have a quick look at that drop
Okay.
from Vince a couple of overs ago. You want to see it, Vince?
Hampshire viewers, look away now. It was a half volley, and it was a misjudgment, really, from Rue. Saw runs, squeezed it almost and he was down there, but it didn't stick. You don't create many chances on this sort of surface. And Vince, unusually probably, has missed a couple. That was a bit trickier than the one he dropped. I think it was Aldridge yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes. Aldridge only had 8 at the time, now on 63.
Yeah.
Western Storm fans, they are in action today up in Birmingham, actually, at Moseley Cricket Club. But, well, I say in action, the rain has come, so they haven't quite started yet, but they will be batting whenever they do start. Good friend of ours, Sophie Luff, skippering the side.
Okay.
Debut for Phoebe Graham as well, signed on loan from Funder over the weekend or yesterday.
What's happened to England's new pace bowler. Is she playing?
She's in the squad. She's in the ODI squad, so she's not
she's
playing
in the
for
ODI
Storm
squad.
yet.
England ODI
Yeah,
squad.
Lauren Filer and Danny Gibson, both in the ODI squad.
Okay. Okay, well that's probably just the one.
150 partnership up. There's a bit of applause going around the Cooper Associates Catney ground. Cricket fans are always a knowledgeable lot. These two coming together with the score on 80. 80 for 5, Somerset were in real
They
trouble.
were clapping before you told them.
They were?
Yeah.
They were. It's quite spectacular, isn't it? They know these things. Love a milestone. Might be another Somerset milestone coming soon. James Rue on 97. 400s already this summer.
Well. I think there is a bit more rough when Dawson's bowling to the left-hander, or a bit more scope for the ball to do something untoward. That could be it, and it is. What a lovely way to get there. Exquisite cover drive. Just over pitched. Off he takes. His helmet is off. He waves his bat at the pavilion. He has a little embrace with Casey Aldridge, who's about a foot taller. But there's something almost routine about his celebrations. It's not, you know, there's no air punching. And it's a beautiful shot to get there. It wasn't the best ball in the world. He must have thought, as it was halfway down, well, here it is. But he made sure he middled it, didn't try and hit it too hard, placed it perfectly. And just leave that next one alone. Take guard again.
Wow. James Rue, he's quite a special talent. 500s this season, just the 1/2 century. So 5 out of 6 times he's passed 50. He's gone on to make 100. He's Somerset's leading run scorer. He's the leading run scorer in the county championship top division. There's just not enough superlatives you can heap on him. And look at this attack. You've got Abbas, Abbott, Barker and Liam Dawson bowling the majority of the overs.
He's old pro-ish enough to recognise, hang on a minute, this is a good surface to bat on too. And he's got some of his hundreds. I remember Southport, he got 100 at Southport, we got runs at Southport.
I think he got 80 odd here.
Very flat pitch. But I mean, I'm not decrying the fact, but you know, it's part of being a pro that when you get, that's beautifully timed. I'm beginning to think you might get a batting point. The old pro in him can spot a good pitch and make sure he makes the most of it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a virtue. The other thing that's suddenly occurring to me, I mean, he's scored so many runs and he's looked so good that it's almost, just in terms of his own ambitions, almost a bit of a hindrance that he keeps wicket. So he gets sort of bracketed as a Somerset's keeper batsman or batsman keeper or whatever. If he was just a pure batsman, well, they wouldn't be promoting him to play in this Ashes series, but they might be thinking that Rue needs to bat in the middle order somewhere. It's slightly complicated by the fact that he keeps wicket.
Well, it's interesting. Where's he going to end up coming in? Because, if he's keeping wicket, you probably don't want him any higher than 5 or 6.
No.
But actually, he has the technique and the temperament to bat anywhere in that.
But if he didn't keep wicket, my point is, people might be talking more. I know he's batting at 6, but they might be talking more about when does Rue's time come? Because they go berserk at, if someone suddenly suggests that Rue should be his next wicketkeeper, you'd have hate mail. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't get hate mail because,
of course you don't.
People to send hate mail.
No one knows where you live.
See, exactly. To send hate mail to me, you've got to know my address. There's a virtue in that, although, it's a rare virtue. It's got to be, I know where you live. Or, and I'm not suggesting this is a good idea, care of Somerset CC. I get a few from there.
There's always letters they're waiting for you when you come in.
I mean, enough of Rue. What about Aldridge? I mean, what impresses me is the way, it's not so much the stroke play, but the way he's set about this innings. It's not really like an all-rounder. It's like a batsman. He has, this morning, so far, let's see what happens now. Oh, he's just nicked on the ball. But my point was, until he has been so measured. You know, he's not been full of extravagance, wanting to get on with it. He's just played everything on his merit, and even there, well, that's a bit of a bonus, I know. And you know, first slip's gone wide, and it's gone between keeper and Vince at about third slip. But he has played just everything on its merit this morning. Not been any rush, setting himself stall out for the long haul. He probably knows, and they probably, you know, don't plan too much ahead, but they will know in that Somerset dressing room that this currently is a good pitch to bat on, and you know, par is way in excess of 300. Now, amazingly, par is now a possibility when yesterday morning it looked like another calamity. It's 244 for 5. It's hard to believe, really. This is,
Yes.
as I say to Stephen, if Somerset could play well on the first day, they'd be a handy unit.
I think a
It's
single
a good
there.
one.
Yeah, saw it was to Gubbins' left hand and went around. Even though that one was edged, I know first slip was kind of a wide in gully, but
Probably
I'm not sure
would
it
have
carried.
carried. No,
yeah.
I don't think it would.
Because Ben Brown, it was Ben Brown's ankles when he was diving across.
Yeah, you're right. It was a miscalculation, a rare one from Aldridge. And that's the problem. That's why Vince has not got a packed slip cordon, because even if you get the edge, unless the batsman's going really hard with an old ball like this, it's not necessarily going to carry.
Well, with the drinks break, let's have a look around the ground. So up at the Oval.
It's not a drinks break, but carry on.
Oh, is it not?
Not an official one.
Oh, they were having a drink. That's
But
a
go on,
drinks
tell us what's
break.
happening around the
Tell us
ground.
what's happening at the Oval, shall I? Nottinghamshire 10 without loss. Surrey 3-5-5. All out. Ben Folkes made 46. Hat-trick. 100 for Jordan Clark. 107. Jamie Overton back playing some red ball cricket as well. That's nice to see.
Will he be bowling, I wonder?
Well, I think he is down to bowl in
Okay.
this one, yeah. Finished unbeaten on 30. Lyndon James, 6 for 74. But not to have a few issues, because both Jake Ball and Brett Hutton went off injured yesterday on the first day. So in theory, they might be down to just 2 seamers, because Stephen Mullaney's not playing either, and he sometimes bowls a little bit of seam up. So they've got Dane Patterson and Lyndon James as their seamers. But at the moment, they are batting Ben Slater and Haseeb Hameed, unbeaten. Will Young, New Zealander, making his debut for Notts. Tom Latham's at Surrey, so they've got a New Zealander on each side. Stephen's perching behind us. Oh, I've got a Spencer Bishop fact. Somerset's highest 6-wicket partnership against Hampshire, beating the previous best of 159 in 1993, Vic, between whom?
Well, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? 1993.
One was a keeper batter, I think.
Rob Turner.
No, a bit before him.
Burns.
Yep. There you go, see?
And
And another was an all-rounder as well. May have played for England or been close.
all-rounder. English all-rounder from Somerset.
Didn't play for England,
Okay.
but played a lot of first-class cricket. And listened.
Graham Rose.
There we go.
Yeah.
See? This is the new Graham Rose and Neil Burns out there for you.
Well, Neil Burns was left-handed
And a keeper.
and a keeper. We've got a new form of attack here, over the wicket, into the rough, outside the leg stump. Now, the question that we're going through Casey Aldridge's head is, that's a short boundary over there. I mean, if he was playing for England, he would be obliged to try and hit these balls outside leg stump for 6. I'm not quite sure whether that applies for Somerset. Well, he's going to sweep, and he's going to go. It went all on the ground, and it's 4. And Somerset are within a point. I mean, that is the downside of this attack, in that is a very short boundary. He got on top of that sweep shot, and there are 2 men back there, but if you bisect them, they ain't going to stop it, because it's only about 50 yards. So he's playing French cricket. Still, that's fine. Pick up 4. He picked his ball nicely. He swept it down rather than up. There's a possibility that the ball might misbehave into that rough outside the leg stump, but that one didn't, and he middled it beautifully. 249 for 5. This is beyond expectations. It's still not enough, but it's beyond expectations, isn't it? Now then, is this Felix Organ?
A bit of James Fuller, I
James
believe.
Fuller. Oh, right.
So I think they're probably going to hold a Bass, Barker and Abbott.
They might
back
have
for
the new ball.
Yeah, in 8 overs. But I thought they might try a bit of Felix Organ rather than Fuller.
Well, if he bowls off spin and they think it might turn a bit, and there's I know it's not critical, but Rue, the left-hander, and I'm amazed that they haven't just given him a go just to see what happens.
Fuller bowled 7 overs for 47 yesterday, so a little bit expensive.
Yeah.
You can't really take that into account. I think what's more important is the stuff about Organ and that rough.
Yeah.
Maybe it's starting to turn. I would have liked to have seen him given a go.
Anyway, that's for James Vince. He knows his men, I guess. I saw a little bit of Fuller yesterday, and he was a sort of bit unlucky in that he was quite aggressive, and a few nicks went flying.
I think
he banged the ball in a bit.
That's his role in this side, isn't it?
Yeah,
He got the control of the.
So
other
I don't
guys.
think I don't think he bowled that badly. He had a few frustrating edges flying to the boundary, and he hits the bat, doesn't he?
But more pace than the other guys.
Anyway, I think I'm going to hit.
What are you going to hit?
There is no sack to hit here. Sorry, this is a terrible. I'm going to ask Charlie whether he'd like to come and speak to you all. Is that all right?
Don't give yourself into
I've got.
it,
I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but I've got a very important role at lunchtime.
Oh, go on, yeah, do say.
I've got to give someone a county cap. Ooh. That's as far as I'm going.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily want to do the last stint before lunch. As what I'm also. Well, I don't know. It doesn't make any difference, but I'll have to scarf it fairly quickly. It's vital.
No, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. I think we're okay. Lammy will come back on at 12:30.
Okay. I'll see you after lunch.
You will do.
Well, let's hope the sun keeps shining. Well, no, I mean, the rain stays. I'm going to go.
Oh, Vic Marks with us today and tomorrow at least. Wonderful to have Vic in here. He's off to hit something. I'm not sure what it is. Charlie Taylor's going to come in alongside me for the first time today. And it looks like a fielder is going to come across Liam Dawson from cover to mid-wicket. Well, we thought 300 might have been par yesterday. Perhaps a little bit more. 400 maybe, Vic suggests. Casey Aldridge off the back foot. Is it going to race away? Yes, it is. Short boundary up towards the Somerset stand. So Casey Aldridge moves into the 80s. Joe Weatherly out there at deep backward point. Can't cut it off, so picks up 4. Hello, Charlie.
Good afternoon.
Just
Lucky guess. Just about. How are you, Sam?
I'm very well. It's a joyful day at work, really, isn't it, with Vic and Stephen Lamb?
Hard to call it work, really, isn't it? It's, we're watching these two. Goodness me, absolutely fantastic. I'm trying to rack my brains to think of better players I've watched bat in a Somerset shirt. It is hard to.
That's a big call.
I honestly don't think. But 5 centuries in one season.
Emmy Trescothick.
Trescothick, yes.
I think they're going to change the
agree.
ball here by the looks of things. Umpires coming together. Sorry to interrupt, Charlie.
That's
This
all right.
looks like they've not a big fan of this, but we've already changed the ball once in the innings. These are the Kookaburras they're using. Second new ball due in 7.5 overs. But umpires Middlebrook and Warren, I think, today, isn't it? It's not Ben Peverell, it's Russell Warren's in today. They're going to change balls.
This is the 9th game of the season. 5 to go. He's already on 800 plus runs. He's just brilliant.
Probably odds on to be the first to 1,000. 834 runs he's got. Let's have a look at how Tom Wesley. He was having a brilliant season. I like Tom Wesley. Got a lot of time for him. And as you said, actually, I think it was off there. It's gone a bit under the radar, the fact Wesley's up there with him. Well, 29 not out. Essex are 54 for free. Good to see them playing at Blackpool today. Dan
Essex
Lawrence
might prefer to be off if that's the score there.
So Asa Cook's gone. Dan Lawrence is gone. So at one point they were probably 21 for free. But Wesley's got 29.
Dan Lawrence, who's in the England squad for the next Ashes match at Old Trafford. Don't know whether he'll come in. I feel like they probably won't want to add in another batter there. Have to drop someone. Fuller looking at the newish. Well, I say new ball. It's not the new ball, but it's a different one, I think, to the one they were.
It's exactly 72.3 overs old. I'm sure they've got one that's exactly that age.
Be interesting to know what the biggest, how big those gaps sometimes are, because obviously they don't have a ball for every single age that a ball can be.
Oh,
So.
do they not?
No.
You'll be telling me that Jules Holland doesn't film his Rhythm and Blues New Year's Eve show on New Year's Eve now, next.
wondered where that was going. What, the Hootenanny?
The Hootenanny, that's it. I couldn't
Yeah.
find the word. It's a great show, though.
It is a great show.
Not
It
one
is
I
a
thought I'd be
great show.
mentioning on comms today. but
In July. Doesn't come into my mind very often.
Fuller, bowls Fuller, and it's tickled down
Oh.
the leg side.
Straight
Back-to-back boundaries from Casey Aldridge.
Straight into the Fuller bowls Fuller. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Vic was on great form.
It's always on great form,
Got
isn't it?
a lovely video from the back of the box of James Rue celebrating his 100, and it was while Vic was commentating on it. So if you want to look at that, it's on my Twitter. You sort of get the commentary and the moment of you don't see the shot, but you do see the celebration of James Rue there.
Oh, beautiful.
So if you want to watch
what's
that.
your Twitter, Charlie?
At Charlie Taylor 4. Thanks for asking.
You're welcome.
So if you do want to see that, he was in very good form today, Vic. Very pleased to have him here. What a pleasure it is just able to sit at the back of the box for an hour listening to Vic and you and Stephen together. It's this one. Pushed into the offside.
Lovely for you to include me in that. But let's be honest,
Well,
it's Vic and Stephen. We wanted them on first. We were very British about it all when we were all going, oh, no, you go first. But we want Vic and Stephen on first, really. Get them together as much as we can today.
I've got a friend who was watching. I texted and said, just make sure you are watching because Rue's on 97 here. So I texted him. He said, why aren't you commentating? I said, I'm on in 5 minutes. And he said, that's a shame. I'm enjoying these two.
So we feel rude when we have to interrupt them. Around the wicket, Fuller's going to come to James Rue. Last ball of the over.
So thanks, Ben, for that.
Pushes it through the covers. They'll pick up a couple, and there will be another ball as well because it is a no ball. James Fuller overstepping.
Free
Rue
hit.
wants free. That's a great bit of running from James Rue. Full of purpose, full of intent. Rue moves on to 106. Alas, not a free hit. Would be great though, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Those circumstances and how the T20 quarter-final ended on Friday night, and everyone was a little bit confused. I must admit, I've not seen that on any match, whether that's in the flesh or on telly or anything, where the winning runs come off a free hit which was caught. Oh, goodness me. Now that might be given as another no ball. It is. That was banged in so short. Barely reached. Oh, it felt like barely a quarter of the way down the pitch. Aldridge has been really good for his 87 as well. A few chances. Dropped on 8. Hasn't he made Hampshire pay? Another 79 runs since then.
Yes, James Vince. Usually very good in the slips.
Oh, he's dropped a couple. He's really let Somerset into this match.
Ooh.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, 2 no balls and a wide now in this over. And that didn't hit the cut strip. Barker just giving some words of advice to his teammate. Hit the strip. It's when you don't need advice as a bowler. You know that that's not gone right. Sort of awkward hush around your teammates. That's when you know he's going badly. Better.
Just a single then to end the over from Aldridge. He moves on to 88. Somerset on to 268 for 7. Partnership is now 188. Not bad, that.
Cool.
Not bad at all.
Well, we're into records territory here.
There they are. From the school kids in. School's week this week. 1,500, I think, each day. Having a cracking time.
You would, if you turned up just as a fan today, not knowing it was school's day, and you happened to be sitting in that stand, you'd think to yourself, goodness me, the county championships really managed to work its way into that younger demographic now. Look at them all having a great time. Fantastic. Could be the World Cup final for all they're concerned. The amount of fun that's going on out there. Brilliant to see. Two, 6, 8 for 5. We're going to see some more Dawson from the river end. Floodlights are on today. A lot of cloud around. But these two have been batting beautifully. And Aldridge is willing to let that one go by.
Just looking at those Somerset numbers again. James Rue, 834 runs now. 500 and 150.
500's 150. That is an incredible conversion rate, driven straight back to Dawson. That is absolutely brilliant. There'll be a lot of chat about him. I think he can't keep scoring all these runs without getting some kind of notice, whether... And now he's gone there, Aldridge pushing forwards. He's got the edge and taken behind the stumps. And finally, Hampshire have their breakthrough. 268 for 6 the score now. Aldridge goes for a very well-made 88. And he, alongside Rue, have brought some fantastic stability to this innings. So a little bit of turn on offer there to Dawson, which won't displease Somerset that there is a bit of turn there, given they've got 2 spinners. But that was a spinner's wicket there, wasn't it, Sam?
Yeah, it just turned just enough. Not massively, but enough to take the outside edge. Very good catch from Ben Brown as well, because it was a decent deflection that. It wasn't just a really faint tickle. It was a proper outside edge. So hats off to Ben Brown, who is a wonderful keeper.
88, you should be very pleased with that, Aldridge. He will feel a bit disappointed to be 12 runs short of a century, but very good runs and a brilliant partnership. That was what was key there. When he came in at 80 for 5, what was it? 80 exactly for 5. Somerset were staring down the barrel of being skittled, which they had been before by this Hampshire side. But alongside James Rue, Aldridge able to bring some real stability there. Don Bess, look at this. It's we're being taken back in time a few years. Don Bess, former Somerset player, now on loan here from Yorkshire, walks out to bat for Somerset for the first time in over 2 years. So,
I'll have a look.
so 2020 was his last season. Was it 2021? Sure. It was 21, and then he was on loan for a bit, wasn't he?
He was 2020. He went after the COVID season.
There we go.
I don't know if he played. He was in England bubbles. Did he play in the Bob Willis Trophy? I don't think he did. He definitely ran the drinks in the last game. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Well, I'll be able to tell you because I can Google it. It's sometimes nice to not Google stuff, isn't it?
I suspect there'll be a few people very pleased to see a friendly face of Don Bess back in a Somerset shirt.
Yeah, last played for Somerset in that Essex game, actually, 23rd of September 2019. Then went on the Test Tour all winter.
Oh, that Essex game.
That
the
Essex
potential champion. Well, it was the championship winning game for Essex.
Yes, and
here at Taunton.
He was in the England Test side.
Yeah. Well, we know he can bat a bit. We know he can bat.
Good player, wholehearted cricketer, Don Bess. Yeah. Very much liked by everyone that comes across him. Yes, that Essex game.
That Essex game that nearly, although not quite, brought the championship to Somerset. Rain got in the way, didn't it, quite a lot?
Well, it came after that Kyle Abbott game.
Yeah, which was the one which didn't quite end Somerset hopes, but popped the balloon.
A bit of a show of intent there from Don Bess. It was only fractionally short from Liam Dawson.
What have his figures been like with the bat at Yorkshire?
That's a good question, Charlie.
Because he does, he was in the team for
he has
bat and ball for Somerset.
He averages 25 across 36 first-class games for Yorkshire, 7 half-centuries, so decent record. Kind of all-rounder territory, isn't it, from Don Bess?
Yeah, that's a perfectly good number 8 figures coming in.
Average is just under 24. Got 1 first-class 100, 13 50s, Don Bess. 231 wickets as well, so genuine all-round.
Oh, yeah, that's a good... Those are good figures.
James Fuller then to continue to James Rue. 6 overs remain before the second new ball is available. Hello, Alan's up here.
Oh, no, it's not you two because I know your car and you didn't drive.
Keep that one out.
Well, how about this for a statistic, Sam? This century, there have only been 5 players for Somerset who've managed 5 first-class centuries in a season. Oh, here we go. The other 4, please.
I'd have a good guess at them.
I reckon you could have a good old guess at those.
I don't know
to
how
hurry up
impressive
there.
that is, though. It's only 20. We've only had 23 seasons. It's not something. Just got our. Ben Warren giving us the answers before we've even had a chance to have a guess at them.
That was going to do us about half an hour of content
Come
there,
on,
Ben.
Ben.
He's just giving us the answers in our ears. Trescothic, White, Abel. Who was the other one? Hildreth.
Hildreth. I tell you what, I would have guessed Compton actually.
No,
I would have got one wrong.
He had a very good season, didn't he? And then what was that? 20.
Ashes season.
Yeah, it was
15,
15,
14 maybe the season before it.
Yeah.
No, I tell you what, he didn't play in the 15 Ashes, having got 1,000 runs
Yeah.
the day after May ended. So
Yeah, it must have been that one, 2015.
4 runs.
Very clever, nicely played. And Don Bess picking up his first runs for Somerset for several years. And it was a nice way to get them, actually, just on his toes, angling the bat.
Yeah, he just rode the bounce full of that bit of extra pace, just got up and used the angle, no fielder down at third. But to do it in just 9 games, as Ben said, I mean, that's quite something, isn't it? I mean, he could quite conceivably get 6 or 7.
Yeah, you wouldn't bet against it.
It's just every time you see him, so composed.
That's it for me. His technique and skill is excellent, but there are a lot of players with excellent technique. But what a lot of those players don't have is this mentality and temperament. And he's got an old head on those shoulders. He's got all the technique and the energy of his age, his youth, but he's got the temperament of someone who's been around the circuit for 10 years plus. And that is what makes him so good.
So good.
Okay, warming up for Saturday, aren't you? Yeah. Just not enough Neil Diamond in a championship game. I've always thought that. Maybe we could, not Sweet Caroline, I think that's already done for the T20s, but maybe get Crackling Rosie going.
We could have a Champo song. Yeah. This is what's really enjoyable is you've got Rue, Aldridge, Bess in this middle order, all Somerset Academy boys. Lammonby, Abel, Bartlett, Alfie Ogborn.
Yes. The only reason I'm slightly hesitant on that is because, and it's great that Bess is back, but he's not a Somerset player.
Well, yeah, but for this
game he is, and that's great. And he has come through the academy, but also he's gone. If you sort of see, but absolutely right. It just shows how good the academy is, doesn't it? And there are a lot of teams that don't have that kind of academy.
Want to name any names?
I think viewers can draw their own conclusions. Probably look around the county circuit and see which ones are bringing through young players.
There's gamekeepers and there are poachers.
Yeah, and one of the teams that you think of as poachers is Surrey, but actually not at all. They're brilliant at bringing through young talent.
Okay.
So they're a bit of both, really.
I banged that drum a few times.
Yeah, Surrey.
Could be gone. Appeal from behind the stumps. Appeal from Liam Dawson, who's looking back bemused. James Rue standing there.
Umpire pointed at his leg, I think. Yeah, saying, or maybe off the ground.
Let's have a look at that one.
Was it bat hitting the ground? Have a look.
Difficult for us to tell there, really. I don't think it was bat hitting the ground, though.
No, well, the umpire, did you see him point straight down there? So I don't know what. Oh, another appeal. I tell you what, Dawson here is getting the ball to do a bit of talking.
It's turning, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is good news.
Not for James Rue at the moment. Here we go. Oh, yes. No, I saw a gap between bat and ball there, I think. I mean, it's hard to tell on those replays, but I can certainly see why the umpire was hesitant. Well, I didn't give it out at all. .274 for 6, so 2 bowling points for Hampshire, who will be disappointed, I think, when thinking they were 80 for 5 Somerset here. They'd reduced Somerset to 80 for 5 now. Somerset approaching 300. One of the first things Vic said on commentary today was that he felt that par began with a 3. A par score here, and probably quite a lot more than 300, actually looking towards 350.
Sharp from Don Bess.
Yeah, just found the angle there, didn't he? Really nice.
Well, can you imagine, right? So Don Bess, I'm sure he took his pads off overnight, but he would have had them on for a long time up on that dressing room. You see that cut shot from the reverse angle all along the floor. And actually, the situation he would perhaps have expected himself to go in.
Let's say
60
90 for
5.
6, potentially. Yeah.
So the one he's actually come in at is remarkably different, and he's just got a bit of freedom, Don Bess. I wonder if they've just said 5 or 6 overs to the second new ball. Don't be silly, but also go out there and be positive, because actually they might have to shut up shop a little bit against a basser now. But it can go the other way. The new ball it's harder, it comes off the bat more quickly, and the over 278 for 6.
Here's a question for you. I know he was interviewed by Anthony last night. But
I think you enjoyed that interview.
no, it's available to watch if you want to see that on the Somerset Cricket Twitter feed. Do Somerset have a space for Bess if they want him back? I know he's got a year left on his contract after this.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Without doubt. Without a doubt, Don Bess has a space for the WPA health insurance adverts on screen there. We are indebted to them, really, for bringing you the live stream this year. Brilliant to have them as James Fuller is into bowl.
I agree that he should, if Somerset can and there is space for him, then absolutely.
I feel a butt coming on, Charlie.
How, well, my butt is this. If you're Shoaib Bashir at that point, how do you feel about your prospects at Somerset? Because suddenly Somerset have got Leach and Bess back.
I think if someone like Don Bess becomes available, averaging 25 in red ball cricket,
Absolutely.
plays white ball cricket, as Fuller is in around the wicket, so just pushing it for a single. Leach, with the best win in the world, probably isn't going to play much white ball cricket now. That ship has probably sailed. He's currently in the test side if he gets back from when he comes back from his back injury.
So he did pick up 100 gig last year, though, didn't he? Do you remember? He didn't play. He was in the Birmingham Phoenix team, I think.
But wasn't that on the basis of the England contract?
Yeah, basically every England player had to be assigned a team, and so he was on the contract. So anyway,
I think Shoaib Bashir is really exciting. He's very young. He can learn from someone like Don Bess and Jack Leach. There's a lot of cricket to play. People won't be available. There'll be pitches where you want to play 2 spinners. So I think there's room definitely for them. I can't see any negatives. As Bess is solid. I think there might be times, if the schedule is such that it is, that Jack Leach is available at the start of the season, Don Bess might not get inside at the start of the season. But he'll play a lot of white ball cricket and a lot of red ball cricket.
Well, he'll probably end up playing a fair bit of one-day cricket as well, because as far as I remember, he hasn't picked up a 100 contract in the previous 2 seasons, so must have been representing Yorkshire in that competition. So you would end up playing quite a lot of cricket. You just have to bear in mind that when Leach is available, you're probably not going to play, especially early on in the season where it doesn't spin very much, and you're not going to play 2 spinners. And that was what pushed him away, or part of it, in the first place, was the idea that actually he wanted to, he was on England's books at that point. England had 2 Somerset spinners in their side, but he needed to play more. So then you come back and it's still the same. Not a lot's changed.
But the thing is, that's a nice shot, just single. If he'd gone away, what would have had 3 seasons, 4 seasons at Yorkshire, even if it's the year after, and done okay, done quite well. But maybe you reevaluate where you are and you want to be a bit closer to home. Vic made the point off air, actually. He's brilliant. He interviews brilliantly, Don Bess, and he's a bit like Tom Abel, and then you can see why the pair of them are actually like best mates. They are really tight. They're both very emotional. They wear their emotions. You can see them, and Bess has an emotional attachment to this club. It's a good bouncer, actually.
Yeah, like that.
See the pace. Rue ducking underneath it easily enough in the end, and the over. And sometimes it can go 2 ways, can't it? There's a lot of sports people that like to you talk about taking the emotion out of the game and you perform better, but for some batters it goes the other way, actually. When there's something they're really invested in, when they really care in it, that can actually bring out the best of them, and it can make the troughs worse if you get more in your head, as we see the Hampshire bowling figures on the scorecard there. Kyle Abbott 4 for 25. I suspect he'll have a chance to bring up his fifer in about 3 overs time when the second new ball. But it can mean that the troughs are harder to get out to. You get more in your head. But I just think it's a big. It's got another year. We've got to respect. It's got another year left at Yorkshire.
Absolutely.
And he'll have other options as well, Don Best. But I cannot see any downside to Don Best potentially coming home.
Yeah, I agree. Spinner to spinner here. Dawson to Bess. And no run there. Dawson has been a bit of a handful recently, last few overs. He's taken the wicket of Aldridge, but also just getting the ball to do a little, which will please this man on strike now. He uses his feet, comes forward, plays it nicely, actually, into the leg side. He moves into double figures. The score 281 for 6. Managed to get already an hour and almost an hour and a half to play, which when I was looking at the forecast last night, I did wonder how much we'd get. Certainly early on today. So we've done fairly well. Somerset adding to their tally of batting bonus points today. Already got the 1 up. They've got the second most batting points in Division 1. Which is quite a surprising statistic here, given they have had struggles in the first innings. But clearly so have other teams. So how's talking of batting points, how's Northamptonshire against Middlesex going? Because that is the battle to pick up their second batting point of the season. Incredibly, those two teams have only got 1 batting point each. Bear in mind there's 5 on offer in every game. Well played, going back.
Northants will finish the game with 1 batting bonus point because they made 219.
No, they won't. There's 0 there. You only get them from 250, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean the...
Oh, they'll finish... Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, they'll finish overall on
they'll
1.
stay on their 1 batting bonus
Gotcha.
point this season.
I only thought you'd... Because it used to be 200, didn't it, up until this season? Yes.
Middlesex might get there, though. They might double.
Oh, 103 for 2.
You never know, though.
Oh, that's exciting stuff.
Interestingly, because they bowled them out late last night, even Bamber opened the batting for Middlesex, which I like that. So while they're 2 down, it's 282 for 6 at the end of 78 overs here. Sam Robson's gone for 28, but Mark Stoneman, 48 unbeaten. So everyone's bumped down 1. So yeah, chance for Middlesex at Merchant Taylor School. I think they're using the scoreboard might have failed there. So last time I saw, they're using one of the old have what they call the placards, and you have to do it manually.
Oh yeah, like proper village.
Yeah, proper outground cricket.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah.
Fuller continues in what will probably be the last over of this spell for him. Around the wicket. Lovely shot from Rue, but it's straight at Carl Abbott.
Oh, that must be really frustrating for Northamptonshire fans. They picked up 1 in, what is this, 8th, 9th game for them?
They are rooted to the bottom, aren't they? Northampton.
Dear.
They did well to survive last year. I just feel that probably this year it might be 1 too far for them.
Yep. They'll probably need to beat Middlesex, won't they? That's the game they've got to win if they want to stay up. 282 for 6 here at Taunton. Well, and Somerset, for all their batting points, have got an awful lot of thanks to give to James Rue, who has been very solid, as we've said quite a lot in this.
Solid's one word for it, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean he's been brilliant, hasn't he? This is a perfect example where Somerset were 5 down for not very many.
Teetering.
Yeah, and he's come in and steered them to, well, still going. He's there on 111. Screams and the sort of a healthy hubbub coming from the Trade Nation stand full of children today and tomorrow, and yesterday there were quite a lot in too.
Well, they did start at Safari Gardens. They had no play yesterday. They've had 5 balls today.
Yep.
And they've gone off for an early lunch. So
it's funny, isn't it? Because
not far away from us.
That's it, isn't it? Cardiff, as the crow flies, isn't all that far.
I love that turn of phrase. Why did we go for a crow way back when?
All other birds fly in wonky lines. They're just all over the place. Crows, straight there.
It's a good explanation. Now.
I don't know. I don't know.
I know, but you said it with such conviction. That I was prepared to buy it. For half a second, I was prepared to buy it.
No, I don't know. It is a good expression, though, and it's a great one to use when you're in Somerset and you're talking about South Wales, is what I'd say. For instance, I live right on the coast of Somerset.
I hear you.
Yes. Just defended. And, for instance, when you're looking for, let's say, a takeaway on a Friday night, and you look at restaurants local to you that's delivering,
I see, yeah.
and it comes up saying, Domino's, and you think, oh, okay, I'll click on Domino's. And it says it's local and they'll deliver, and then you look at it, it's Cardiff or Barry Domino's. It's a sort of 80-mile trip.
Have you tried it? You tried to
We should do that, shouldn't we? Say, well, you came up as delivery and then you've got 160-mile round trip.
Talking of trying things, I think James Fuller's going to come around the wicket to Dom Best. Short leg under the helmet. Deep square leg and long leg. You can imagine what the plan is.
Best is having none of it.
He played that well. Just dropped his hands. Let it go past him. Right, Charlie, it is approaching 12:30. It's not quite 12:30, but I can feel the presence of Stephen Lamb in the back of the box, and I don't want to deny him his airtime. He's wonderful to listen to.
Thank you very much, Sam. Stephen's coming in. Sam will be back after the lunch break. And while we're talking of the lunch break, I will just remind you, as Vic very cleverly teased us with earlier on, to say that he's going to be part of a cap presentation. Now, he didn't say who for, but there's a few names in there that could be receiving their cap today. Well, Vic Marks is around, and do stay with us here into the lunch break, because we'll be bringing that to you live on the stream here. So make sure you are hanging around with us after 1 o'clock. We've got about half an hour till the lunch break, assuming the thick clouds aren't bringing any rain with them, as this one's nicely clipped into the on straight area. It's picked up at long on. Nicely timed from James Rue. Picks up another single, and Stephen Lamb comes to join me with Rue on 112 and returning Dom Bess on 10.
After a pretty good morning session, really.
So far, so good.
Very, very sorry that Casey Aldridge couldn't get 12 more runs.
Dawson in, and they're using this space that they've offered him on the leg side. Dom Bess just jogs through for a single.
But what a job he did. That partnership with James Rue, who's still there. We have a batting point in the bag. 15 away from another one.
Which looked an awful long way away yesterday, just before the rain came in, at 80 for 5. And 41 for 4 at one point. 80 for 5 was a bit of a recovery, if anything. As Rue will pick up another one to add to his total. He moves to 113. And the run rate's pretty healthy, really. 3.6 they've gone at, considering that clatter of wickets at the start. These Rue and Aldridge didn't hang about. Yeah, they had a pretty healthy rate, meaning that with just 3 balls to go until this new ball is on offer, they've reached 286. Dawson in again, and trying to make a bit of space for himself there, Dom Bess, but unable to pick a gap through the offside.
Trying to remember whether he was number 47 when he was here last.
I'm pretty
Dom
sure he
Bess.
was. Yeah, pretty sure. I've probably got it's a massive notebook. I've probably got.
Good to have the continuity then.
Yeah, straight back into his old squad number.
And there'll be another single for him here.
Yeah. .287. New ball on offer in 1 delivery's time. So James Rue will just want to make sure he sees through this one, because the new ball can offer scoring opportunities as well as a bit of additional help to the bowlers. And he does survive. So 80 overs gone. And the new ball will be offered to James Vince. I suspect he'll take it, because we haven't seen Abbott or Barker or Abbas for a little while now, and our thoughts are probably that they're being held back in order to bowl. And don't miss that as well on the 4th of August. That'll be exciting. Actually,
over 100 beers and ciders.
I mean, there's just it's almost unfathomable. I was here last year for that, and they filled the stragglers with boxes and boxes and boxes of ciders and beers. Brilliant event. Live music as well, so don't miss that. 4th of August. 10 tickets for the price of 8.
Bargain.
So bring your mates. You get 2 free tickets there. Should be really good. Really good day for that one. Now, we're not going to see the new ball, I don't think, because Felix Organ is going to have a bowl for the first time in this match.
Interesting choice for the 81st over.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but maybe they thought we'll just see if there's movement here, but they've held him back a bit until now. I don't know. Fuller, to me, didn't look like taking a wicket.
Seems quite a long time to hold him back.
But yeah, it does, and especially with the new ball. Maybe I wonder whether they'll just give him a couple of overs.
Yeah, maybe to see whether there's
just
any turn at
if
that
there's
river
any
end.
turn here, then they might say, right, we'll keep it for another 10 over or something. We'll see what happens here. This is an intriguing matchup. Felix Organ then to Don Bess. Yeah, there's a single there. Just played into the leg side. 288 for 6.
He played that comfortably enough.
Yeah, no trouble there for Don Bess. There's a bit of rough. If anything, there's more rough at that end than where Dawson's been bowling into. But we are only on the morning session of day 2 here. We didn't get a full day. In fact, we only got really half a day's play yesterday, so there won't be too much to aim for. It's a full delivery.
There's always the consideration with the new ball as he comes into bowl delivery number 3 about doing what the opposition least expect. And certainly they might not have been expecting Felix Organ to be bowling this particular over.
No, I doubt they were expecting it, but I don't think they'll, the way it's turned so far, I don't think they'll massively mind it. Yeah, there's runs on offer if you can just get the right ball there. It's not causing them too many issues, is what I mean to say by that. It's not doesn't look threatening yet, but perhaps he just hasn't found that perfect length. I mean, there is a bit, as I said, a bit of rough. You can see the darker patches there. The end here where Don Bess is just setting up to face. Well, that could be 4. That's a lovely shot. Possibly, I would say, Don Bess's best shot so far today. Forcing it through the extra cover area. And once it was past Barker, he wasn't going to catch up with it.
It was great placement.
Yeah, really good shot from Don Bess, who moves to 17.
Bisected the two of them.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, this is what I mean, is if you're not going to cause a threat, what you've got is basically slow, straight bowling here, which... And he's not quite the experienced head that Liam Dawson is, who will be able to, even if it's not offering much, still keep the batters fairly quiet. Well, that's the 81st over, just keeping an eye on who is going to be Dawson again.
I wonder how long this experiment will last.
Yeah, I just think with 25 minutes to lunch, pop your 2 fast strike bowlers on and try and nick out, especially Rue if you can. But they're going to stick with spin.
Creeping up towards that second batting point, just 7 away now.
There are the partnerships. You can see that Rue and Aldridge one stands out by miles. Miles and miles. 188 run partnership together. Brilliant work from 2 young Somerset Academy graduates.
Here is Dawson then. Bowling from the end he's been working from consistently. We've got a little bit of rain in the air. It's not for the first time today, but they haven't been forced off yet. Let's hope they can make it through the next 25 minutes. Gentle push for a single from James Rue. He's really picked up from where he left off yesterday.
He just looks so calm, doesn't he?
He goes to 115. It's come from 212 deliveries. Now the right-handed Bess. Nicely played, giving himself some room. Just moving away from his stumps, but won't get a run for it. It's a man at mid-off, Mohammed Abbas.
Short.
Yeah, that's found the gap. Given room outside his off stump, and he's taken 4 through extra cover. Well played, Dom Bess. Into the 20s. He is 298 now for 6. So that ball catching up under the Trade Nation stand and the watching school children. Several more batches here today. And they've had plenty to cheer so far this session.
They really have. Somerset been well on top. The 1 wicket to Dawson, but apart from that, what did we end yesterday on? 196, so we've already seen 102 runs in this session, and weather permitting, there's 22 minutes of it left to go. So it's been really good for Somerset so far. Not only have they survived, they've pushed this game on really well, which they'll need to do given we lost so many overs yesterday, and probably will lose more overs in the week.
Reverse sweep, and that's come off nicely as well. It may not go all the way. And pursued to about 5 yards inside the boundary rope. Comfortable 2 for Dominic Bess.
Now the batting point up.
Yeah, the 300 on the board. So 2 out of, well, should I say potentially 5 at this stage? That would be remarkable, wouldn't it, to go from 80 for 5 to maximum batting points.
Well, they'll need another 150 runs, and it's not out of the question if Rue remains in for quite a while, but as you say, it would be some Goliath effort from here.
There might be an overs issue as well.
There certainly could be, couldn't there? What have we got? Another 28 overs left of the power points window, as Organ will continue around the wicket this time to James Rue, who can't find a gap in the leg side. Bit of a grey day, not really summer, certainly not summer weather in this fixture, which is a shame because this is one of few county championship fixtures right in the height of the summer. So it would have been lovely to see some glorious blue skies and people able to come out without umbrellas and raincoats, but
yeah,
that's what we get in the British summer.
Just had another look at the radar. It is hit and miss still.
Oh,
with rain. It's just there are several bands coming in, but you just never know whether they'll pass by or hit us.
Well, it's not one big clump of
no, like
rain,
it was
is it?
yesterday.
Yeah, it's bits here and there, so
Yes,
showery
yeah.
expectable.
Yeah, it looks a better bet today.
Yeah. What I like about the way this has gone, I said they've pushed the score on, but they haven't taken risks. We're not talking about slogs and big hits or too many. I think we saw Bess reverse one there, but that was fairly safe, and he didn't overpower it. It's only for 2, wasn't it? See, look at that. It's a proper cricket shot, just forced out to the offside. It's only a single, but it doesn't. You don't have to take risks to score 120, 130 in a session. And these two are proving, well, and Aldridge are proving that really well. They haven't taken risks at all.
Yeah, and no demons in the wicket.
Certainly not, and that does help, obviously, because they can, trust when they do throw their arms at one. They can trust that it's going to be pretty safe. But it certainly looks, from where we were yesterday, it certainly looks now like a good pitch to bat on, which will please the Hampshire top order.
Partnership's already worth 34 for the 7th wicket.
And Bess has got 24 of those, so he's been the senior partner here with the run rate anyway.
He's given Rue a bit of a breather.
Yes. Yeah.
So, still Dawson, still no new ball.
How many minutes has he been out there now? 276 minutes for James Rue. What's that? 4.5 hours?
Yeah, 2:40 is 4, yeah.
Over 4.5 hours.
looking composed and relaxed at the non-striker's end at the moment, James Rue. Nicely stopped there at short extra. That's Nick Gubbins, who's been good there all through the innings. Saving, well, potentially 2 at least, if that had got through him. This time defending from the crease. The crowd's got a bit bigger since the start of play. People may have been feeling a bit pessimistic about the weather early on.
Yeah, I can certainly see why. It was pretty rainy overnight. Perhaps even if it hadn't been raining itself at 11 o'clock, maybe they thought the ground would still be wet, but the ground staff did a cracking job clearing up the field today. It looks brilliant.
Yes, it looks a lot better than it did first thing this season. When they'd had all sorts of difficulties in the late winter, early spring. Gubbins again. This time he can't keep it down to a dot ball because he can only parry it.
He's hurt himself a little there on his hand by the looks of it. Just the sting perhaps from the ball. It was travelling pretty quickly.
Back up and about though.
Is he grimacing as he stands back up?
Yeah, it doesn't look 100%, does he?
No, I think he's holding his wrist. He might have hit him on the wrist, which would be pretty painful. Quite a bony area.
Out to deep extra again from Rue. Comfortable single, just ambled to conclude the over. And really, these two spinners don't look threatening at the moment. James Vince can take the new ball if he wishes. We've got just over a quarter of an hour till lunch. 304 for 6, Rue 117, best 25.
Scorecard looking very much healthier than it was at about this time yesterday.
It's going to be Kyle Abbott. I think this is the moment.
Now, have they taken the new ball, or do you think they'll give him maybe a loosener with the old one?
I think it's the old one.
Yeah, they often do that, don't they? Sort of give you 1 or 2 just so that your full pace got your eye in by the time they swap it for the... Oh, no, they have taken it. They have taken it.
Yes, he just bowled the other one.
Yes, miles away. And there we go. So he warmed up with the old ball. Makes sense. Try and keep it off the ground a little bit. Keep it nice and shiny.
You can see the maker's name now.
There we go. That's why we were wondering. But yes, shiny. New ball in hand. So, Kyle Abbott from the Trescothick Pavilion end, the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. As give it its full name. He was a real tormentor of Somerset yesterday with the first new ball.
4 for 25, his figures at the moment from 13.
Very, very good indeed. So, James Rue, who is settled on 117, will have to face him. Here we go, around the wicket. And straight away, he's causing issues there. Rue maybe just bringing his bat inside the line.
Yeah, difficult to tell. It can be harder to tell with left-handers whether it's genuine play and a miss. But it's not a discouraging start for Kyle Abbott.
No, he'll be fairly pleased, won't he, with that as a first baller to Rue. Here he is again around the wicket to the left-hander, full and on the pads, and Rue's able just to flick this into the leg side. They're going to run quickly for 2, and they will make it.
Well run.
Yeah, take runs off Abbott if you can. He won't be offering you shots like that too often. He just went a bit too full and straight there.
Rue to 119. He's closing in on his highest first-class score.
Just about to check that as this one's defended. Again, there will be a run there. What is his high score?
123 not out.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, absolutely. So he moves to 120 now. So 5 centuries, but never more than 123. So I guess when you're batting at 6,
It's harder.
You run out a little bit of time. As you say, that his high score's not out, so he could have gone on to more on that one. But he certainly would feel like if he can hang around a little bit, he could add quite a bit onto his top score with any luck. Best on strike now, though, the right-hander. Driven. Oh, really nice from Dom Bess. He hasn't fully timed it, and Barker will reach it before it gets to the boundary. But how about that? First ball, you're facing Carl Abbott, who's got 4 for, and he's driving.
We'll take a little bit of shine off the new ball.
Yeah. Fearless stuff, isn't it?
Gliding over the lush outfield.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's going to take a little bit of guts to do that. That's what Bess brings you. Leaving that one alone. Well left, actually. Tricky ball, tricky length. Expensive over by Carl Abbott's standards. 5 runs from it, sorry, so far.
What the thoughts are going over in the mind of Dom Bess coming out to bat on his old home ground.
Well, he had a good reception, I think.
So
he's
he should have done.
yeah.
So you would expect, really.
Yeah, he was popular player for Somerset. Had some fantastic innings with ball and with bat for Somerset in his time here. Driving again, pretty straight, won't get past mid-on. Here is Ian Holland, so the 12th. Just coming on the sub.
And a wicketless over comes to an end for Kyle Abbott. First with the new ball. We weren't saying that very often yesterday.
No.
It was almost a wicket and over at one stage, and barely a run off him.
Just a reminder that, well, firstly, that Aldridge was dropped on 8 by Vince. He went on to make 88, so that was costly. But also, Rue dropped earlier on today, again by Vince, off the bowling of Dawson. He was on 82 at that point, so he's already added 38 runs since that moment. So this has been very, very costly for Hampshire. 2 drops at slip by the captain. Just take a quick look at that drop from earlier on today. And he just sort of half volleys it. Oh, you'd expect that, especially James Vince, to snaffle that.
It's the breadbasket, isn't it?
It really is. And his hands were already low. So
Costly.
he was on 82 at that moment. So we're going to see a change in bowling. Not surprising now with the new ball.
Yeah, it's the same new ball bowler from the river end as yesterday, Mohammed Abbas. It was Barker who took it yesterday morning, Abbott today. First ball passes by Rue's off stump harmlessly. So Barker being held in reserve at the moment. Posted at mid-on for the left-handed Rue. Still the rain avoids us. Long may it continue to do so. Grey skies overhead, as there have been all the way through, well, the game pretty much thus far. Lovely cover drive, but no result.
That was lovely to watch, but if you pick out a fielder, it's not worth any runs.
Yeah, that man again.
Gubbins has been hard to get past for these two. He's owned that area, hasn't he? The offside round cover.
Going to reinforce that offside field.
Yeah, well, that was the shot there. Had it gone either side of Gubbins was guaranteed for, wasn't it? So I'm not surprised they're just thinking that Abbas offers that pace, which probably Rue can use. He's very confident cover driver. There we go, that blocks up that area for him now.
He's managed to squeeze it past either of them, get it down to the man on the boundary, deep backward point. So that'll be a comfortable single for James Rue. 1-2-1. 3-10 for 6. Somerset march on.
8 minutes till the lunch break. 2 runs away for Rue from from levelling and equaling his high score. 3 runs away from it being his best innings in first-class cricket, which he's had a lot to choose from already. Even just this season, he's already scored 500s.
That's a run-up that went wrong for some reason. He lost impetus as he was about to reach the wicket. He must have lost his footing. So has to try again. Could be another comfortable single here. Pushed out to wide-ish mid-on. So Don Bess, who's been going along at a pretty good lick to 27 not out. He's not quite a runner ball, I'm guessing.
38 balls it is.
That's not bad in red ball cricket.
No, that's very respectable.
Another single here.
Clever. They pushed back the offside. He just dropped it in front of him.
Yeah, it was Felix Organ that was the man who'd been moved into that position slightly deeper in the covers, but Rue knew he'd got it to his right, and there was a little bit of a chase. That's why the single was on.
Middleton just moved slightly wider into a pretty much a 3rd slip, really. 2.5 slip.
Outside edge, but that's going to be 4. There's no 3rd man. The deep protection, there are 2 leg side, backward of square, and 1 out at deep extra, but nothing at 3rd man. So comfortable boundary. Involuntary, I think.
I think I'd say to my bowler there, didn't really bowl to your field. You left that as a scoring shot, although maybe they wanted it. They did move the slip slightly wider, so perhaps they thought if you got the shot wrong, then there's the opportunity for a slip catch, but as it was, Bess played it very nicely for another 4. So he moves up to 32.
There's the clock at top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, the analogue one. Heading up, as you see, towards the lunch interval, once that minute hand reaches its zenith.
That's a cameraman getting hungry there, who's zooming in on the clock before the lunch break. Ticking down the minutes. It's Abbott who will continue bowling to James Rue on the verge of a high score, as this is beautifully guided into the offside. Now if they come back for a second, which they will, it will be James Rue's high score. So this is his highest score in first-class cricket, and it has been absolutely brilliant to watch. So he's in uncharted territory now, but what an innings so far from James Rue. 124 not out, a new first-class high score.
Well, I've not seen him bat. I've not seen him play a more important innings for his team. Came in at 41 for 4, and he's still there at 318 for 6.
And these two have put on 50 together as well. Brilliant work, as this is a beautiful drive. Oh, what a shot.
Celebratory.
Oh, that was glorious from James Rue. An on drive like that just shows you how much form he's in. That is beautiful.
Yes, that merits another look.
Look at that. And there's no extra power in that he's trying. He's not trying to slog it. He's just pushing against it, timing it perfectly, knowing where the gap is, and it runs away for 4.
Yes.
Look at that. Oh. Hold that pose. Yes, young man. Yes. Here comes Abbott. This time it's a bit streaky. But it still runs. Just the one of them this time, actually. So Rue on to 129. Best 32. Partnership now of 55 from these two. Don Bess with the 32, so he's been scoring pretty well. The returning Devonian. Oh, he's edged one there. And it hasn't carried to the fielder, who's... what's that? A sort of a fourth slip more than a gully, really, isn't it? The gully's a little bit wider than that, but...
Yeah, and the frustration looked born more of the fact that it didn't carry than was actually a missed chance.
Yeah, I don't think that was a chance. Well, Abbott will be wondering what he's got to do here. He found wickets easy to come by earlier on in the match yesterday, but right now he's going for a few runs. Rue keeps that one out. What are his figures? 4 for 38 from nearly 15 overs. Still very good. Only 6 wickets have fallen and he's taken 4 of them, and the other one that he got was a run out, so he's done all the damage except for 1 wicket. Big fast bowler.
Yeah, and the new ball has been travelling around a bit. Can happen.
Yeah,
is happening.
And that's why captains sometimes are hesitant, isn't it? That they don't want, if they don't feel the conditions are right, or they don't feel their bowlers are in, have had that reset, that recharge. Nice shot, but won't find the gap. Didn't quite get all of that. Hit it too hard into the ground, I think.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8 off the over, 7 off the previous one.
A reminder, just before we head to the lunch break, probably get one more over in now. A reminder that there is a cap presentation today, which we're looking forward to. There's a few Somerset names who haven't played all that much first-class cricket for the team. So Vic Marks is here. I think, well, he's headed downstairs now, probably got the brand new cap in hand, ready to say some, I'm sure, very well-chosen words. He's a man who writes and speaks very eloquently, and he'll do a grand job for whoever's receiving this cap. We'll see that here on the live stream in the lunch break.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas, I'm sure, will be bowling the last over of the morning session. Dot ball to start. And Don Bess looking to see it through to the interval. He's played a thoroughly useful hand here.
128 runs in this session, just the 1 wicket. Very good day for Somerset so far.
Or 2 herring gulls swooping in the general direction of Mohammed Abbas as he turns at the river end. Nicely timed again by Bess, but can't quite find the gap between the 2 men out deep behind square. Picked up by one of them. Another single. Bonus points in play for another 20 and a half, well no, 22 overs, near enough.
Which is enough to get
a couple.
Yeah, certainly 400, you'd think. If Somerset can hang around for another 75 runs, might be pushing it to try another 50 on top of that. But all depends on how these two get on, I think.
Hampshire already assured of 2 for bowling. Have to take 3 more wickets for the 3rd. And they've been finding wicket taking a tough process.
There's Vic, as you can see. He's been up here with us in the box. Andy Hurry behind him. And he's got that new cap in hand. He's giving it a bit of a bash. Chucking it from hand to hand.
Bit of wear and tear.
That's it. Just softening it up for the new user.
Not demanding a stroke and not obtaining one from James Rue.
Yeah, well, at this point, 1 minute past 1, 2 balls left in the over. Just want to get to the lunch break unharmed.
And if they can, it's been emphatically Somerset's morning. Just the 1 dismissal, that of Casey Aldridge for 88, when the total was 268. Squirting away, backward of square on the offside. Will be a single, leg by perhaps. No, bat involved.
That's why the umpire wasn't having anything to do with the appeal, clearly.
Inside edge perhaps.
Yeah. Could well have been. Hard for us to see from this angle as he's facing the wrong way for us at that moment. Abbas running in towards us.
Last ball of the morning session coming up. Under the Taunton floodlights. Oh, a little push. They'll be relieved that he got away with that. Dom Bess. That wouldn't have been a good way to conclude the session if he'd found the outside edge, but didn't. And well, it doesn't look like we're going to.
Oh, we've got a longer session. Got a longer session, have we?
As this is to do with the loss of play yesterday.
Yes, 104 overs today, isn't it? We've been
sorry.
building it up all this time.
Yeah, showing you the clock,
We're getting
everything.
Tummies rumbling across the county. Apologies for that. Do we know what time? To see if we've got a time for the play today. Could well be 15:15.
I might next door and ask Polly.
Yes, that would be. So we'll carry on. Vic will have to wait with the cap in hand as Kyle Abbott is in, and this one defended. Bess needs to be sent back because he was looking for that single there. Can hear the children enjoying themselves. And Trade Nation stand. Hampshire wondering what they've got to do to get a wicket here. It's been a tough old session for them. Putting a fair few overs into the bowler's legs. And not much reward for it either. Just the one wicket so far today. 326 for 6 the score from 80 for 5. It's a brilliant recovery. Left alone there from James Rue. Abbott, who was just the thorn in the side of Somerset yesterday, not having that same impact today. Stephen Lamb returns.
Yeah, drew a bit of a blank initially, but Rob Scallon had the answer. 1:10.
10 past, there we are. So probably 2 more overs probably after this one, depending on how quickly we get through this one. I doubt Hampshire will be that desperate to bowl those 2 extra ones, as that one is again left alone by James Rue. 130. If you're just joining us, this is his first class high score now for James Rue. 130 not out, beating his previous best of 123 not out, and his 5th century of this season.
It's going to boost his average substantially further.
Yeah, already spectacularly good average for James Rue. Before this match was 60.92.
Oh, good ball.
Straight through him. But no touch on it, crucially.
He was mopping his brow, Kyle Abbott, before delivering that one. And just wondering whether, as he felt the perspiration, he thought, I'm going to give it a bit extra here. And he did. That's as good as anything he's bowled today, certainly. Desperately trying to achieve another breakthrough for his team before that lunch interval.
3 slips are in place. Hoping for that movement. It's a bit too straight. It's gone down the leg side this time. And Rue come off bat.
Was there a word or two? Looked
Well,
like
if there was, I'd be amazed if Rue said anything back. He doesn't seem like the sort of player who would give it. Wouldn't be surprised if Abbott was getting a bit frustrated here.
They were certainly at they were at close proximity during the process of that single.
I don't think Abbott could complain all that much, really.
I'm only speculating.
He's already got 4 wickets, and Rue's played very nicely for his runs. His best faces this one. Just hit back down the pitch. That's the end of that over. So what are we, 13:07 now, time-wise? So probably just the one more over. I should think they're not particularly rushing.
They must be getting a bit tired, the Hampshire fielders.
Should think so. And only that one wicket to take heart from in this session so far. 89 overs gone. Somerset 327 for 6, as you can see there. Good partnership here. 59 runs. Bess on 34 and Rue looking just sublime on 131 not out.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge is the one wicket that has fallen this morning, caught by Brown off Dawson for 88. Came in 173 minutes, 13 fours. Felt he'd done enough to deserve 3 figures, really. Key contribution. Talked a lot about Rue, but the Aldridge innings was vital.
Steady the ship. Really did steady the ship with Rue, those two, because it was, well, falling apart, the innings.
Yep.
It has to be said there was batter error for a lot of those early wickets. Some Mead pulling a shot straight to mid-wicket. Abel sending one straight back at the bowler.
Not quite where he intended that time, but getting it safely out on the offside. They were only 12 short of a double-century partnership, those two, Rue and Aldridge.
Yeah, it would have been spectacular. It's the biggest stand for the 6th wicket against between Somerset and Hampshire for Somerset. So frustrating times for Hampshire, but they did pick up that one wicket. But since Bess has come in, he's looked very comfortable there, really.
Those people in the Somerset stand watching have had a good morning's cricket to concentrate on.
Another single there, plenty of gaps around. Barker not that quick in the field, really. He's a big guy. It takes him a little while to get going. There's a couple out on the balcony. Wonder if they've got the stream on today. They're listening in somehow. May well have their earpieces in if you've in the ground. Well worth picking up one of the Virtue Motors earpieces. They just mean you can listen into our commentary whilst watching live.
And that's Somerset's flag. It's gone out of picture now. It's the same flag as is flying above the church, St James Church.
Yes, yeah, proudly flying right by the. I quite like that. Right by the county ground here, the Cooper Associates County Ground. They've got the Somerset flag. There's no doubt there's a partisan church towards the Somerset side, which is great to see.
Yes, and it welcomes Red Bulls arriving in its churchyard.
Yeah. You need a cricket sympathetic vicar really at St James's, don't you?
Playing a miss from Don Bess. Didn't really have to play that.
I don't know why he's walking down the wicket to Abbas there. I feel like it's a little bit of a risky business just before lunchtime.
Yeah, I think
2 balls to go now.
Certainly I've seen Ian Blackwell deposit one in the grounds just below where that flag is flying. St James Church Tower.
I remember Joss Butler putting one in there.
Craig Keyswetter.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. He was such a clean striker of the ball, wasn't he, Craig Keyswetter? Wow. What a talent. What a career he would have had. Had that awful injury not happened to him. He was destined for very good things, I think.
Yeah. I remember that vividly, Charlie, actually. That I was commentating at the time. It was at Wantage Road.
Yes, it was. Northants, wasn't it?
Yeah, ball from David Willey.
Yeah.
And not good to behold. And the oddity was he did come back briefly at the end of that season and got some runs here against Middlesex. And we were all thinking, well, that's great news. You know, he's going to be okay. And then he decided to retire.
Obviously didn't feel quite the same.
Yeah.
He said, I remember his decision. He said if he can't be the absolute best he can be, then he said he didn't want to. He didn't want to be sort of a half version of himself, which I can totally understand. But that is the end of the morning session, a slightly elongated morning session by 10 minutes. And Somerset will be absolutely thrilled, as will their fans, with how that's gone. 329 for 6, which means we've seen 133 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket this morning. James Rue has been the stalwart for Somerset, as he has been so many times already this season. 32 runs he remains on, with having faced 241 balls. Aldridge made a fantastic 88 alongside him, caught off the bowling of Dawson by the wicketkeeper for 88, and Don Best then came out, and he's looked pretty solid, to be fair. 35 runs from 47 balls on his return to Somerset. So Somerset fans will be feeling buoyant and optimistic as to perhaps picking up a couple more of those batting bonus points, and we will go into lunch break now with that on our minds. But Stephen, there is a county cap presentation coming up as well.
Yeah, there is. And those runs of Dominic Bess's, 35 out of 61 the partnership is worth at the moment, unbroken, and it's been good watching. 2 homegrown players, I think we can fairly call them, and the Hampshire players will be maybe a tad disgruntled as they troop off there through past the dugouts and into the changing rooms in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. There's plenty of people around to watch this presentation, as well as the people in the Ondarchi stand, which is just on the right of your picture. You've got the Trade Nation stand out of view on the left, which is still full of school children. So they'll be able to see this as well.
Well, if it's like the old school trips we used to go on, everyone would have a packed lunch in there. There's Matt Henry as well, I think, spotted.
There are a couple of the floodlights of the 5 pylons we've got, both switched on, no doubt using vast sums of electricity.
Well, they're LED,
required.
aren't they? So
yeah, LED is better.
So they're
it's not like
marginal in comparison to some of the other ones around the ground. When you see the old ones now, because I'm so used to these ones at Somerset, you see the old ones sort of powering up, you think it's old tech, whereas these just switch on, flick of a switch, and they're on full brightness. Also, Tom Banton, we can see with his cap on. There's Jack Brooks alongside the New Zealand international Matt Henry. Also, Roelof van der Merwe there as well.
Different view of the church. Yeah. You can hardly see the flag. You can just about make the flag out.
Here's the Somerset lineup. Lewis Goldsworthy, Tom Abel there. Shoaib Bashir in his whites. And Jason Kerr, head coach there too, just putting his sunglasses on.
He'll be a pretty happy man at the moment with the way things are.
Certainly happier than he was this time yesterday when Somerset were staring down the barrel of a skittling, but James Rew and Casey Aldridge making sure that didn't happen. Well, this is, well, firstly, quite a big group of players coming together for it, but secondly, it is eating into the players' lunch break, so I don't think they'll want to be too long. Although with the batting side, I suspect the 2 in-batsmen are going to be given their lunch, whereas the others might already have been tucking in a little. Yeah, who knows?
Those players are part of a guard of honour that's been set up. There, you can see Vic Marks again there, and the other part of that guard of honour is out of your picture on the right. And all looking fairly relaxed. Much more relaxed than they might have done this time yesterday.
Is that the chairman of Somerset there?
That would be Sir Michael Barber.
Barber, yeah, that's right. He's the chairman there, alongside the New Zealand international and the former England international, Vic Marks and Matt Henry, but not in that order.
And it is indeed going to be the aforementioned Matt Henry who's going to be handed a county cap. It is giving some characteristically humorous words.
I'm sure they're very funny. Well, Matt Henry has been a real talent and fantastic signing for Somerset, taking wickets in red ball and helping with no small part as well. A huge help in getting Somerset to finals day, and quite right too. What a player he is, and friendly face in the dressing room and around off the field as well. From all I've heard, he seems to be a really genuinely lovely chap.
He's been a cracking signing, no question about it at all. He's given the attack a critical lift, really. Combination of him and Craig Overton since he arrived has been absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, perfect foil for Craig Overton, offering that same difficult length and bowling the heavy ball. Presumably his partner and child as well in that photo. Family affair. Nice to see. This is the lovely part of cricket, isn't it? It's the whole family. You come together. It means so much to everyone. This is a genuinely lovely moment. for Somerset and for their fans watching this. Really lovely moment.
Yeah, and the whole handshakes all round.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Well, and you kind of want these sorts of occasions to happen while Somerset are in a good position in the game, because everyone will be feeling a bit better about it. So Somerset, at 329 for 6, are in a very good position. We're going to leave it there for now. Congratulations to Matt Henry getting his Somerset cap. We'll see him in action, no doubt, on Saturday at Edgbaston. But for now, we will say goodbye. We'll be back in around about half an hour's time to bring you the afternoon session, weather permitting. Have a lovely lunch, and we'll see you then.
As this is our annual schools match, we've got thousands of reporters and staff from schools across the region joining us over the first 3 days. Yesterday we had our first teacher catching challenge, and we've got another one for you going right now. Stumpy the Wyvern, our mascot, is out there to make sure everything is above board. We've got 3 rounds to bring you. Round 1 is a space hopper round, where the hopper will be bounced into the air, and the teachers have to do is catch it. Round 2 is a sticky hat round. Teachers can choose either a hard hat or a helmet. They then have 3 balls thrown at them. They have to catch as many as they can on the hats, on the Velcro strips. You get 1 point for each ball they catch. Round 3 is a tennis racket round. A tennis ball will be hit as high into the air as possible. Teachers have to try and catch it. And if there's time, we'll have a squash ball round, where a squash ball will be hit as high into the air as possible, and the teachers have to catch it. Introduce the contestants. We have 7 of them today. Paul Arnold from Brunel Primary and Nursery Academy. We've got Rob Norton from High Pickington C&E Academy. Paul Arnold is the first contestant. He's going to have another go. Andy Watkins, Joe Wilkins, Cam Birch, Tom Hearn, Rob Clutterbuck are the other contestants. Here we go then. Paul Arnold with the first space hopper challenge. And it's down. No points for Paul. Next up is Rob Norton from High Pickington C&E Academy. Good luck, Rob. I think we're going to have that one again. Poor delivery. Up it goes, Rob's under it. And after a juggle, he sinks the catch. Well done, Rob. 1 point to you. Next we have Joe Wilkins from Manicourt Primary. Fabulous catch from Joe. Birch from Somerset Bridge Primary School. Fabulous catch there. Great celebration to match. Well done. Next is Tom Hurd from Ufcombe School. That was a tricky one, that one. But he's getting another go. Great catch there. Finally, we got Rob from Woodlands Park Library. Fabulous catch, well done. Great scores all round. We move on to round 2, which is the sticky hat round. First up, Paul Arnold, and he gets 1 already. Attempt 2, nothing there. 1 more to go. 1 point to Paul Arnold. Well done, he's on the board. Next we have Andy Watkins from Holsworth Community College. First up, well done. 2 more to go. 2, can he make it a hat-trick? He does! Cool as a cucumber, Andy Watkins. So Andy storms into the lead with 4 points after 2 rounds. Joe Wilkins up next from Manicourt Primary. Attempt 2. Lucky Joe, try this last one. Unlucky. No points for Joe on this occasion. We have Cam Birch from Somerset Bridge Primary School up next. Attempt 1 just over the head. Unlucky, no points for Cam Birch on this occasion. Next we've got Tom Hurd from Ufcombe School. Hard to match Andy Watkins' hat-trick in this round. That's a good start there, well done Tom. Close to a second, you've got another attempt here. Unlucky, 1 point though, takes you to a total of 2. And finally in this round, Rob Butterbuck from Woodlands Park Primary School. Got some decent dance moves, so he's good. Steady head up. 1 so far, 1 to go. 1 point, that takes Rob to 2 points in total. Those scores after 2 rounds. Paul Arnold has 1 point. Andy Watkins in the lead with 4. Joe Wilkins has 1. So does Cam Birch. Tom Hurd has 2. Rob Clutterbuck has 2. Round 3, this tennis racket round. It will be hit as high into the air as possible. Paul Arnold up first. Good luck. Nearly as high as the front line. Paul's legs are wobbling. Unlucky ball. Next up, Andy Watkins from Holsworth Community College. Our leader so far, he's confident. Never in doubt. What a performance. Joe Wilkins up next. Good luck, Joe. Birch is up next from Somerset Bridge Primary School. Get behind him. Oh, that was a tough one. Great effort. Unlucky. Okay, it's Tom Hurd's third from Uthcombe School. 2 points already. Can he make it 3? Oh, so close. Finally around 3 is Rob Butterbuck from Woodlands Park Primary. I think we're going to have that again. Bit of a slice on that. Rob out of breath now, so a lot of pressure on this one. Here we go. Brilliant! Brilliant! What a great finish. Great hands. We are going into the squash ball round. Andy Watkins leads at the moment with 5 points. Rob Butterbuck has 3. Paul Arnold up first though, the squash ball round. Ah, fabulous catch from Paul Arnold of Brunel Primary. Well done. Here's our leader, clear leader, Andy Watkins from Holsworthy Community College. You can't see it. We're going to have another go at that one. Attempt number 2 for Andy Watkins. Backpedaling, sidestepping. Fantastic catch. What a performance from Watkins. Joe Wilkins up next in the squash ball challenge. When one-handed, it was a brave effort, but not to be. Here comes Cam Birch from Somerset Bridge Primary. And he goes down, unlucky Cam. Tom Hurd steps up from Uthcombe School. He's got 2 points so far. Can he make it 3? Just squeezed out, unlucky there, Tom. And finally, Rob Butterbuck, who's sitting in second place with 3 points so far. Lots of noise from the Woodlands Park Primary students. Here comes Rob's effort. And it goes down. And that brings to an end a fantastic teacher catching challenge. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for the teachers to playing along. Many congratulations to our winner today, Andy Watkins from Holsworthy Community College, who receives a Somerset County Cricket Club cap. Well done, Andy. lunch at Canterbury. Kent were bowled out for 171 on day 1. Warwickshire currently lead by 100 runs. They are 271 for 5 in response after 84 overs. The last score in Division 1, Essex against Lancashire at Blackpool. Been heavily rain affected there. Essex chose to bat first and are 100 for 4 at lunch on day 2, with just 38 overs possible in that match so far. They've had a lot of rain in South Wales. At Cardiff, just 5 deliveries possible so far. Across the 2 days, Glamorgan not without loss after Leicestershire chose to field first with just 5 balls bowled before rain returned again this morning. It's lunch at Hove, where Sussex are taking on Derbyshire. Sussex posted 402 all out in their first innings. Derbyshire 56 for 1 on 21 overs, still trailing by 346. At Worcester, Worcestershire hosting Yorkshire. Yorkshire 219 for 1 in their first innings. Day 1 was heavily rain affected. 51 overs have been bowled so far in the match. Finley Bean has made 105 not out. Up at Chester Street, Durham taking on Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire were bowled out earlier today for 360. Durham in response 101 for 3. At lunch, they trail by 215 runs. That brings you up to date with all the scores around the country. A reminder that the lunch interval is until 1:50. The afternoon session is between 1:50 and 4 o'clock. Tea will be taken at 4 until 4:20. The close of play is scheduled for 6:30 today. There's a wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks available today from the following outlets: Stragglers Coffee House, Salt and Molten Fish and Chip Bar, and the Beaufort Bar, both of which are situated in the Lord Beaufort stand. Each concession fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions in the Humour Associates County Grant. A reminder too that in association with Virtue Motors, Somerset County Cricket Club will be providing radio earpieces to enable members and supporters to enjoy our fantastic live ball-by-ball match commentary. These will be available to purchase from reception in the Marcus Truscotty Pavilion at a cost of £12. These earpieces will last for the whole season. Today, Vic Marks is part of our commentary team. so far, 4 byes, 2 leg byes, 10 no rules and 1 wide. Rolling figures for Hampshire. Keith Barker, 15 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 69. Mohammed Abbas, 21 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 75. Kyle Abbott, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 39. Liam Dawson, 25 overs, 6 maidens, 1 wicket for 58. James Fuller, 11 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 74. And Felix Organ, 2 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 8 runs. Led out by Captain James Lynch. Please welcome back our visitors, Hampshire.
Very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground on what's been a very good day for Somerset so far against Hampshire. They've continued the revival that got underway yesterday after a very poor start to their innings, 41 for 4, then 80 for 5, and they're now 329 for 6. You'd have got a good odds on that at lunchtime yesterday. I'm Stephen Lamb, Sam Dalling alongside, and James Rue, just strength to strength, and what a partnership it was between him and Casey Aldridge, who's the one man who's been dismissed so far today.
I've almost run out of words afternoon, Stephen, by the way, but for James Rue, the superlatives, I've gone through them all. He just is a wonderful, wonderful talent. But as you say, Casey Aldridge deserves a lot of credit. Vic was saying he looked like a batter rather than an all-rounder. A bit unfortunate for him, really, to be the man to fall, to not quite make that second 100. And then that set the platform up. I said to Charlie before that Don Best would have had his pads on at about midday yesterday, thinking I might be in at 50, 60 for 6 or whatever it might have been. And he's coming in a very different situation and actually being allowed to free his arms up a little bit, play some positive shots. James Rue will keep going. What is it? His best first-class score?
Yep, by 9 runs. And Don Best, 35 from 47 deliveries, which is pretty good going. He's on strike as play gets underway for this afternoon session. Got a flurry of herring gulls flying around the ground. More than I've seen, I think, here at Taunton, as Kyle Abbott comes in to open the session. And that's outside the off stump, not requiring Don Bess's attention. We've got dozens of gulls.
There seem to be more this season than in previous years.
Yeah, I think that's right.
There'd be a lot of kids' lunchboxes out there, by the way, Stephen, though. Some sandwich crusts being
That could well be it, couldn't it?
over in that Trade Nation stand.
Yes. And in fact, the majority of the gulls, if I can call it that, they are hovering over that very stand.
They're not silly.
Abbott then in again. And, lovely drive, but straight to Nick Gubbins, who's been ever present in that extra cover position. He's had a lot of work to do, and he's done it very well.
Yeah, he'll be looking forward to having a bat on this pitch. I think the general consensus is it is quite flat. It was doing a little bit of the new ball yesterday. He's turned a couple for Liam Dawson, a few kept low as well. So there is something in it for both batters and bowlers, and I think that actually has been the way with a lot of these Taunton pitches. Certainly after the first couple of games, it can be quite hard work for the bowlers, but there's something in it for them as well.
Abbott then, this is his 17th over in all. Had 4 wickets yesterday and effectively 5 with a run out. But his figures not quite as good. They're still pretty tidy. 4 for 39 from coming up to 17. Mohammed Abbas still wicketless after 21 overs. 0 for 75. Will he continue from the river end? We'll soon find out.
I'd be inclined to go Keith Barker, I think, from the river end. A little bit expensive for Bass by his standards.
Leading edge out to deep backward point. Comfortable single for Don Bess, so he's underway for the session. Yeah, Keith Barker hasn't had a spell with the new ball yet either. It's just been these two, Abbott and Abbas.
And he took the first new ball, just bowled the 3 overs before Abbott came in and started taking wickets straight away. Got Tom Lammonby in his first over, what feels like a long time ago yesterday. I'd be tempted to go with him as the field goes back for Rue.
And Abbott's going round the wicket. Still a pretty attacking field with 2 slips and a gully, or maybe 2 slips and then a 4th slip for a batter who's on 132 not out. Still bonus points in play. Another 19 overs that both sides have to add to what's on the board already. Somerset have 2 for batting. They're 20 runs away from the 3rd. And Hampshire need 3 more wickets for their 3rd and final bowling point. End of Abbott's over. Almost saw a glimpse of the sunshine for the first time in the game, really.
Surely not, Stephen. Surely not.
It's trying.
I don't think Somerset can think about the bonus points too much. Like, if they don't get bowled out from here in the next 19 overs, you'd think they'll get their 3rd batting bonus point. The 4th one might be touch and go. It is going to be Keith Barker by the looks of things. Left arm seamer Barker from the river end. Then it's his first go with this 2nd new ball. 15 wicketless overs so far for him. There's that scorecard on the screen. Don Bess unbeaten on 36 at a healthy strike rate, and James Rue 132 from 244 balls, his career best. Kyle Abbott doing the majority of the damage yesterday, took the first 4 wickets, and that unfortunate run out of George Bartlett backing up at the non-striker's end. It felt, particularly with a wicket like that, it felt like the luck was with Hampshire. Although they bowled beautifully actually first up yesterday, so it wasn't lucky, but it felt like it wasn't going to be Somerset's day. Barker's in. Best just batting a yard or 2 outside of his crease there. Though notice that all the batters they are batting outside their crease, they're jumping back quickly. Batters are on high alert after Lords a couple of weeks ago. In theory, we've got 70 overs left today, Stephen.
Tea at 4, so a bit later. Lunch was 10 minutes later, and tea will be approximately 20.
Shot from Don Bess. He's had a flash at it, but there is a fielder down there, Fletcher Middleton at deep backward point. Just 1 slip in for Bess with Barker bowling. Abbott had a couple of slips in a gully. Just the 1 for Barker. Field spreads for James Rue, deep backward point. Deep square leg, long leg. Still the 1 slip. Ringer fielders on the offside. James Vince, the captain in a mid-wicket. Almost in a catching position. I wouldn't say it's a short mid-wicket quite, but he is there for one that just loops up. James Rue, as he so often is, happy to leave the good balls alone. Him and Ben Duckett are from completely different schools, aren't they? They both score runs heavily, but they couldn't be more opposite if they tried.
Yeah, the gulls are homing in on the kids' lunches still, over to our right. That's steered away, down to 3rd man. Sorry, Sam,
that's all right.
Nicked your delivery, but it's gone for 4 anyway. So that'll be James Rue's 15th boundary.
Yeah, just pushing it, that one. Soft enough hands to keep it down. I don't think he's in complete control of that shot. It went wide.
The gulls, the birds.
They fancy the scraps, don't they?
Daphne du Maurier could write a book about it. I think she did.
Good running there from Root. Pushed it to the left of James Vince, who had to come around, which allowed them to scramble through for that single. Well, comfortable in the end it was. Let's have a look. Are they back out everywhere else? Bad news, I think, from up in Birmingham is that the Western Storms game was called off. No result up there. Too much rain, so their 50 over match against
That's a shame.
Central Sparks And the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, a washout.
Well played. Good length from Barker.
End of the over. 92 gone, 336 for 6. They are back out everywhere bar Cardiff, I think, where they've barely got going. Knott's going along nicely, 91 for 1 against Surrey. Haseeb Hamid's got 37 unbeaten. Will Young, 34 unbeaten for him on his Nottinghamshire debut. Responding to Surrey's 355. Middlesex, 150 for 5 now, so will they get that second batting bonus point of the season? Northamptonshire failed. Middlesex were going along quite nicely. They've lost a couple of quick wickets, so 150 for 5.
Abbott to continue, and Rue to leave. First delivery of Abbott's 18th. Hard work for this Hampshire attack at the moment. Moving on towards the halfway stage of this game, which will be at round about 7 o'clock this evening. Extended day today, given the time we lost yesterday. Still 69 overs to be bowled. Crisply timed and placed. 4 more.
Timing, as you say, Stephen. It's pure timing, that. Newish ball, 8 overs old. Over pitch, but it still had to be put away. Perfect balance as well. You saw Rue had his back leg up, but he was so still when he played that shot. Let's have another look. It's not even the back leg was on the ground, but it was just the head position. Focus it off his hips, runs, but he knows he doesn't need to there.
Outside edge, but perfectly safe, and will bring him another single. He was aiming in that general area anyway. James Rue. 141. He is extending that career best exponentially. 142 now. 123 not out was the previous career best. And still he bats on. And still he entertains. Lovely straight drive for no run. This time from Dom Bess. "25 years of age now. Dom Bess came in, he was 19, 20 when he first came into the Somerset side. But still young.
But still got his best years ahead of him. And not even, you would say, in his prime yet, particularly for a spinner who takes a bit of time to learn the trade. Shot.
Yeah, that's 4 all the way, isn't it? He really has looked the part. Dom Bess on his return to Taunton. Into the 40s now. 3, 4, 5 for 6. Tidy.
Very tidy. Very tidy shot from Dom Bess. In complete control of that. Just knows where the gap is. Happy to hit it in the air. No fielder at deep square.
And not engaging with the next one, which is the last of the over. Sunglasses returned along with cap to Kyle Abbott, whose figures have been dented, it's reasonable to say. 4 for 49 now.
What did he bowl? 10 overs, 4 for 20, I think, at one point
he had 3 for 5 or something at one stage yesterday.
Yes, his first spell, you're right. 6 overs, 3 for 5. Still a decent workout for Kyle Abbott, but hasn't had as much joy. Neither have Hampshire. Not since that first hour where they really dominated Somerset. 60 for 5. Feels a long, long time ago. Barker is going to continue to Rue, just batting outside of his crease. Lovely shot there from James Rue. We'll just pick up the one. Abbott. Out of frustration, I think his midfield just chucked that one in because Rue was about 3 yards past the umpire by the time he was taking evasive action. So it was kind of a wildish throw that wasn't particularly accurate.
It's a good thing Rue had an eye on it. Yeah. He's on to 143. 346 for 6 now.
Around the wicket then, Barker to Dom Best, the right-hander. Short, and Best is trying to pull it, but just a little bit early. It goes all along the ground to mid-off.
Various landmarks looming. Somerset 350. The Rue 150 is 7 away. And the Best 50 is 9 away.
And James Vince is warming up. Not sure he's going to come on. You never know, though. Would be rogue. Would be rogue. Less than 10 overs into the second new ball. There is James Vince on screen now as Best is just opening the face but can't get it either side of James Vince. You'll quite fancy his chances batting on this deck, mind you, Stephen. A wonderful player to watch. You know, if you're not at the ground when James Vince is playing, you look at the scorecard and you see he's got runs, you know they're going to have been attractive. The highlights are always well worth looking.
Yeah, very watchable batter. Very experienced one now as well. Dawson at first slip at the moment. Threw both arms in the air. I think that was more out of frustration than anything else.
Still warming up, James Vince. Just going for a bit of a hamstring stretch there. So much experience, and those three fielders just in front of us, Stephen. Ben Brown, keeper, Liam Dawson at first slip, and James Vince a kind of fly gully. Best just takes a couple of steps down the pitch, steps inside that short ball from Barker and hits it all the way for 6 into the Somerset stand. Lovely shot from Dom Best, draws warm applause, and although it's in the air again, he's in complete control of that. Best, Barker saw him coming, dug it back. Best swivels, hits it for 6, and Somerset have 350. 352 for 6 and a third batting bonus point.
Yeah, it's the shorter boundary with the wicket where it is on the square. Carrying comfortably into that Somerset stand. Well played, Dom Bess. On to 47. That won't go to the boundary. There's a man at deep backward square, Fletcher Middleton. So just a single, but it does enable Dom Bess to keep the strike at the end of the over. So 353 for 6. Rue 143. Bess 48. 94 overs bowled altogether in this innings.
See the wind on screen there. Blustery here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Not much fun for Hampshire to be out there. They'd have enjoyed the first hour yesterday, but they've been out there in the wind, sweeping across. And there's those goals you were talking about, Stephen. Just chilling out now. They've probably had their food. Chilling out.
Time for a siesta. So, man being taken out of second slip for Dom Bess. That's Middleton. He's gone to short mid-wicket. Still Kyle Abbott from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. There's going to be some tired Hampshire limbs this evening. In the field yesterday, slightly truncated, but not today. We've been on unbroken since the start. The rain has kept away, although the skies are still grey. There's no immediate threat. Pivoted nicely again. Will just get a single. Beautifully timed. Was on the man at deep square, like a shot, which is what it was. So Abbott still toiling away.
It has become toil a bit now, hasn't it?
Broad of shoulder, strongly built altogether. Fine bowler, running away from us.
Yeah, wonderful cricket. 2 wickets short of 350 red ball wickets for Hampshire. What a signing he has been for them over the past, is it 5 or 6 seasons he's been there? The record is slightly kind of broken up because he didn't end up coming in 2020. We all know what happened there with the pandemic, but he's played a couple of years since and a couple of years either side.
Firm clip off his toes by James Root. Just a shot of a player who's got every confidence in the pitch. Ball not deviating significantly. It's what, 12 overs old, this new ball now. And batting looks a reasonably straightforward affair, as it's done for much of the day. Don't know how it works with the school kids, but there are sort of batches of them. The Trade Nation stand has emptied to a degree, but there's still quite a few. You can hear possibly some enthusiastic shouting in the background. More runs here for Dom Bess. Could be 4 of them. Is 4 of them. That's his half century. Well batted Dom Bess. And applause all the way around the ground, including from the school children. In the Colin Atkinson Pavilion as well. And words of encouragement from James Roux. Another good stand has developed between these two. Came together with the total on 268, so they're just 9 runs away from a century partnership.
Yeah, been brilliant from Dom Bess. Scored his runs at a decent lick, come out and been positive straight away, given that platform by Roux and Aldridge. Gets a little hug from James Roux, and there won't be many more popular returnees than Dom Bess, albeit just for 1 game. Lovely to have him back. Bit of a change of bowling, I think. Keith Barker is going to come out of the attack, and Liam Dawson is going to have his first go with the second new ball.
And first go from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 83 balls. No, right, third time. 66 balls for Dom Bess's 53 not out. 7 fours and that splendid 6 we saw just a short while ago into the Somerset stand.
Dawson then got a slip in, got a man under the helmet, Fletcher Middleton at short leg, Roux on strike. Just feeling for that one outside off stump. Head in hands from Dawson. Just a little bit late. For a second I think he was going to leave that Roux, and then he just tried to bring the bat down to cut it away. He's on 144, 6 short of his first 150 score. Just happy to push that one into the offside. The sweeper out there, casually doing the fielding. Joe Weatherly for a single.
Don't know where I got the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end idea from.
I didn't like
I think
to say.
that's the end where he was when he was getting ready.
Wow, you know,
Yeah.
Stephen.
Beg his and Marcus Trescothick's pardon.
Bess on strike then. Short leg comes out. Don Bess is on the back foot, pushing it out towards James Fuller. They'll think about a second. James Rue half fancied it. Don Bess said no. A little bit of fancy footwork from Dawson.
I think in terms of average spectators, leaving the school children aside, the ground's as full as it's been all day now.
Rue just pushing it back to Liam Dawson. Yeah, and
Certainly the James Hildreth stand is well populated, and the Somerset stand is fuller than it was in the first session.
it's warm enough out there, it's just quite windy. Rue just playing across the line a little bit there, showing some intent. Don Bess this time wants to. James Rue is happy to just take the single. Throw comes in, Fletcher Middleton takes it in front of Ben Brown. Takes the helmet off. Look forward to seeing him bat at some point as well. Oh, he's edged and he's gone. Don Bess reached his half century, but he's now nicked Liam Dawson behind. Good catch from Ben Brown up to the stump. Somerset have lost their 7th wicket. It's Don Bess to go. Liam Dawson, who's bowled beautifully, has his second wicket of the game, I think.
Yep,
2 for
second.
62 for Dawson. Finger went straight up. Don Bess was marching off.
Yeah, he's taken
anyway.
both of the wickets that have fallen today. Liam Dawson, Casey Aldridge for 88, and now Don Bess for 54. But that's a more than handy contribution from Dominic Bess. Not an unfamiliar figure in these parts, heading off towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion, but he knows he's played his part in this Somerset batting revival.
Yeah, batted beautifully, Don Bess. Just what Somerset needed, really. A bit of momentum as well. They'd had the rebuild, now it's time to push on. And that looks to me like it might be Alfie Ogborn coming out into the middle, ahead of Jack Brooks, head of show Bashir. So Ogborn for his first action in a first-class game, as we see that replay. Best just getting his feet stuck there, really. Wasn't sure whether to go forward or back, and just nicked it behind. And so there's means end of the over means Alfie Ogborn won't be on strike. It'll be James Rue. There's that catch from Ben Brown.
Don Bess walking off straight away.
Indeed. Only 6 overs gone then. Brilliant to have you all on the live stream. Now there's plenty of you tuned in at home, more than well over 2,500 of you, but I know plenty of you are tuned in the ground as well, thanks to those Virtu Motors headsets that are a wonderful addition this season. If you're listening through one of them, you've already got one, but nudge your mate next to you, tell them to get themselves to the shop and buy one. We love
Any
having the
listeners
feedback.
over there in the James Hildreth stand we can identify? Perhaps not immediately.
I'm sure there's 1 or 2 in there, Stephen.
Here's Carl Abbott. Here's a single for James Rue. He's looking for 2, and in the end decided not to, but well alert to the possibility, Rue, because there was a gap. There were 2 fielders converging on it. So he had 2 in mind, not quite there. So we're going to see Alfie Ogborn's first ball received as a batter in first-class cricket. 3-6-3 for 7. Big moment, and James Rue having a quick word. No doubt an encouraging one. Carl Abbott wouldn't be encouraging at all. He's got his double teapot at the moment, at the end of his run. He's wanting to make short work of the debutant. Ogborn settles and plays it comfortably enough. It's a copybook defensive push out on the offside. Well done.
Well, he played, not played much club cricket this year, played a dozen matches for Bridgewater in 2022, only batted 5 times, best of 20 unbeaten, so tends to back down the order even in club cricket, but that Bridgewater side is strong. George Bartlett plays for them. Tom Lace was playing for them, Will Smead at times, Will Williams, who went and got a contract at Lancashire.
Well, it's not essential.
Firm defensive push. Looking okay. So far so good. There will be some butterflies in the Ogbourne stomach. It's a special thing, isn't it, to see someone come into bat for the first time in their first-class career. Upright stance. And played that pretty well in the end. Climbed at him and just fended it down to backward point. Nothing wrong with the way he played that.
Yeah, faces a stern test really. Carl Abbott as the first bowler you face in the county championship.
Two deliveries remaining in this over.
It'd be nice if you went to Beefy's school, but Beefy's school may not. Buckler's Mead.
Buckler's Mead, that was it. That was the one. Well, that's still going.
My guess is, is it? Yeah.
We're going to have another attacking fielder put in, yes. Wide-ish leg slip to add to the two slips and a gully. But again, Ogbourne gets everything behind that defensive push. Barker, the fielder, at extra cover. Still plenty of breeze out there in the middle. Flags on the Andy Caddick Pavilion and in other parts of the ground flying freely as Ogbourne completes his defence in his first over batting in first-class cricket. He's faced 4 deliveries and dealt with them more than adequately. Conversation between him and James Rue. Time's up for me for the moment. High time, in fact, that I hand over to Vic Marks.
Thank you very much, Stephen. He'll be back with us later on this afternoon. Vic's going to jump in. Charlie Taylor's here too, our commentary quartet. And we are here thanks to WPA Health Insurance, our principal live stream sponsor this season. Brilliant to have them with us. Brilliant to have you with us as well. We do keep an eye on the YouTube comments and any social media interaction as well. Somerset in a strong position. Who'd have thought today? 60 for 5, 363 for 7. It's largely, well, there's a big partnership between James Rue and Katie Aldridge. James Rue is still out there. He's on 147, his 5th county championship 100 of the summer. It's his career best score, and I dare say there'll be a few more hundreds in the years to come. But for now, it's about this game, and Vic's back.
Oh, he's given him the reverse sweep. That's an extravagant shot by the standards of this innings, but quite neatly played. He's waited till he's 147 before he's unveiled his reverse sweep. I can cope with that, even as an old niggardly pro. He's just raised his bat again routinely for the 150 mark. What a season he's having. I mean, I like this stat about the fact that there's only 2 teenagers who've scored 6 centuries. Have you heard this one?
Who, like Dan Lawrence, maybe? One?
Yeah, but in the history of the game in England,
really? Okay.
only 2 teenagers have scored 6 centuries in first-class cricket. If the source is correct, Dan Lawrence and James Rue. Not Dennis Compton or Len Hutton or David Gower.
He's got a bit of time.
He's got a bit of time to get past Dan Lawrence, who's now no longer a teenager.
I think someone said that Lawrence maybe made one in a game against the universities.
Well, was it first class?
It was, but
So
but county championship 100s, I think someone
Okay,
was saying.
yeah.
If we want to give him the outright.
Well, I'm not
It's still
bothered
pretty
either
good.
way. Anyway, it is remarkable. Alfie Ogbourne. We're just having a look at him. That could be out, you know. I think that probably bounced too much, but it looked like it was in line. There is a bit of interest there.
Yeah.
That ball has started to turn. The ball that got Dom Bess, it might have been a slightly, but that turned a little bit. That'll cheer Dom up. You've got a meagre 54, not a bad comeback. Just look at his figures, actually, given that it's been a hard slog for Hampshire from 80 for 5. Actually, Dawson has kind of cemented his reputation as a rock-solid, reliable since 27th over. He's got 2 for 65. Both his wickets, actually, from good deliveries that have turned just a little bit.
He's got a touch of the Stuart Broads about him in terms of celebrating as well. He's very enthusiastic with his celebrating. He likes to.
I didn't notice that.
He really goes up for everything. Lots of heads on hands.
There's a puff of dust.
There is.
That's out of the bowler's footmarks, probably. It's turned, and it's probably just. It was on line with the stumps, I'd say, but obviously too high. But that will be of some interest to Somerset's brace of off-spinners. Don't think we'll count George Bartlett, though we have seen him bowl in first-class cricket this year.
Suspect he might not bowl as many overs in this game.
No. But it'll be an interesting prospect, and I think when Somerset do take the field with a new pace attack, we'll see quite a lot of Shoaib Bashir and indeed Dom Bess. Alfie Ogborn. He's away. And he must be quite a good player because he's coming in ahead of Jack Brooks.
Oh, exactly. First-class centurion, Jack Brooks.
And I have seen Alfie bowl a little bit, mostly on a laptop, left arm over, but I'm no expert at his batting. But he's just tucked that one nicely off his hip. He's batting above Jack Brooks. He's getting into proper positions, like any man born in the Oval tends to do. We've been doing a bit of research. Born in the Oval.
Harry Everett would know all about it.
Of course he would. He's probably hit him for 4. And he's one of the many Somerset players who turn out for Bridgewater now and again.
Does indeed.
I mean, if they get them all together, in theory, Bridgewater should be a handy side.
Yeah, it's a serious team they've got. He plays. Ned Leonard plays, I think. Will Smee plays up there.
Tom Banton plays, I think, now and again. Not very often, but now and again. Anyway, he's got a first-class run. Now that is that's not going anywhere. It's going for a single. It's a very short, tempting boundary there, and I don't know what James Rew was, whether he's trying to clear that boundary and miss-hit it. I'm not sure, but he can do what he likes.
I think they've got half an eye on that bonus point for 400.
Well, they've got plenty of time.
Yeah, they do.
They've got over 11 overs to get 31. I mean, that shouldn't be, well. Penzu's what's happening.
Strike, isn't it? Really?
I mean, it seems preposterous to be even thinking about that. From 80 for 5, 40 for 4. Well played, Alfie. He is, if you see him side on, there's not much to him, is there?
Yes, very slender man.
He's a slender man. I mean, what we're hoping to see, left arm over, always handy, is whether he can get that new ball just to swing in like some left armers do. LBW ball, Ogburn.
Nice,
This is what we keep an eye open for. Oh, where's he going? That's all right, just about. Fuller is the enforcer, but it hasn't really worked very well so far for him. He's in his 12th over and he's gone for 77, but that's partly because he's been asked to bang it in and see what happens on what is, for the seamers, a pretty bland surface to bowl on. Field spreads now. He's got licence to bowl short. It spreads a bit. They're bringing one man in because this is the last ball of the over, and they like to have Ogbourne facing Dawson. This will be a high bouncer. And he's smacked it for 4. He would have preferred 3, but 4 will do.
Just starting to pick up the scoring rate a little bit, James Reed. That happens when you're 150 not out. I think
Well,
you're
also,
seeing it
he's
quite
got
well.
the tail in. So he's unveiled his first reverse sweep against Dawson. Dawson will be relishing the prospect of bowling to a callow debutant with his left arm spin. And he has got the odd ball to turn both to the left and right-hander. The right-hander, probably not so much rough there. Not viciously, but just enough to keep you interested. Field sort of closing in. No easy getaway for Ogbourne, who is in fresh territory. 374 for 7. Hard to fathom. And quite hard if you're a Hampshire opening batsman or a Hampshire captain to get your head round. You've been thinking about batting for quite a long time now. At 80 for 5, you're thinking, well, if they get 200, we'll be a bit disappointed. So whilst the pitch remains pretty bland, there is that sort of slight sort of psychological pressure that, hang on, something's gone wrong here. What's that? Well, it's a nice piece of bowling. It's a quicker ball that's skidded on. So that's the end of Alfie Ogbourne. All part of the early learning process.
Such a clever bowler, Dawson. He's bowled beautifully. Knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, it just came back in. There's no... that was a fairly simple decision. Got stuck on the crease. Change of pace. Well bowled. So Alfie will focus on his bowling, which is what he's in the team for. And I presume it'll be the slightly more experienced Jack Brooks coming out.
Will it be him or should it be Bashir? I
No,
don't
Jack
know.
Brooks, surely. But we'll wait and see.
Well, he will free his arms, Jack Brooks.
I would have thought so, yeah.
There'll be a little bit of chaos, or it won't last very long.
I think this is Jack Brooks.
Bashir is a very tall man.
Yeah. It was always worth watching. You never quite know how long for. I have seen him in years gone by change a game from number 10 or 11. He's not easily overruled. I don't know what sort of nicks he's in.
I don't think it really matters, does it?
He can. I mean, he's a beautiful timer of the ball. He's
Yeah,
a
he
hitter
does.
of the ball.
Hand-eye coordination, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's all
yeah.
it is with Brooks.
We'll see. James Rue's coming over. I don't know. It's just a little knuckle tap and a little conversation. I imagine Jack knows how he's going to play. Field to be up. As I say, there's a little bit of help. Dawson has done well. He's in his 28th over now, 3 for 65. He could end up with a 5 for here. But nonetheless, James Vince will be wondering, 374 for 8. Not in my worst nightmares did I think this was going to be the case. And it will give a little bit of leeway to Shoaib Bashir and Dom Bess when they come on, in the knowledge that there's a bit of space to bowl. Anyway, what's Jack Brooks going to give us today? Just having a look. They don't bother with a bat pad for Jack.
He fired that one in as well, Dawson, didn't he? Might throw a couple up, just tempt him.
Well, I don't need to. I think he'll hit anyway when he decides it's a good idea. Look at that, right in the middle of the bat. Yeah, what's he on? It's the end of the over nearly, so they're quite happy for Jack to take a single. So they're sort of spreading the field to allow him to do so. Everyone's going back. You can have one, Jack. Let's see if he takes it.
It's not subtle, is it?
Not really, but it's sort of understandable.
Oh, yeah.
He's not bothering. I'll leave it to you. Oh, yes, no, hang on. I'll have one. I mean, that's fair enough. I think he can play, Jack Brooks. Who's bowling this end? Fuller.
Yeah,
I wonder if Fuller, I mean, he obviously bowled a few bouncers at Alfie, who's a callow youth. But, I mean, you've got one of the senior citizens out there. I think you'll bounce him as well, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, Vic.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you're right.
Tell you what, we're almost down. I'm not going to say bathed in sunshine, Vic, but the sun is out, isn't it? It's broken through.
I mean, I looked at one forecast this morning and I thought, struggle to get much cricket today, but the lights are still on rather ridiculously.
Well, it's probably about the first time in the game where you wouldn't have needed a little bit of artificial light. It's been pretty dark and pretty gloomy, even from the very start of yesterday morning. But there's now actual real sunshine bathing the Cooper Associates County ground.
Oh well, I'm just looking at the field for Jack Brooks. And the early indications are that there might be quite a fair amount of balls banged in halfway down. I don't know what he thinks about that, but we'll see what happens. Well, that's what happens. He's going for the uppercut. There is a fine third man down there in front of the James Hildreth stand who's, I mean, that's now a catching position. In the old days, if you were a third man, you sort of felt you might have to scurry a bit, but you won't have to catch anything. That's no longer the case. So, when's he going to... Well, is another short one or what? Yep, that's a good duck. That's two for the over. The only thing that Fuller might be regretting is that he's got his 2 for the over in the first 2 balls.
They weren't that well directed, really.
Well, the first one, it provoked a shot which could have led to a dismissal. But Brooks, like an old pro, just... Now what will be interesting, because I think umpires are going to have to be more alert about this nowadays, is this pattern becomes more frequent, is if another short ball is bowled, they mustn't be afraid to either wide it or no ball it. Otherwise, you need a bit of a deterrent.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the game's going to be diminished as a spectacle. If every ball is banged in halfway down. The field has changed, which suggests you'll bowl Fuller. Oh, Jack's just letting that one go. But it was Fuller in length. There's just the 3 men on the leg side now. He's got freedom to sort of go for the outside edge, really. Or the stumps.
Yeah, they could be looking to test those stumps as much as possible if I was James Fuller.
Yeah, but then Jack will smack it for 4.
He might well
He
smack
might do.
one
Oh, it's
too.
worth a go. It's
Yeah.
worth a go, obviously.
Got a bit of extra pace, Fuller, compared to the rest of the
Yeah,
Hampshire
yeah.
attack. One of few that will be playing in finals day on Saturday.
Oh, he plays in the T20. Fuller.
Yeah, he does. Him,
Fuller and Dawson.
Dawson, Vince, Weatherly and Fuller, I suspect, are the ones. A couple of the others might be in and around the squad. Ian Holland, Fletcher Middleton. Might well travel.
So Fletcher Middleton is the son of the Middleton who opened the batting. Is that right? For Hampshire?
I think his dad did play, yes. I can't remember his dad's name, but that does ring a bell.
Yeah. Just take one there.
Tony, his dad was called.
Yeah, opened the batting. Did quite well for a while, but not for that long, probably.
100 odd games in...
Yeah, average 33, you know,
So
it's not too
bad.
shabby.
No. Decent average in list day cricket. Never made 100, but average just shy of 40. 20 50s in, so 1 half century every 3 innings is not bad going.
Yeah.
Rue on strike then, he's got 156. There's kind of a 4th slip in there. Fuller goes Fuller, and he's tucked off his hips. And Mohammed Abbas, who's down there, would have done really well if they'd have saved it. Instead, it's gone away for 4. In fact, it's not Abbas, it's Joe Weatherly down there. Put the dive in, but it was absolutely travelling from James Rue, that one. Sweetly timed. Moves on to 160. Somerset for 180 for 8. End of the 100th over.
Yep. he needed the Moen Ali right leg out to stop that one, I think. It was off the meat of the bat, aiming for the Yorker. He got it, though, did Rue, and it was really travelling down to that short boundary. Intriguing to see now whether Brooks is tempted by Dawson. Dawson's just fiddling with his field. He's got a man on the fairly square mid-wicket boundary. He's seen Brooks bat before. Straight is the place to hit him. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Fetch that. Don't bother to run. Save your legs. And I played... This is ancient history, but we have to have it. I played this season for WA when I was over 30, so I was a bit of an old pro. Of course, when you played for Somerset, around that time, you played for a while, you rarely went out onto the balcony unless Viv or Boss were going berserk. You sort of hovered around the dressing room and didn't really engage too much. But when I went out and played for WA, well, they don't play so much really, the whole team would be on the balcony. Every time a ball was hit like that, even the players were leaping up and down saying, "Save your legs, save your legs." Took me a while to get into that, actually.
It's carried on, though. It's good to know.
People like Jeff Marsh, we keep seeing on the telly, he'd be there saying, "Save your legs."
Well, when Jack Brooks is timing it sweetly, he's got 6 now. Playing sensibly at the moment, not tried to go over the top. Even though in the back of his mind he'll be thinking, "Oh, will I, will I?" At some point
I think
will.
he's waiting for the right. I mean, both the last two have just been a bit too short for him to go for the big straight hit. If he gets it a bit fuller, will he go? He's not going to give him anything obvious. He's just... I mean, there is a case now, as the field spreads again, for popping one up in the air, and actually the field's spreading, though, because it's the last ball of the over, I think. He's not going to be tempted. He said, "Over to you, James. You can have a bit of strike." I've got my 6. Played that nicely. Lovely square cut. Let's play the others.
There it is, that blue sky.
Amazing, isn't it?
Lovely sight there of the St James's Church in the background. 384 for 8. Somerset are having been 60 for 5 early on yesterday.
80 for 5. Don't like to correct you, Sam. They were never 60 for 5. Even though I wasn't here.
Fair enough.
Actually, I quite enjoy correcting you, really, because it happens so rarely.
He relished it.
Yeah.
You're right. 41 for 4. 80 for 5.
I think he's got to take that run now. I got faith in the young Brooks.
Yeah, I think you do, really, don't you? Maybe.
But he's allowed to do what he likes. He's got 160. I don't mind, but I think you can get the game stagnating a bit, and I got faith in the Brooks' capacity to get off strike and do a bit of damage himself as well. Anyway, he can do what he likes. He's earned it. That's almost a wide, surely. He's having a look, but he's let him get away with it.
I'd just like to see those given a bit more often. Like, that is a wide. The batter's got no chance of playing that ball.
Yeah, well, it was certainly a one-day wide. And increasingly, I think it happens more often now, you know, the players just disappear to the boundary. And if a man is in, we've seen it in the Test match, all you want to do is stop him scoring. And I think umpires are allowed to broaden their interpretation when they know...
Shot. For 1.
When they know that a bowler is just aiming to fire it down the leg side or fire it very wide off stump. I think they're entitled to be a bit stricter.
Do you think teams sometimes miss a trick by doing that a little bit too much, actually, rather than trying to get the batter out, even though they're set?
Yeah, but I do actually. But it depends what's happening. I mean, nothing's happening with the ball here. I thought there were moments actually in the last test where, on the last day, when England were getting wickets, but Travis Head was causing trouble, the ball was still moving around, and I thought we might have been a bit too quick to stop trying to get Travis Head out, in a sense, and putting all the field back, rather than Stuart Broad initially was taken off quite early when he was getting that ball to just jag away from the left-hander, and you thought Travis Head at any time might nick one. Good duck. That's one for the over 2. I mean, it's a fine balance. There's some cricket that we've seen this summer, especially in the Test match, which is very unusual, the new pattern. I suppose we saw it actually mostly initially from Wagner playing for New Zealand.
I guess he was very much made a career out of that.
Yeah, and it worked. And now it's spread. That's close, but I think it's probably just going down leg, and he's going to hit a leg bye.
Yeah, just a minimal foot movement there from Jack Brooks, just poking the bat out of it. At it. It's on the back leg.
Yeah.
Maybe height, maybe going down.
I guess there is the assumption, partly as a consequence of all the one-day cricket, we've seen people smash the ball, length balls here, there and everywhere. That if you pitch it up, I think that's a poor piece of running. I think Jack could have got in there. Anyway, that's by the by. There is this assumption that even when the ball's moving a bit, at the end of an innings, if they've got complete licence, they will smash length balls into the stand. Well, I'm not sure it's that easy, if there's a bit of movement. But you can't turn away at the moment when the Ashes are on.
Yeah, it's been quite wonderful entertainment, hasn't it? You up in Manchester?
I am. That's
beautiful.
Well. Yeah.
I look forward to hearing your voice on TMS again. I've got day 5 tickets. I'm chancing it. I'm hoping for a bit of the usual Manchester rain. A couple of days worth, probably. There it is from Brooks, over the top. Backpedaling a little bit, and it's chipped over him. That's the Jack Brooks speciality.
Yep, and actually, he didn't try and hit that too hard, and that was probably why he managed to clear him without too much bother. It was just a little more than a flick. So, now what's Dawson going to do? He's going to keep his mid-on up, sort of loitering a bit, but no, he's kept him up. He's been watching the Test match. But that's not going to be driven. That's too short. But I think if it's up there, Brooks will go again. It's great watching from here because you can judge the length quite easily. Oh, that's an educated edge there.
Into double figures, Jack Brooks. Well into double figures now. Dozen to his name. Somerset inching towards that 400 as well, and then a batting bonus point. Recently became a father, Jack Brooks.
Did he?
Yeah, a week or so ago. Likewise, Lewis Gregory.
And indeed, Matt Henry, I discovered. You know, relatively 5-month-old daughter. You think, oh, he's giving it. You can't review it. He's giving it. That's a sort of modern LBW. We'll have a look at it. Usually you need to see it straighten. I'm not sure it did straighten that much, but he plonked forward. Quicker ball. I think it's okay. Yeah, probably hitting him on the knee roll, on the front foot, but I think he's in line. And actually, in a sense, with 392 for 9, it's quite a good precedent that. Somerset will be wanting a few front foot LBWs.
Done best.
So that little bit of entertainment's gone, but out comes Shoaib Bashir, who's not a complete mug with the bat from what we've seen so far.
It's an important job now, though, isn't it? That 8 runs needed. They won't want to leave
We
that.
would like that, yes, they would like
there.
that. I mean,
I'm going to disappear, Vic. Charlie
Okay.
Taylor's going to come in alongside you.
still, 392 for 9. Shoaib Bashir, lean figure, playing what I think is now his 3rd championship match. Yet again, James Rue greets a new batsman. A little punch of the knuckles. Takes his helmet off, just to have a breather. There's one more ball left in the over. Just get your bat on it. Get your leg out of the way.
Rue, a reminder, was dropped on 82 by Vince after the bowling of Dawson. He's pretty much doubled his score since then. 161 not out. Very costly, those drops. 2 of them. There's also a drop again by Vince of Aldridge when he was on 8. He went on to make 88. So over 200 runs added, well over 200 runs added from those drops if you include the partners as well, who have been there for a longer amount of time because of the fact that those 2 are still in. As you say, Vic, there's those 8 runs would be nice. You don't want to leave them out there, really, do you?
I mean, yesterday you'd have been consigned to some asylum if you were thinking that today we'd be fretting about what are we doing? It was a 250, 300, 350. We were fretting about the 4th batting point. And we're not fretting that much, but it would be nice. I mean, it depends what weather's around, but there's a chance that this might be a kind of bonus point match. And it's frustrating, but there is some benefit to be gained from the high bonus point draw. I'm not sure that'll suit Hampshire either, actually, because Hampshire are right up that table, but Surrey have got a big lead and a draw. So Hampshire have probably got aspirations of winning the championship out, definitely. Somerset may have a more mixed view. They want to win the championship, but they're a long way off. But they also want to ensure that they don't get embroiled in a relegation battle.
And it was a bit of a risk. We talked about this yesterday, about the team selection. Batting-wise, it's paid off. They made changes. They took Tom Kohler-Cadmore out, resting him ahead of final stage. The big question is about the bowling, where they've rested Overton and Henry.
Yeah.
So they did take a bit of a risk with selection, but they've put themselves...
They've given themselves
400 to play with.
Yeah,
in the
that's
first
right. And they've also prepared a surface that would not have gained many plaudits from Messrs. Overton and Henry.
No.
I suspect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this surface, but it's not...
You'd have to work hard for wickets.
You have to work, if you're a seamer, as we've demonstrated, or they've demonstrated, apart from Abbott. Well played. Dawson has bowled 30 overs, got 4 wickets. I said he might get a 5, he was still quite a possibility. So I was surprised when I saw the Somerset team, but I'm not, especially now, I'm not sort of particularly worried by it. It's always fascinating when you juggle it all up. Stuff happens. Ogborn might get a 5 Don Bess has come in and got half a century. He's going to bowl. Shoaib Bashir's going to have a good bowl. There's more responsibility on Casey Aldridge, who's had a fantastic year with the bat, but perhaps now that might help him to, be a more responsible member of the pace attack rather than the sort of fourth seamer. So suddenly things can change a bit for the good, for the better. More options become available when the side is juggled around. Could have had one there, but they weren't quite sharp enough.
Rue wanted it.
Yeah, and I think they'd have got it if they'd been, but still. And there's a sort of slight little apology from Bashir, who's probably concentrating so hard on not getting out, he wasn't quite alert to the possibility of getting a single to the right of Abbott.
Pretty much his job here, isn't it, Bashir, is just to
Get Rue
cling on in. Yeah,
cling on in, but if you can get Rue on strike,
absolutely,
that's also handy.
Keen to see him bowl today, though. I expect we will see him. If we get a full afternoon and evening remainder of the day.
They'll be panicking in the chief executive's office. There's something funny happening to the scoreboard over there.
Oh, no.
Have we had?
Oh, no, it's flashing.
Yeah. Oh, it's back.
A split second, it returns and then goes again. The new one over to our left, though, has been an excellent addition, I think. A big, obvious score at the top of it, which is nice and easy for commentators to quickly look over. 393 for 9, full bowling points for Hampshire. It's full.
Well, he's not renowned for his batting, but he's got a pretty solid technique, Shoaib Bashir. I think he's more in the defensive tail-ender mould. But he's got into 9 nicely there against Fuller. He's let a bouncer go over his head.
I don't mind a defensive tail-ender. When you've got Jack Brooks in there as well, who's willing to cut loose a little bit.
Yeah,
don't mind having...
Well, we were talking at lunchtime, and you've got to be in any game, but if you've got a team that can bat right down the order, and occasionally, well, it's happened to Somerset quite a few times this year, get the team out of a hole. Gosh, it makes a difference, doesn't it? You know.
Well, from 41 for 4, they're at risk of being 130 all out.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we are. The field is spread. There's a slip, and the rest are about 50 yards from the bat. Difficult to see where Rue can go unless he really gets up. He's going. He's sort of eyeing that short boundary with the reverse hoik. They're just about close enough, all these boundary fielders, to prevent the 2, but I think a little dink to square leg you could get to if you're quick. But he's going to just have to make do with the 1, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world if we don't get 400, but it'd be nice.
It's funny, isn't it? In these games, you're not too worried, but come the last
end of the
3
season,
fixtures,
it can be critical, and then you can look back. If only we got that 400.
Yeah. You look back at scores, 398 all out, or 249. You've got to look at those ones, and you think, survival could have been down to 2 more runs, because it can be very tight near the bottom at the end of the season.
Oh, that turned a bit. That's a lovely delivery. But that ball, and I'm glad to see it, as that ball just spun enough. Nice delivery. He's obviously in rhythm now, Dawson. He's got a few wickets to his name. He's got a tail to bowl at, and he's getting a little bit of spin.
What else is good is that Alfie Ogborn is a left-hander bowler.
Yeah. And so you create a bit more rough.
Exactly. I'm just thinking that it gives Somerset there, who've got that, just be able to create that rough for the 3rd and 4th innings.
I'm just trying to think Hampshire lineup.
Barker's obviously a big left-hander, isn't he? But so here's the lineup.
I'm just trying to think of their left-handers. They're not sure they got that many.
Gubbins are left-handed.
Gubbins is left-handed. Yeah. Barker might be left-handed. I think. Okay. Dawson, I think, is right-handed. Well, he's right-handed. Brown's right-handed. Vince right-handed. Joe Weatherly's right-handed.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't make no choice. They're going to be. I think Somerset spinners will be quite busy, although it's now clouding over. And Shoaib Bashir has negotiated that over quite neatly.
I'm trying to think how many overs Jack Brooks has bowled for Somerset this season. He bowled 1 over in the T20 quarter-final.
I think he's played 1 championship match.
Yeah, so he's probably got a few there, but not many. He went out on loan, didn't he, for a bit? So he's been bowling for other teams, but not all that many for Somerset.
Well, he'll be fresh then. He's bowled enough overs in his career to know how it happens. At least with a big total. Jack Brooks, in his pomp especially, has is an attacking bowler who bowls a full length. And if it's not swinging, he can go for a few. But it's a bit like Mitchell Stark, actually, in the Test match. It's a bit quicker, but he bowls a very full length, searching for swing.
Pitches it up all the time,
And sometimes that results in 4, but it's more likely also you're going to get someone out because you're inviting that drive. But if it swings, you might get them.
I love watching Stark bowl.
Yeah.
I know it's not so good when it's against England.
It's hard to do that if you've just been bowled out for 120.
Yes, absolutely.
But if you've got a few runs on the board, they can't quite make up their mind whether they want the one or not. I think he's got to be a bit more. How can I say this to Rue? You've got to be a bit more patient.
163 from 277.
So you get my point, though.
Yes.
Brooks will have more leeway to bowl in an aggressive manner, i.e. in terms of his length, because Somerset have got a substantial score on the board. And that makes it more likely that he might make that breakthrough.
He's really targeting that short boundary here, or trying to, isn't he? But he's either not connecting or he's finding field.
It is frustrating, I guess, if you're a batsman who, he's looking to get to 400 in one hit. Short boundary there, but he's just cleared.
That'll do it.
That's what I'll do. That'll get the 400.
Wow.
That is, that's a special shot. I don't know how far back that went.
Halfway back, I think. It's a really strong hit. And just flew off the bat. The timing.
It is. I mean, he was sort of premeditated. He didn't really want to bowl short because that boundary is short on the leg side. And he's just premeditated. He got the length he wanted and whipped him over square leg or mid-wicket. Square leg. Just picked him up.
I mean, just watching it over his head. Crikey, halfway back in the stands. Well, that's the batting point.
Oh, there's one more to be had if they hurry up.
Yeah. Well, what have they got? 3.5 now.
Okay.
I think we'll rule that one out. But still, 400 for 9 from 41 for 4.
Yep.
This has been a fantastic rearguard action. Completely guided by James Rue, but we should say Aldridge and Bess adding 88 and 54 respectively as well have really played their part in this.
Yeah.
And now it looks like a very commanding total here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a high-scoring pitch, but we are seeing a little bit of spin, a bit of scoreboard pressure, and also the fact that Hampshire must have thought, well, we're quits here, 80 for 5. Even if they get 200, we're in control of this game. Oh, he might have sneaked one there, but he's
keeping him on strike, isn't he? Trying to for the next over.
There's been some extraordinary games down here, isn't there? Well, the Notts game was extraordinary.
Hard to believe they're not. Well, all 10 wickets in the final session was also, as well as the 500 runs before it. Was, just this bizarre game. Although I must say, when Somerset had picked up a lead of about 250, I was getting messages from Nottinghamshire fans saying, you've already got enough. This team can't bat in the second innings. And they were right. Not much confidence from them.
But if you've only got 200, you can bat with hope.
Yeah. It's pretty hopeless batting, wasn't it, in the end? Well, 401 for 9 now. Hampshire have been toiling away in this, today, all day, really. Dawson picking up the only wickets today.
What was the overnight score?
196 for 5.
Okay. Yeah, well, they'd settle for this.
So 205.
Rue, I mean, the other thing I'm worried about, well, I'm not worried about it, but Rue's got to run on the field. He probably got specialist wicket-keeping pads. I don't think he ain't got time for a shower, unless it falls in with tea, and then he's got to stand behind those stumps, and, there's no respite. I think he might, what's he going to do now?
Use his feet is what he's going to do, and they might run hard. No, just the one fielder comes in.
Yeah, but I think we don't want the game to stagnate now. He might as well just take everything. The only place I can think, and I'm not sure it suits his game entirely, that he can hit this bloke is dead straight.
Yeah.
Everyone else, I mean, they're all on the boundary, but there's quite a gap between long off and long on. They're all coming in now.
Yeah, all coming into.
I think even Shoaib's got licence that if the ball's in the right place, he can show us the odd shot or two. He's played nicely so far.
Shorter, driven.
Yeah.
Not timed. It must be that pressure as well. You've got the wicketkeeper breathing down your neck, slip right behind him, short leg right there, and you look around, all the fielders are pretty close to you.
Well, he hung in there, I think, at Chelmsford for quite a long time.
Yeah, it was the Essex game, wasn't it? I'll see if I can find the...
Well, and there you go, fetch that back. Well done. A bit of a pull drive, we'll call that.
Yeah.
But that's good enough.
Absolutely.
It even looks like he wasn't entirely happy with that shot, but it's off the middle of the bat. It's gone to the boundary. He's off the mark. What's not to like?
Scored 4 off 41 against Essex in the first innings and 6 off 7 not out in the second innings. So that first innings, he was there for a good length of time. Middlesex 201 for 6 in their search for their second batting point of the year. They need another 49 runs. Oh.
Well, I think he might have middled that.
That is, straight out of the screws and into the crowd.
I think that might be a CB for him. Not in terms of necessary total, but that's the best shot, or the furthest he's ever hit a ball in first-class cricket. That's 6. He might have to get promoted above Jack Brooks and Alfie at this rate. He hit that very sweetly. You could tell, you could hear it. It came right out the middle of the bat.
That is, well, that's one way to keep things ticking along here. Bashir, who we said about clinging on, getting Rue on strike. Now thinking, actually, if you're going to bring the field in and leave me some gaps, I'll take it on.
Mohammed Abbas, we haven't seen much of him lately.
He's not had a fantastic innings, I would say. I was going to say game, but it's only one innings.
Yeah,
He's got time
he hasn't
to
bowled
turn
that many
around.
overs, but Fuller has done a lot of the donkey work. His figures don't look very flattering, but he is the sort of bowler who bangs it in and is aggressive.
Abbas has bowled 21 overs for 75 runs.
Yeah, well, that's not a great return for a man of his status. Hasn't done much help from the pitch, but here we go. I think he's a length bowler, as opposed to, a Fuller. The field is wide spread. There's a slip and then 8 others spread around near the boundary. But I would imagine that Rue will take any runs that are on offer.
Slower ball, that.
Yeah, it's just got the one. It was a creaky delivery.
Yeah.
I think Rue will be slightly disappointed he didn't get more than 1, but he hit the field.
Oh, Bashir. The Bazball Bashir.
Yep.
Bash ball. Which is literally what he did.
Yeah, his last shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Creaking in there. I mean, it's actually... The other thing is, if you were a Hampshire opening batsman, we had a phase of sunshine, which has now disappeared. I mean, I don't know.
You don't think Tom Abe will be itching to declare and start bowling under these heavy clouds?
I think suddenly it's not quite so appetising for batting now.
Well, having been in the field now for 108 overs, the Hampshire side.
They're looking weary. In the knowledge that they were in control of this game 24 hours ago.
Yeah.
But not anymore. Great game, cricket, really, isn't it?
Well, that's what we love about it, partly, isn't it?
Well, we do when it doesn't happen to Somerset, I suppose. But that'll do. Take 4 there.
Oh, Shoaib Bashir. Just finding the gap perfectly.
Sort of, yeah.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt for number 11, I think.
Yeah. He penetrated the gap between second slip and gully. Sort of off the meat, not quite. But anyway, it's 4 more. This must be his career best.
Let's have a look. What is it? He's 14 now.
So that's at least 3 players who've got their career best.
Yeah. Well.
In this innings. Rue, Ogborne, and Bashir.
I was thinking what was the other one, but of course, Ogborne, when you make your debut, it doesn't matter what your score is, does it? It's
Well
definitely
played.
your best. Yeah, got on top of that one, didn't he? Did well. Shoaib Bashir doesn't have first class top score.
He's only had a couple of knocks.
Yeah, this is his bowling. Hang on, batting. 6 not out.
Yeah. Our Hawkeye director has spotted a few spots of rain. Where's the ground staff? That's always a... Oh, well, he's got that down.
Somehow. Soft hands, do you think?
Just about. It was off the glove, I think. We don't want his...
It's off the glove, yep.
He's just
Here we are.
taking his glove off, but...
Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. Bottom hand. Flicks up, he's a bit lucky. Avoiding the slip.
Yeah.
More gully coming in.
But he gets into line. He's decided to get into line. I mean, he might get another one now, but or unless he gets the surprise full one. Let's see. No, he gets the surprise full one and he smacks it. Not out of the meat.
No, it's not going to run away.
Old Abbott's got a tear after it.
I don't mind that. Need a few more paces into those legs.
Shoaib's getting excited. He wanted to run the third to get the strike, but
that's a tail ender for you. Once they start hitting, I think they become Brian Lara.
he's got 16.
Well, he's absolutely smashing his best here. Well, and this is, we talked about this selection. You give opportunities to players like we're seeing today, and they're taking them, which is great to see.
Yep.
Really good.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the real opportunities are for people like Alfie Ogborn.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not sure we can put Jack Brooks in that category. But it's handy to have him around now. Casey Aldridge has played, but extra responsibility for him with the ball. He's obviously been terrific this season with the bat. And then the two spinners, Dom best back. Shoaib Bashir, very impressive in his limited appearances this year. The figures don't look great, but everyone has been impressed by the way he's handled himself, both in T20 and the odd championship game, 2 championship games.
Sorry, just getting off strike the first ball of the over again. So,
well, I think
back to Bashir.
I told you he's an old pro. He's going to leave. I mean, he's right. He's got to take every run. If Bashir gets out, he gets out. It's not the end of the world.
No.
And he's already shown that he'll have a go. Let's see what Dawson does. There's a slower delivery, just sort of tempting him, but it's just...
Rue is now 49 above his best score previous to this match.
Quicker ball, but he's just screwed down on it.
This is quite entertaining, this final passage of play, this last act of Somerset's innings. I'm enjoying this confidence that Bashir seems to have. Look at this, they're putting that point now. Worried about the cut.
What's that?
Leaving it, yeah, wide delivery.
There's a horrible delivery. That actually, he couldn't get runs for it in the end, but it was unless he thought he was going to gallop down the pitch, that was a wide long up. It was almost did well to reach it, I guess.
Well played.
By and large, spinners don't like getting out to opposition spinners. You don't want to give them any freebies, but having said that, if it's in the slot, I think he'll have a go. There it was. Oh, he's cunning plan over the wicket, tempting the sweep.
Yeah, and the
it's the last ball of the over.
Deep backwards.
I think there's a case for just kicking it away.
Yeah,
just kick it away. No,
he takes it on.
No, he hit it for 6 instead.
Nailed it.
Okay, see, this is a generational problem. I'm thinking, kick it away. He's hit it for 6.
Absolutely.
And he may be right.
What a sweet shot as well. And the second 6 in I mean, Bashir is in...
Yeah.
Well, he must be absolutely dreaming now. He's reached into the 20s.
I think we may have underestimated his batting.
I think, absolutely. Get him up. Get him up the order.
I mean, what's been a feature of his play, given that he's 19, I think, still, hadn't played any county cricket until this summer, is his composure. Whether it's playing in the the vibrancy of the hot pot of T20 cricket, coming in to bowl finger spin at Taunton, short boundaries, against players who are just looking to smash it out of the ground. Well, he's looked as if he's relishing that challenge, even though they could have got 2 there if they'd really scampered, but they've got none. He's up for it, and sometimes he'll go for 6, but that's the nature of the beast. And then he's played in the Championship cricket, where he's bowled quite a lot of overs, only picked up a couple of wickets here and there, I think, but he's looked the part, with a nice easy action. Sometimes with Somerset on the back foot, but he's bowled his overs, he's commanded respect. I think Alistair Cook, actually, he bowled a lot against Alistair Cook, who I think sort of via the grapevine, that's gone for 4. Lovely shot that is. Oh. And I gather that someone said that Alistair Cook was impressed. He's been around the houses.
Played an awful lot of spin in his time.
Yeah,
as well.
And he's a good player of spin too. But he commanded quite, and he's the sort of player who plays the ball, not the man. So if the ball was on target, he played it, as if it was bowled by Nathan Lyon. Well, what's he done? He's hit that for 4 as well, or is it 6? It's 6.
6.
This is great fun. They've left their charge a bit late because we can't get the next batting point. 183 he's got now. That's 2 terrific shots. He's just targeting that short boundary. I mean, there'll be a time quite soon, but it's hard to know how to handle someone like James Roux. But, it won't be long down the line before he's playing in the T20 team as well. He's got so much talent. Where's that gone? That's 4 more. That boundary is short, but he's finding the gaps.
6 more.
Well, he's finding the gaps over the back of the rope.
Plenty of gaps back there. Well, I tell you what, if you're sitting in the Somerset stand today, you are ducking out of the way of these 6s from, well, not just James Roux, from Shoaib Bashir as well. What an incredible... Is that a 50 partnership? There's another ripple of applause there.
Yeah,
could
well,
well
be close.
Couldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
What was the last? 392. So, yes, that's the...
Well, we know where Roux's going to be aiming. Well, he won't. I suppose that's a logical response.
Yeah, it's getting his T20 variations out now.
Well, he doesn't. Yeah, but he don't play many of them.
No, it's true.
Okay, 5 balls gone. If he's going to bowl that wide, just get a bat on it and have the strike. Although in some ways, the right-hander is more likely to hit 6s off the left arm spinner than
True.
Roux. Who's
Keep Bashir in, yeah.
But he's got 189.
Yeah, this is
189.
Serious stuff now. Two blows away from what would be a maiden double century, and what a special knock it would be. Well, it already is. Very good ball.
Well, that's well bowled, and he's missed 2 in a row, which is the first time he's done that in this match. Pity the school kids have gone now, because they would have enjoyed this a little bit.
Yes, it's just suddenly got a bit like, well, there's still some of them there. Still some, not that many, but a few of them watching this very entertaining, now 50-run partnership for the final wicket. And it's been... Well, look, 50 runs, but Bashir's on 22.
Yeah.
It's not...
He's got his quota, more than...
Well, actually, he was the leading partner up until Roux smashed a few 6s in that last over.
Sadly, it's raining on the Quantocks.
Oh, yes.
That may have gone, I don't know, but there is a way to our left, I fancy it usually comes from, doesn't it?
It usually does. Yeah.
And it's not looking that bright there, but no one wants this to stop. I mean, it will end quite shortly, but... 442 for 9.
Unbelievable. When they were 41 for 4, they're now put on 401 for those next 5 wickets. Really, really good. Shaping up for something there, not quite what he intended. That last over going for 16. Using the feet.
Just take one.
Well, I've been very impressed with Shoaib Bashir.
Well, I did have I hadn't met him before, and I had a very brief chat at lunchtime with Shane Berger, the batting coach, who had not met before. And one of the things he stressed actually about his position is, in a very brief conversation, is that his job is not only to assist, support the top 6 or 7, but it's also to pay a lot of attention to those in the late order, because we've seen what's happened in this match. So it's a fair point, you know. It may well be that Shoaib has actually been working like a trooper. I mean, he's back. He could, you know, you see what you see today, and you think, hopefully Oldbourne and Jack Brooks, you know, they could get demoted. But it's a very valid point that the good sides have this capacity, not always, to get out of a big hole with the bottom order. Has he middled that?
Yep.
Yes, he has.
Yep.
Enough. It's
Good
another
shot.
6. He won't be enjoying this, Liam Dawson.
No.
He probably thought, well, I've broken the back. I've got 4 for 60. He had not long ago. He's now 4 for 97. And now he's sending more scouts out against Somerset's number 11. This is the cunning element you see of Somerset's selection. There's Shoaib out there. We'll play another off spinner.
Oh, yeah.
That'll galvanise the young pup.
Well, there's discussions now, captain to spinner. I'm sure the 2 senior players in this side, Dawson and Vince, coming together because the 450 is up. Just 1.5 overs too late.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame for the final batting point.
I mean, what I am thinking here is if you're Dawson, I think he's probably a bit sort of shell-shocked. He's gone for 100 now, but he's 4 for 103. He's not a bad return. But I'm thinking he needs to bowl a little bit wider and a little bit slower. And if he wants to drag him from out there, well, good luck to him.
Yeah.
And he might be able to do it, but it comes high risk. If you bowl a bit slower and, you know, maybe a foot or 2 outside off stump with a little bit of turn, it's still a pretty remarkable shot to get it over mid-wicket.
Just look at that scorecard, that bottom-heavy scorecard. Either side of James Rue on 190, got not many runs above him, and then buckets of them afterwards, which has led to this very unusual.
Do you think
innings.
that's the bottom heaviest scorecard you've ever seen?
It's one of the. If it isn't the most bottom heavy, it is one of the, isn't it? I'm sure some people will be able to send us some notes of more bottom heavy scorecards than that. But still, what a
450 for 9.
Yeah, incredible.
It is incredible.
Rue 10 runs away from a double century here.
Yeah, I think the game has come to a halt. There's a long chat between Vince, who probably still thinking, pretty I didn't hang on to those chances. Is having a long chat with his pacemen. The clouds are thickening. It is raining on the Quantocks, but we're not playing there. We still don't know who's going to bowl. I'm not sure any of the frontline seamers are saying, let it be me.
Yeah, all keeping their head down.
Vince is still, he's got Abbott there, he's got Barker there, he's got Mohammed Abbas. But I think they're saying, give the off-spinner a go. And
well, it is going to be...
Is that Felix Organ?
It is indeed. Yeah.
Or is...
Felix Organ takes his cap off, hands it to the umpire.
Yeah. So I think that probably came from the pace trio. Give Felix a go. Well, of course, Rue, he won't be able to resist. There is this short boundary on the leg side. He'll be hitting against the spin, etc. But I would be surprised if he doesn't target that short boundary. And if it don't come off, it don't come off.
Well, and that's possibly the reason they're thinking if he can target against the bit of
there's
spin.
that reason, and there's also the reason that
pace doesn't work.
His seamers are getting tired.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, it's surprising, given the nature of the pitch, that Organ hasn't bowled a few more than 2 overs. So let's have a look. He ain't got any slips. He's got one. He's going to have a slip, I think. She's not. He's going to have a sort of short third. He's got everyone on the boundary apart from short third, he will be aiming for the Somerset stand, I reckon.
Yeah. 190. He's on. Score 450 for 9. Here's Organ.
And he's going to bowl 3 feet wide of off stump. Wow. Okay, well, bided time. I mean, I can understand that. But this is where the umpire, I think it's got to be kind of
can't keep
a little bit proactive. He keeps doing that.
Yeah. Uses his feet this time to get closer to the ball, which was in a similar area.
Yeah.
And they'll take the single. 191 for James Rue.
Now, what's Bashir going to do? The field is coming in a bit. The lakeside boundary, which he's favoured brilliantly so far, is massive from when the bowling's from this end. He's still got no close catchers. He's got he's got 4 men on the boundary. Just knock him around. Well,
it's a nice idea. I don't.
No. You're just trying to punch it square on the offside.
Not a bad option. 451 for 9. A lot of rain on the Quantocks, but not here.
Oh, just whip that one away for a single. Nicely done.
Stephen Lamb informs us that rain's going on to the north of us and going to avoid us, which is good news.
Yeah.
Well, good news for Somerset, not so good for Hampshire. Who'd probably quite fancy putting their feet up for a moment.
I imagine, but I don't know. What happens if Somerset bowled out now? Do we? That's got to be a wide, and it is.
Yeah, tea's not till 4 o'clock.
Come what may, is that right? Is that an immovable feast?
Oh, well, I assume if it rains, they'd...
No, forget the rain, but if the innings ends.
Yes, I should... Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. It's not worth fretting about.
It is fixed, is it? Stephen says it's fixed.
Say it's fixed. And has he cleared?
Oh, yes, he has.
He's just cleared it. Obviously, just for a minute, there was a chance, but it's cleared that boundary. So that's 197 he's on. I think he'll go for it. If it's anywhere near the right slot, he'll... Okay, just take the one. I mean, it's just remarkable, isn't it? That
198.
Got the last pair, and they've added 68. Bashir's got 36. It's hard to take if you're Hampshire, because he was so much in control of the game yesterday morning. And they would have known that they had Somerset 80 for 5. This is not an 80 for 5 wicket.
No.
If we get in on here, we can get 400 plus and just control the game.
I think they've got their last few runs have been given to the wrong players on the scoreboard. I think it should be 7 more to Rue, and Bashir's on 30.
Well done. But what's good? I mean, who's going to tell them? I think that's your job, isn't it, Charlie?
You're closer to the window. You can knock on there and
No, I can't do that. It's worse than pinching someone's cake.
No. There we go. They've sorted it.
That's good. There, of course.
I knew they would.
Yeah.
And there we go. Round of applause as they realise the crowd know that Rue is just 2 away from this.
Now then,
huge moment.
You see, I reckon if he just could dink it to square leg gently,
run hard,
and Bashir's on his toes.
Yep.
He could get his 2 there. Just a dink to square leg. But we'll see. And it doesn't really matter, but, 200 is not a common score.
I can't remember ever commentating on a Somerset 200 before. Trying to remember. It doesn't happen all that often, does it, really?
I mean, Hildreth used to get 200s, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Or indeed a 300.
Yeah. Greedy. Right.
But I'm sure the wizards of our backroom staff.
Here's Dawson, and he is going to.
It's only one. It's only one.
He's gone too fine.
Now, of course, the pressure's on Bashir.
Oh.
He can't really. He shouldn't really be playing a big shot now. He just wants to get off strike. which he's shown himself perfectly capable of doing. So who was the last Somerset double centurion? A whole team of researchers will be scurrying around at the
I
back.
think there's one recently. I can't think of one in the last few years.
Where's
coming to
Trigo?
mind.
This is where you need Trigo, because he would, well, I don't suppose he got 200, did he? He'd have
No.
piped up by now. He'd have rung in by now.
I would guess Marcus Trescothick, but not here.
We've got Stephen Lamb throwing Marcus Trescothick into the wind. Hildreth is a possibility, perhaps.
Bashir survives.
They're keeping the men up on the single now because it's
Funny,
a
isn't it,
ridiculous
cricket?
game.
It's a funny old game.
It's a ridiculous game, but there's a landmark on the horizon, so the field changes. But I sort of understand it.
Marcus Trescothick got 219 at Trent Bridge.
219 at Trent Bridge. Yes, that does ring a bell. Oh, and he's taken it on, and he's going to get 4 for it.
Do you not understand the gravity of the situation, Shoaib?
But this is it, isn't it? They do understand it. It doesn't bother them. This is the carefree thing. With Ben Stokes telling all county players to play like this.
Yeah, well.
Oh, brilliant stuff from Bashir, who moves the score on
So
another 4.
I wonder what James Rue said to him as they crossed and punched gloves.
Don't you dare.
Good shot.
The gritted teeth.
That'll do for this over.
Yeah.
There's 3 more balls left.
Oh, very good. Listen to the round
Do
of
you think
applause.
I
for that.
don't think he will have said, "Don't you dare do that." I'm not sure.
Don't leave
It
me
is
here.
ridiculous. Now he's going to come over the wicket. He's going to tempt him to go for the big sort of sweep, because he's done it once before and hit it for 6. But last time I advised the use of the left pad, which was totally ignored. I think still in this situation there is some virtue in him just kicking a couple balls away if they're outside leg stump.
I think if Rue wasn't there on 199,
Oh yeah,
but he
he
is
has complete
now.
license.
Yeah.
Well played. He's
Yeah.
just pushed that. It was a quicker ball, but he couldn't kick that because it was straight.
Yeah.
So we've got Marcus Trescothick, in Nottingham, 219. But I don't know whether that is. That's the last one Stephen remembers.
Well, that's good enough for me. We'll go with Stephen's memory, shall we, on these things? I'm trying to think. I can't think of one in the last few seasons.
Me neither. So this is a tense delivery,
And he
he's just-
survives.
And now, ridiculously, I imagine that Vince will have
Bring
all
them
the
all
men
in.
up.
Absolutely. Bring them all in. Cause that bit of pressure. Well, a big round of applause
It's
for that dot
possible.
ball.
It's possible, but I don't know. I mean, Ben Stokes would do it,
I would do it.
which is declare as once he
Declare
gets 200.
probably, yeah. Look out for Tom Abel on the balcony.
But I'm usually anti-declarations in the first innings. Just get a boatload of runs.
Get all the runs you can. Absolutely. Set up the game. in the
And that
second
was
innings.
certainly what I'd have done at Edgbaston.
Well,
but
if they
that's by the
carried
by.
on. Joe Root was in good form, wasn't he?
Anyway, that's by the by. So the field, let's have a look.
Yeah, this is very different to the last few
There's-
balls he's faced.
Let's see. Most of them are, but not all, are in saving the single. It's a ridiculous game, isn't it? If he gets a single, they're all spread out again.
Yep.
Much pointing by James Vince, who's probably very eager to get off this field.
Yes, desperate.
Well, he's sort of hedging his bets a bit because there's a deep mid-wicket on that short side, and the rest of the fielders are all in what we might sort of call the ring.
Yes. It's Felix Organ, big pressure on him, and it won't be that ball. He thought about it, couldn't get it through that.
I think
gap.
there's more pressure on Rue than Organ.
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. Although I wonder how he will be feeling, whether that. How much
Organ,
that
well,
will
no,
play.
he will all be aware.
No, Rue. I meant
Oh,
Rue. I
Rue.
wonder how Rue is feeling.
Well, I
How
think
much
you
of it?
want to.
Down the ground. That's it.
That's it.
200.
What a great shot to do it too.
Well, that is absolutely exquisite innings from James Rue, who brings up his maiden double century. And it is the first, you'd say, of probably a few more in his career. But what a fantastic knock from the 19-year-old who
Wow.
scored his 5th first-class century today, his first double century.
He's an amazing player, isn't he? Beautiful shot, actually. Very controlled, all along the ground, on drive. And everyone is standing in the crowd, on the balcony of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Amazing knock. 470 for 9, Rue 200 not out. And Bashir 38 not out. And because he's an old pro, he's just nudged that one away. I'll have one more, thanks. Goodness me.
Brilliant.
It's astonishing.
I should say, I mentioned their 5th first-class century. It's 5th first-class century this season, actually, not 5th overall. He's scored more than that, but still, an incredible, absolutely incredible.
It was Bashir. He might feel he's relaxed. I can let my juices flow.
Well, that's it now.
Oh no, I'll just take one more. Thank you.
Very good work. Incredible work.
I think he might. I don't know. I think Rue might now resume targeting that short boundary on the leg side. He can do whatever he likes. He's 204 not out. We think the first double centurion since Marcus Trescothick, until we get absolute conversation.
That one's gone for 6.
Is that 6? No, 4. He hit that one down. He's even keeping it on the ground now.
Well, he's using his feet beautifully. He's hitting everything out of the middle.
Beautiful. Improvised sort of slog sweep, but he got it low.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Rolled his wrists over a little to take out that risk in the air. Got those fielders on the boundary there. Same use of the feet this time, just a single again.
I mean, he just keep going.
Well, 500 is very much on here, isn't it? 24 runs away, and these two are playing brilliantly.
They are indeed. I mean, I'll just give you 40 for 4, 80 for 5, 476 for 9.
Incredible.
Can't understand it.
It's a funny old game. It is a funny old game. Vic, thank you very much.
I'll leave you to, philosophise.
We're watching someone here who is going to be a true great in this game. The way he's played this season has been sort of summed up in this knot. 209 not out from 300 deliveries as well. He's not wasted time in that either. It's not a slow build. 300 deliveries for 209 is very well paced. When he came out, it was 41 for 4. He's been out there for 410 minutes. And Hampshire, I'm afraid, can find no way to cause him trouble at the moment. And the score keeps going. What a moment we've watched here. A 19-year-old bringing up his maiden double century as part of his 5th of the season, 5th century of the season. And we mentioned his previous best, Stephen, 123 not out. Well, he's absolutely blown that out of the water today. Nearly 100 runs more than it. Brilliant work.
What a special innings to see.
It's a real talent.
And Bashir's made his contribution.
He certainly has. Well, he's been there. You know, if he'd got out, then Rue wouldn't have had a chance to get to 200. But also, he's 36 off 40, so he's playing a fantastic innings for number 11.
Bashed it about a bit.
He certainly has. Bash ball, as we were saying earlier on. It's great to watch. Let's get hashtag bashball going, shall we, when Shoaib is batting.
Going to be another single here down to third man, Keith Barker. There are some tired limbs amongst the Hampshire
my
fielders.
goodness, if you're playing for Hampshire now, you just want to get off. You want tea, you want anything, just get off this field. Rue has been running circles around them. Dawson to Bashir is following that one wide. Might have turned a little there, I think. Did he? Was it just a wider ball, perhaps?
Yes, it's not surprising, really, given the way Rue's been playing since lunch. His strike rate has escalated. Yeah. Swing and a miss there from Bashir. It was around the 50 mark. It's now just under 70.
Yeah, it's been so well paced. He's got every trick in the book. He's got the mentality. He's got every shot. Got shot selection. That's a really important part of a young player's game. That's a good little clip away, just for a single.
It's a kind of landmark when everyone who's here of the Somerset faithful will have been so pleasured to see. Really, I remember the day when, that kind of thing. And there are quite a few of them in.
Well, it will be, won't it? This is an innings that will cause many to take note. If they hadn't already... Oh, we're going to see some the captain having a bowl here. He's run out of ideas. I think that's it, really.
He was loosening up earlier, and we were wondering about it, but didn't come to anything. But he's on now.
Yeah, this Hampshire attack, which is arguably the best in the country. And it looked like they were going to run through Somerset yesterday. Well, they've got to the point now where James Vince is bowling. Just having a bit of a warm-up. Well, Shoaib Bashir, he'll be very pleased that it's got to this point. Because it's a big thanks to him, the way this last partnership's been going. They came together at 392, so we're at 88-run partnership.
Extraordinary,
for the 10th wicket.
Unreal.
We've got to look at the records. We must be up there for the 10th wicket against Hampshire. Oh, it's very short. And given as a no ball.
Oh dear, that won't add to the captain's pleasure.
No. I really do wonder whether has it really got to this point where James Vince needs to bowl? Was Organ... I guess they just wasn't causing any problems. As I said, ideas running thin. That's full and better, but nicely guided by Bashir. And they should just take the single. I think James Rue might fancy a bit of this bowling.
18 for the 500.
17 now, it's ticking off one by one. 211, James Rue, the 19-year-old. I saw someone on Twitter earlier on calling him the Rooniverse boss.
I wonder how many other teenage 200s there have been, if any.
This is pulled hard for 4. Well, I did say he might fancy a bit of James Vince's bowling. And this is a very sad sight for Hampshire now. Hampshire fans who have come to Somerset, and there are lots of them here today, must be pretty sick with seeing James Vince with bat in hand now. 215 runs he scored. Well, his average was already extremely healthy. It's going to be boosted hugely after today. That's very full. And reaching for it there, just going to pick off a single. 216 he's on now. The score 488 for 9. And Vince has got another 3 balls to the bowl.
Yes.
Bashir on strike now, it's short. Vince going for the bouncer. He did actually, got on top of it, rode the bouncer a little bit. Yeah.
Extraordinary scorecard to look at. Failure really at the top, top 5. And then from 6 down, 216, 17 now actually. Oh no, 216 Rue, 88 Aldridge, 54 Bess, and now 38 Bashir.
Well, whether it's club cricket level, this level, test level, sides have had this happen to them before, and it's horrible. You just cannot finish off an innings, get that last wicket, and you end up losing another 100 runs for the 10th wicket.
Yeah,
488. You know, this
having had half the side out for 80.
And what this gives Somerset, Vic was mentioning this, and it's a really important point. That's full, and Bashir will take a single there. What this gives Somerset is huge cushion to allow them to bowl aggressively. Whereas when it looked like they were going to be out for 150, you thought, well, they're going to have to bowl tight and aggressive. But now they've got runs to play with. They can afford to pitch it up. There'll be runs from the bat. There'll be drives from James Vince will like that. But also, that's how you get him out. And if you can get the ball to move at all, you'll cause real issues.
Yeah, and they've got the 2 specialist spinners
with
as
the
backup.
spinners too. Yeah, it's.
There's the rain over the Quantocks, but it does feel and look as though it's just skimming along north of us. We've been lucky with the weather today. Let's hope it continues. Potentially 44 more overs still.
Yeah, lots of cricket to make up for lost time yesterday. We had a lot of time, didn't we, staring at the covers yesterday? Well, haven't missed any really today. Managed to get his bat down on that one. Bashir was worried watching the stumps, and he managed to keep it out. And yeah, we shouldn't overlook Casey Aldridge's 88 alongside James Root. Such an important knock. Allowed Somerset to build a platform for this now to happen, where Best could then come out and play his shots.
Yeah, and a partnership of 188 for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, brilliant. Well batted. Rue's not been afraid of getting Bashir on strike, really. They started off slightly protecting him, but he's been quite happy to let Bashir do the work, face these balls, and actually he's played very well. Another drive, and that one into the ground, and will be a single to the fielder. Long off, who comes round. Not quite on the boundary, but Felix Organ doing the fielding. And Rue is on strike, 2 balls left in this over. Field goes back to Rue, who has been hungry for boundaries recently. It's a drive for a single. Score approaches 500 now, 491.
I'm sure I may not be right about 219 by Marcus Trescothick at Trent Bridge being the last Somerset double century, but I was there to see it, and it was a real thrill.
Mm-hmm. That was a fair old time ago. Now, that'd be about 10 years ago,
It would be getting on for 10 years. Yeah. I would guess 2016.
Right, yeah.
But it was just after he took to wearing glasses. He got a pair there the previous year, pair of spectacles. And went for the specs option, and he paid off handsomely.
Gave him a bit of a new lease of life.
Yeah.
With the bat. 491. Dear, oh dear, Hampshire fans, how are you feeling?
I don't think he got 100 at Trent Bridge before that.
That was his first 100.
And he really cashed in.
Yeah.
But it's always special, a double century, isn't it? It's to be there to see it. It's fantastic. 217 not out, James Rue. The 19-year-old. We keep saying it.
Well, it's worth repeating. They're going to stick with Vince here. James Rue pulls into the ground. They'll be stopped on the field and the boundary. And that is a 100-run partnership between these two for the 10th wicket. Bashir with 40 of those runs. Well, Hampshire have really been made to pay for drops, haven't they? Rue, remember, dropped on 82. A very catchable chance. He'd only added 5 to his overnight score. And that was Vince dropping him. Vince, who's now bowling. So that was when he was on 82. He's now on 218. Well, there are moments out there in matches, and you think that was a key moment. So it hasn't been a chance-less innings, but that's pretty much the only one. Well played. Coming forwards. How much will Hampshire come to rue that missed chance? You do wonder how much of this game... Somerset obviously now will hope to only bat once when you reach 500. That's the plan. Depends how much cricket we get. Depends how Hampshire bat. They'll be tired. Is the first thing to think.
Yeah, it's a combination of physical and scoreboard pressure.
Absolutely. Short and ducked under by Bashir, who I've been very, very impressed with so far, with bat in hand. Looking forward to seeing him bowl.
Also, need to bear in mind, I guess we mentioned it yesterday, but Somerset are without several senior bowlers. No Craig Overton, no Matt Henry,
and that is
no Lewis Gregory.
Well, and that is why having a big run cushion is so helpful, because these are inexperienced in the case of Ogborne, or 39 years old in the case of Jack Brooks. You know, these are And that's not to take anything away. Jack Brooks is a very fit cricketer and an experienced cricketer, but it just means perhaps, doing those long spells are going to be difficult. Or you're going to lose some of your your range might be off a bit, turning a bit to one side or the other. Whereas actually now you can afford some of those runs because you've got such a big cushion.
Absolutely, and that's another reason why the two spinners are so important, because they're both able to bowl long spells if necessary.
Exactly. So Somerset are set up so beautifully now in this match. Down the ground, but straight to fielder, who's at mid-off.
It's quite rare to see a James Roux stroke not perfectly timed. Which that one wasn't quite.
We'll let him off, shall we? 2-1-9.
I think we can, in the present match situation.
He's drawn level with Marcus Trescothick from that innings at Trent Bridge, the one we're referencing. If you can tell us about a more recent Somerset. Oh, here we go. Thank you very much, Will, who's been in touch. I'll go through that in a minute. Will, I assume, is watching the feed. Trescothick 218 in 2016.
Beg his pardon.
So he has overtaken that.
One out.
Trescothick 210 not out in 2015. Hildreth 220 not out, also in 2015. Compton 204. Compton 254. Trez, Hildreth, Langer, White, Trez. So there you go. There's a lot of...
So the Trent Bridge one was the
most recent one. So that was 2016. So it's been 7 years since we've seen a double centurion for Somerset. So thank you very much, Will.
Yeah.
For that.
Good stats.
And well done, you remembered Stephen. We knew there wasn't one recently, but you picked it out. You were one run out. You gave him one extra run, but we'll let you off.
I was there, so it would have been very poor not to remember that innings.
Yeah. I remember, I wasn't there, I remember listening into it. I was, I think all Somerset fans probably glued to it when Trescothick was going like that, especially against Nottinghamshire. Team that's always produced some good battles with Somerset as Bashir comes through for a single. Thank you to Richard, who said, how soon can we get James up to Old Trafford? Thank you, Richard. Lovely to hear from you. At Charlie Taylor 4 on Twitter. Well, that is really quite a special day we're watching here for Somerset. And Somerset managed to get a graphic up for the 200. I wonder if they had that ready to go or if they had to create that today. As they've... James Roux just pushing through. Ben Moran, who's the in charge of that kind of thing, just said it only took a couple of seconds to put that together.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah, well, he's a wizard. Ben can do anything.
3 away from 500 now.
God, it's incredible to hear those words come out of your mouth, Stephen, given where we were on the first morning yesterday, which looked like it would be another chastening day against Hampshire, and we've had them before, but this is payback now after Somerset have been skittled in that game. We talked about the 17 for which Abbott got.
It's a mind-blowing turnaround.
We talked about funny old game. It really is. It's very... I'm trying to think of other sports where you get this kind of swing in one part of the game where it goes from being so much one team and then suddenly so much the other team. 499 on the board. Bashir on strike to bring up the Somerset 500. Not this time.
It's the first time I've seen Bashir bat, and I'm very happy with what I've witnessed.
Yeah, he's been... I'm very impressed with him as a cricketer. Looking forward to the bowling, of course, which is really why he's in the team, but he's done a fantastic job with bat in hand. In fact, he's approaching a maiden first-class 50. So get that graphic ready, Ben. No, we don't want to talk him out yet. We've still got 6 runs to get there, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. Harry Trump, who is a photographer, as you can tell, for the club. And look at that, coming up on the 11th of August. The Wurzels.
Composers of Blackbird.
Certainly are, yeah. And they'll be, I'm sure, a very popular addition to that match. The Sussex Sharks. I was here for that game last year, the One Day Cup game against Sussex.
So James Vince starting a new over. And could it be a wide? It is a wide.
Yeah. So that is the 500 for Somerset.
Rather underwhelming from Hampshire's point of view to get to it like that with a wide.
James Vince must be casting quite a downtrodden look. I just taking a look through my binoculars at him. He looks pretty exhausted, I think. Fed up with seeing James Rue at the crease. But Somerset fans aren't. 221 not out. Oh, that could be that.
Yes,
there
that is the end of the innings. 500 exactly. And James Rue has been given out LBW to James Vince, the Hampshire captain. But my word, he's going to get an ovation as he walks back. Swinging across the line, and James Vince, absolutely certain of it. Wasn't really an appeal. The finger went straight up.
Well, Nick Gubbins comes over to shake his hand. And there'll be a few more when he gets back into the pavilion as well. Harry Trump waiting with his camera. I'm sure there'll be some great shots as Rue, who should be so proud of that. 221 he makes, raises his bat to the crowd who cheer as he does so. What an innings we've watched yesterday and today from the 19-year-old wicketkeeper batter. 221 he makes. Bashir unbeaten on 44 at the other end. Also played very nicely. But quite rightly, it'll be Rue making the headlines after that.
Yeah, and indeed leading Bashir off, just disappearing now into the Andy Caddick Pavilion. But what a sensational knock. Bashir ran out of partners in the end. 44 not out for him. Handy contribution. As we had from Dom Bess, as we had from Casey Aldridge earlier, and Somerset, just make the point again, 80 for 5 has gone to 500 all out.
What a turnaround. What a turnaround we've seen today and towards the end of yesterday as well, before the rain came in. Well, look, the sun actually is coming out a little bit here. I assume that's going to be an early-ish tea, a 3-minute early tea. They won't come back out.
So close to 4 o'clock, so
Yeah.
We'll have a 20-minute break before the Hampshire innings gets underway. And Somerset have got themselves into a wonderful position here. And we'll look forward to letting you know how the final session goes.
Somerset bowled out for 500. Overs remain in the day's play. Bring you up to date with scores from around the country shortly. Don't forget that our ground line Wi-Fi network is fully operational. The Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and to connect, all you have to do is select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. You can also update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. New Wi-Fi can browse the internet around the Cooper Associates County Ground. For example, that our matchday live stream can be accessed without using your data, meaning instantly playing all the action on the field are available at no extra cost to you. We have availability in our outstanding business club for 2023. The LBW club was designed to bring like-minded people from a variety of local companies together through the business of sport. Since its introduction, the LBW club has been a huge success in enabling local businesses to meet, discuss ideas, and make new connections. Several exciting events are already planned for our 2023 LBW club members, so take advantage of this great opportunity to expand and grow your business. For more information, please visit one of our information points or fill out a form. Register your interest, visit our official website. response, leading by 42 runs, midway winning 69 over. Tea at Canterbury, hosts Heads made 171 all out in their first innings. Warwickshire 442 for 6 in response. Robbie Yates 186 not out there. Warwickshire lead by 271 runs. Finally, Division 1, Essex against Lancashire at Blackpool. Essex, after 73 overs of their first innings, are 241 for 5. That's on day 2. The match has been heavily affected by rain, as has the game at Cardiff in Division 2. Just 5 balls have been bowled across the 2 days so far. Morgan Hart batting first after Lancashire chose the field. There'll be an inspection there happening around about now. Just 5 deliveries bowled so far in that game. At home, they've had more cricket. Sussex bowled out 402 in their first innings. Derbyshire 124 for 2 in the second innings, still trailing by 277 runs. And Worcester, Yorkshire batting first at 326 for 5 after 73 overs after Wolverhampton chose to field first. It's tea at Chester-le-Street at the Sea Unique Riverside. Gloucestershire bowled out 316 in their first innings. Durham in response 242 for 4 after 55 overs. Alex Lees beaten on 135. That brings you up to date with the scores from around the country. You're filling in your scorecard for this match. The winning score on day 2.
This cowboy builder in the village, he's done this from a wall. What can I do to correct it?
268 for 6 when Casey Aldridge was caught by Brown after bowling the course for 88 of 133 balls. The score was 362 for 7 when Don Best was caught by Brown after bowling the course for 54 of 68 deliveries. Alfie Osborne was LBW to Ian Dawson 2 of 11 balls, making it 374 for 8. Jack Brooks was also LBW to Ian Dawson for 12 of 21 balls. The score was 392 at that stage for 9. The final wicket for James Rew, LBW to James Vince for 221, a new career best score of 310 balls, 23 fours, 4 sixes. Shoaib Bashir 44 not out on 61 balls, 3 fours and 3 sixes in his innings. There were 22 extras, 4 wides, 3 leg byes, 12 no balls and 3 wides. Bowling figures for Hampshire: Keith Barker, 17 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 83 runs. Mohammed Abbas, 23 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 98 runs. Kyle Abbott, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 4 wickets for 56 runs. Liam Dawson, 38 overs, 6 maidens, 4 wickets for 118 runs. James Fuller, 16 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 95 runs. Felix Morgan, 4 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 29 runs. And finally, James Vince, 2.1 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 14 runs. Somerset pulled out for 500 exactly after 120.1 overs.
Hang on, hang on. Rolling.
Yeah, that's true. After cider, it's
What now? Until he's just said.
very flowery, isn't it? Yeah, so like there's flowery in it.
Oh, now that's fun. Oh, that's not fun then. If you're gonna do it, do it. Exactly. If you're gonna build one out of a flipping like gas cylinder, can't be iron, can it? It's only pistons, isn't it? Driven by steam. Can't be iron. Can't be iron. Oh, electric, a lot cheaper. Don't ask him to say it again. Don't. Oh, yes. The battery. Go electric. Go Steve, don't hurt your head. Won't be in the steam next year.
What's in my trees? Yeah, but I'm here to digging in that.
No, it's on to the finish, we don't know, isn't it? He's trying to get his
Did you see that thing I put out? That was at the
Please welcome back out to the middle our match umpires James Middlebrook and Russ Warren.
You might find it funny. I can't stop laughing.
Oh, really?
Led out by Captain Tom Abel. Please welcome Somerset. The Hampshire opening batters, number 5, Joe Weatherly, and number 19, Fletcher Middleton.
Welcome back. Early tea caught us by surprise as well. Players on their way back out into the middle to join the umpires. We're going to see the Hampshire first innings. Somerset bowled out Stephen Lamb for 500. 500. 80 for 5. 500 all out.
500 all out, 41 for 4, then 80 for 5, and it just defies the imagination, really, doesn't it? And the main reason why is the Somerset wicketkeeper, who's on his way out there at the moment.
Poor bloke.
With his teammates. He must be exhausted.
Well, he had 20 minutes to sit down, didn't he?
His average for the season after that innings is 73.
Not bad.
And he's scored 952 runs in total this season so far, which
Well,
is stunning statistics.
Just having a chat to Polly Rhodes next door, right? So her and her husband Dave, they sponsor a player each year. Will Smead was their first one. James Rue, their second one. Who have they got this year? He's going to be out there. We're going to see him in a little bit. On his debut.
Alfie Ogborn.
Indeed. So I tell you what, if the Rhodes family sponsorship means anything, Alfie Ogborn could be one to watch.
Well, he could, couldn't he? If the trend continues.
We've been crying out for a left arm seam, haven't we? There's been times where you go, oh, right arm seam, right arm seam, right arm seam. Something a little bit different. We've cried out for Lammonby. Now we've got Alfie Ogborn.
We're not going to see him immediately. It's going to be the rather more experienced figure of Jack Brooks that gets things underway.
The fatherly figure, some might say.
Indeed. Daddy Jack.
Daddy Jack.
And he's got the ball in hand already. He's going to be bowling from the river end. and he's going to be bowling to Joe Weatherly. So, remarkable turnaround in the Somerset innings. What can they do with the ball? They have 4 batting points in the bag, and here's the first ball of the Hampshire reply. Oh, he's bowled him! Well, do you need a better start than that? That is absolutely incredible. Jack Brooks is doing a fly past. He's come down right in front of the Marcus Trescothick pavilion here, and he's surrounded by his teammates. You can see on the screen. What a start!
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen Jack Brooks move that fast. A proper lap of the pitch. He still got it in him. It did just keep a little bit low, I think. Whether he was tentative. It's hard, isn't it? When you've been out there for 4 sessions, not wondering when you're going to get out there to bat. You come out, you have to sit there for tea for 20 minutes. Jack Brooks sticks the headband on, comes in from the river end, probably barely had any sleep in the last couple of weeks. Couple of shuffles in, whether he's late on the shot, hits off stump, exactly where the coaches tell you to bowl.
And look at Jack go.
Off he goes. Delighted.
Yeah, and Tom Abel's not the slowest in hot pursuit, and the rest of the Somerset team. Long walk back for Joe Weatherly, just disappearing into the Andy Caddick pavilion.
Tom Abel just staring up at the big screen, which is showing Jack Brooks' celebration. Thoroughly enjoyed that. That flat pitch that Kevin James was talking all about.
What a start for Somerset. Very first ball of the Hampshire innings has produced a wicket, rattling Joe Weatherly's off stump. And tricky situation for Nick Gubbins to come into. I'm sure he's handled plenty of such situations before in an extensive career. Left-handed.
He's a good player, Nick Gubbins. Moved down to Hampshire, season and a half ago, was integral in that Middlesex Championship win back in 2016. Runs dried up a little bit, but he's made the move. He's having a good season, good player. Jack Brooks, wow, he fancy himself though.
Gubbins' first ball coming up. What are we going to see this time? In, outside the off stump, and taken comfortably by the double centurion teenager.
540 runs at a shade under 50 for Nick Gubbins this season. A couple of hundreds, 350s. So he's a man in form. Doesn't play much T20 cricket. He's been playing for Callington club cricket.
Right.
During the blast down in Devon, Anthony Gibson was saying. Cornwall, down in Cornwall. Sheps at the back of the box to police that kind of mistake.
Outside off stump again from Brooks. Change of angle. Hasn't quite got the radar on. Not far away though. Gubbins not having to play a shot to either of his first 2 deliveries. My word, the crowd are having a day here, aren't they? At the Cooper Associates County Ground. Worth paying the money for. And plenty still intent on Jack Brooks as he goes in. That's a quick delivery that, again, Gubbins doesn't feel the need to engage with. Just lets it go by his off stump. 3 slips awaiting, as well as James Rue.
He'll like you, Stephen Lamb, calling him quick.
I think that was, just from eyesight, that was the quickest of the over.
Talking about his running or his bowling?
He's got the slant across the left-hander and hasn't quite got it. He just needs to home in a little further onto that off stump.
Hasn't quite got it as he stands on the cusp of a wicket maiden. First over of the day.
Yes, here's the last ball of what is a wicket maiden. Fantastic from Jack Brooks. Well, what entertainment we're enjoying. Yeah, I think Vic is going to come in to witness more of it. And Hampshire 0 for 1 at the end of the first over. So Joe Weatherly is back in the hutch, clean bowled by Jack Brooks. And Vic, we've had some entertainment.
Well,
That was extra.
it was a lovely. But that's the sort of thing that happens when you've been out in the field for so long, and you just want to get through the first few deliveries to settle down. Kept it a little bit low, perhaps, but he missed it. And Jack Brooks hit. Now then, Alfie Ogborn, first ball in first-class cricket, left arm over. Here we go. That'll do.
Tidy.
Yeah.
For starters. He looked the part in his defence. He wasn't in all that long, Alfie Ogborn, but got off the mark in his first Test innings, and
He's
exhibited some decent defence.
yeah. He's in the team for his batting. Although the way Shoaib batted, I'm not sure they got the order right, but I think that was a surprise to everyone as well. But this is what he's primarily here for. Might be leg buys, I think.
Yes.
I mean, what I think, I've only seen glimpses of him, but early on, he will be hoping, just as at a slightly different level Mitchell Stark does, is to get that ball swinging back into the pads of the right-hander and bring in the LBW with the odd ball going straight across. That'll be the plan. That's the classic left arm over opening bowler sort of way to proceed. But that one's a little bit shorter, but it's sort of on target. We won't swing from that length.
He sprints in.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any huge pace, but he's quick enough. Obviously made a big impression last summer in some of those 50-over games. I mean, it is, in one sense, exasperating that 50-over competition has become a kind of nursery for second-team players to get some exposure. But there are some virtues, because it does give them that exposure. And he made the most of it, I think, last year. These left arms, they can be like comets sometimes. I mean, in the 90s, I think. Remember Matt Bulbeck? Didn't last very long. He had a few injury problems, but he would suddenly, as a left arm over, if you get it right, that ball swinging in late, you suddenly can get a flurry of wickets. Even back in the 80s, Mark Davis just got it. Could get it skidding and swinging back, LBW, keeping the umpires on their toes. And that sort of length, that's a perfectly respectable start from, we haven't quite finished yet this first over, but that's the sort of length you want.
Yeah, we haven't seen
And you just hope for a little bit of swing.
Yes, there is still plenty of cloud cover, and we've still got the floodlights on.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that
No,
will...
the conditions are quite good for, it's not too dark, but there is cloud cover. What I haven't established at night is what, and this is too much detail possibly, but what sort of ball are we using in this match?
A kookaburra.
It is a kookaburra again.
It's that's going to be the first run off the bat for Hampshire, for Fletcher Middleton. A couple down to third man. It's the previous round to this one and this one.
Okay.
That have been
the
kookaburra.
The last match, it kind of didn't go as predicted because the notion was that kookaburra wouldn't be so helpful for the seamers. And then glory be, Matt Henry and Greg Overton just swept knots away. With a bit of help later on from Josh Davey and Casey Aldridge. So, but the pattern of this Somerset's first innings, kookaburra tends to move early on, but it doesn't retain its sort of potency for so long as the Duke. So you really got to make the most of it when it's new, and it might swing for 20 or 30 overs, and then more than the Duke, it kind of loses that, and it doesn't do anything. And you certainly Hampshire felt that even this morning when they started, they had very few people around the bat. They really didn't expect much. That's a good
Ooh,
delivery.
yeah, he played at that one, I think, Nick Gubbins. Previous delivery was a no ball, in fact, which has taken the total to 8. But I think we'll have another look at it. But yeah, I think that was a play and a miss.
So the point is, obviously, you've got to make use of the Duke, but for a kookaburra, you've really got to make sure you're on target at the start when it has the capacity to swing a bit, and maybe the seam is not so big, but it might be a bit wider, but it's not as big. But you need to use it well in the first 30 overs. Just a hint, that's a nice length, and if it is going to swing from Jack Brooks, who's never been afraid to bowl that fuller length, hunting for a little bit of swing.
Well, he was certainly on target first up.
Yeah, yeah. What a start that was.
It's a sort of dream start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially when you've recovered in the way Somerset did in their innings.
Poor old Joe Weatherly. He thought he'd probably be batting about 24 hours ago. He's had to wait all this time. And he's out to first ball.
So we think that the rain has just spared us.
Well, you
been-
were saying how, I mean, about half an hour ago, those Quantocks were clearly in rain, weren't they? And you wisely said, oh, that's gone. And you were right, I think. We look away to our left, we can't quite see. That's again, that almost, he didn't know where that was going. Just bounced back towards the off stump. It's a good start from the old soldier, Jack Brooks.
Yeah, it's been a sort of quite an extensive band of rain coming up from where it usually
We've been
comes,
lucky,
the sort
haven't
of
we?
southwest, but it's just
Yeah.
been progressing
Yeah.
north of us, and the Quantocks are pretty clearly visible again now. I think the rain has stopped up there.
Ooh,
Oh, outside edge.
didn't
and
quite carry.
that's the sense, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's not much pace in this pitch. And he did play with relatively soft hands, Nick Gubbins.
Difficult to have a clear view, but
I'm pretty sure
Just
that
fell
didn't
short.
carry. If only by the reaction of the players.
yeah.
It's having to keep juggling the slip cordon, but it's Abel, who's out of necessity gone to first slip.
Yes,
Bring
because-
another catcher in, actually. Aldridge, who, like Craig Overton, is just, very gifted fielder and a good catcher. Tom Lammonby's in there. Now there's another. I think it's Andy Umeed, but I'm not sure.
I think that's right.
So 4 slips for
Yes.
Jack Brooks. Wouldn't have been so comfortable doing that if the first innings total was 135, which it looked like being. Tom Abel, of course, buzzing around, handing the sweater to the umpire, Alfie Ogborn, first-class cricketer. Just preparing for his second over. Jack Brooks, good man to have for him at mid-on. He only got 20 years on him. Well, not quite 20, but a lot of experience. Sympathetic voice to have at mid-on. It's good.
Sympathetic,
It's
isn't it?
actually pleased that Tom Abel stuck. I'm sure it's good to have him at mid-on. Just a relaxing person with lots of good advice. Not that he'll be peppering him with too much advice. I'm sure. Just want to keep it simple. But a nice bloke to have
Absolutely.
as you make your debut there.
The
You'll be
odd-
right behind him.
The odd sage word.
Yeah, yeah. And it is quite exciting, isn't it? I know this is a makeshift attack in many ways, but it's also a lovely moment. Alfie Ogborn making his debut. He's in his second over. So far, the rhythm has looked pretty good. He's commanded respect. 3 slips there waiting. That's the right, as they say, area. No obvious swing. Sometimes the ball doesn't swing quite so much in the first few overs until the kind of lacquer comes off. That's what Somerset will be hoping, that from overs sort of 8 to onwards, 8 to 25, let's say, it might swing a little bit more.
He's giving it plenty of attention in
Yeah,
shining
yeah.
terms.
Yeah, yeah.
Maintaining all he possibly can. Alfie Ogbourne.
Depends how many days it'll take.
Right, neatly tucked away, just a little bit leg sidey, but James Rue, he's been batting for about five or 6 hours, skipping up to the stumps. Tony, I can remember Tony Middleton. Just about, I might even have played against Tony Middleton, who's Fletcher Middleton's father.
Yes, Kevin James, the Hampshire BBC commentator, would have played with Tony Middleton.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Who was quite, even by the standards of that day, quite a dour opening batsman. I don't know whether Fletcher has the same qualities. Probably not.
Full and straight from Ogbourne. I once played against Tony Middleton's opening partner, Paul Terry.
Oh, yeah.
Who got 100 with consummate ease, but he wasn't playing against the level of opposition that he...
Well, Paul Terry, obviously, he played for England, scored a lot of runs for Hampshire. I have a memory of Paul Terry, which I shall share. Although, this is not even in the 60s. This was probably in the 70s, or possibly even the 80s.
Well, we were going to get on to them.
Yeah.
Ogbourne, in the meantime, outside
Remember
the off stump.
Playing against Hampshire, I think at Bournemouth, and Hampshire were batting in first innings. Gordon Greenwich. Not sure Barry Richards was playing, or he might have been, but certainly Gordon Greenwich was playing and playing well. And in those days, Somerset might only travel with 11 players. But it was very common that you would borrow the opposition's 12th man. It's a good searching length and line that. So you'd borrow the 12th man, and the 12th man would be happy to do that because the visitors would pay for him carrying it. Anyway, Hampshire were progressing well. Gordon Greenwich looking incredibly dangerous. Somerset, one of the Somerset players, can't remember who it was, left the field. Out comes Paul Terry, who was always a very good fieldsman, actually. I think, but I'd have to check it, but I think Hallam Mosley was bowling. And we had sort of two men back in a sort of modern sort of way on the leg side, but the short boundaries at Bournemouth. Anyway, let's say it was Hallam Mosley, ran in, bowled to Greenwich, who whipped this thing off his legs in the air, but travelling like a tracer ball. Well, I think you know what's going to happen. Paul Terry was at deep backward square leg, dived through a row of houses, stuck out one hand, and caught it. So Gordon Greenwich caught sub, bowled Mosley, I don't know, 35, 40. And then I think whoever had left the field came back on. I just wonder what it'd been like at lunch. I can't remember, but, where did Paul Terry sit? Yeah. Probably not next to Gordon Greenwich, but it was the most amazing catch caught by, Hampshire's young pup, Paul Terry.
Terrific.
In a way that I don't think it happens like that nowadays, but you would quite often, if you were 12th man for Somerset and the team came and they didn't have an extra man, you'd go out and field. I did that once or twice, field for the opposition for a short period of time.
Hampshire, we talk about the great overseas players we've had here at Taunton, but Hampshire had a few, didn't they? Greenwich,
well, you had Greenwich
and Barry Richards.
Greenwich and Barry Richards.
What an opening partnership that was.
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly played in games where those two were opening the batting.
And Malcolm Marshall.
Malcolm Marshall, and before that, Andy Roberts.
Yeah. You've got a story about Malcolm Marshall, haven't you?
Well, dear, you have to. Well, I mean, if it gets dull, I'll quickly go through it. But I can't get rid of all my good lines here, Well, mind you. But
no,
yes, Malcolm, I can tell you, but very briefly.
Well, I did hear you tell it. I'm sorry to ask you to repeat, but it was very funny.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I think it was at the West of England branch of the Cricket Society that you told it.
Well, it's true. Obviously, all my stories are true. Malcolm Marshall was a fantastic bowler and a wonderful man. Nice shot.
That could well be four.
Yeah. But that's the sort of searching length that Brooks is prepared to bowl. It's almost half volley length. He's pushed that. He'll get 3 for it.
Yeah, just didn't quite reach the rope. Nearly, but not quite.
But it's a brave length, but with a new ball that might swing, it's a justifiable one. Because you want to invite that drive. In fact, he played it beautifully. But you can't resent that. Tom Abel's happy with that length because it's a searching length. It's inviting the drive. Might go for 4. In fact, it went for 3. But it might get you that edge if you can just get that little bit of movement.
Here is Brooks then again.
Good length again, just a little bit wide, but well left. So Malcolm Marshall was a wonderful county cricketer, a wonderful cricketer full stop. But you ask anyone at Hampshire, he would bowl, he was so committed, lovely teammate and all that. But we used to play Hampshire twice a year, often at Bournemouth, but we always played Hampshire twice because we're quite local rivals. And it went on for several years. There would be Marshall. And when you were watching, you're in the team, and you kind of keep an eye on Marshall's overs. Hang on, he's bowled 5. Surely he's going to, your next man in. Surely he's going to come off. Surely they'll put Nigel Cowley on or something like that. Anyway, and he was a genius, and he could bowl quick, but he could also sometimes he'd drop his pace, and he was so skillful that he could beautiful sort of wrists, and he could make the ball swing. He bowled in swingers, out swingers. He might experiment sometimes. Anyway, we used to play them year in, year out, and I just found a pattern established that whenever I went to bat against Malcolm Marshall, he never experimented with these nice little way swingers, in swingers, all that. He just bowled like the wind, year after year. Quite short of a length, whistling past my nose, time and time again. And I couldn't understand it. As far as I was aware, I did nothing to annoy him. Treated him with due respect, of course. Always did, opposition fast bowlers. But after about 3 seasons of this, I'd find myself fending the ball off Malcolm Marshall, time after time. I plucked up the courage to ask the question. Of course, I didn't ask Malcolm. But I asked Robin Smith, I think.
Okay.
I said, why is it? I said, Robin, what have I done? Every time, that's a nice little searching length. Every time I play against Hampshire, Malcolm Marshall I know he's a good bloke, he seems to steam in, bowl short, I'm fending it off, year in, year out, twice a year. What have I done to annoy Malcolm Marshall? Can you explain? And Robin looked at me and said, he don't like the way you walk. That was it. I tried walking differently, didn't make it? And then by the end of the career, I think I got to know him a bit better. Just after I retired, sadly, actually. And I think he relented. But, I mean, what can you do? Well, actually, there's a sort of corollary. It was not a corollary, but Marshall was, you asked anyone at Hampshire, they loved him. Because he was so committed, delightful, loved the game. And then, just after I retired, I was asked to play in a game. Well, there's Andy Caddick. Down at Torquay. It was a kind of benefit match, fundraising benefit match. And I was playing for the sort of so-called celebrity war side against Somerset, sort of 1991 or something like that. And they'd hired Malcolm Marshall and I think Kenny Benjamin to play for the sort of celebrity team, which I think I was captain. And I just remember, so Malcolm, they'd been hired by Rosie, who's probably the great entrepreneur doing all this. And Marshall opened the bowling against Somerset. I think, curiously, Harvey Trump was opening the batting for Somerset. And he wasn't perhaps off his full run, but he was going to give a proper show. He'd run in properly. And our wicketkeeper, we'll just see what happens here. That's gone, that's a good shot. Just slightly over pitch. Nothing, giving it a chance to swing, but it's swung onto the middle of the bat. Our wicketkeeper was a 16-year-old Chris Reed. Devonian.
Yep. Paynton born.
That's right. He probably just played for Devon. But clearly, anyway, all I remember is Marshall had the new ball, ran in, not at maximum pace, but bowling properly, to Harvey Trump, played the ball, outside edge, and Chris Reed took off like a goalkeeper, dived full length, one-handed, and caught the ball about 5 feet in the air, but at full stretch. Fantastic. And all I can remember is Marshall just loving the moment. You know, it was wonderful with Chris Reed, just sort of celebrate. He thought this was fantastic, because it was a fantastic catch, and you can understand why now, because we all know Chris Reed was a great keeper.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I just remember the joy Marshall got out of creating that moment for this 16-year-old, who no one knew necessarily was going to be, you know, an England player, etc. And he sort of loved the game, and loved the fact that he had created this brilliant moment for Chris Reed and anyone who actually was watching. It was a wonderful moment.
Oh, it's great to see.
So I mean, Marshall was a great guy, even though he didn't like the way I walked. Anyway,
Seems a rather obscure reason for bowling like the wind at you.
I know, but that's apparently the answer.
Not the straight-driven four. Lovely shot we've just seen to
Yeah.
take Hampshire on to 24 for 1.
Yeah. Well, we know this is a good surface. Ooh, and
Outside
that,
edge.
where's that gone? Is
Down to
that
third
wide,
round for 4.
wide of the slips.
Yeah.
Once again, that's that searching length that can go for 4, but Brooks has always been brave enough to bowl. Went wide, I think, of third slip. In the knowledge it could go for 4, but it could get him a wicket. So if you're Tom Abel, you can't worry too much about that. That's part of the deal. That's why Brooks has got so many wickets in his career.
And Somerset have got 500 in the bank.
Yeah.
More runs here. This will be a single down to long leg. I remember Malcolm Marshall destroying England with a broken arm.
I know, amazing. Yeah, so headingly. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure England thought, oh, when he got hit, well, at least we haven't got to deal with him. Oh no, he was out there. It was his left hand, obviously broken. He came out to bat and he batted one-handed, and he got a
few runs.
Yeah. And then he came out to bowl and bowled like the wind, with one hand, well, in one, I can't remember his wrist or not exactly in plaster, but completely, plastered up with tape, and still got wickets galore. Well,
Nicely timed this.
yeah, just the 2.
Yeah, found the gap, but pulled in just inside the boundary. So 2 more accrue.
Yeah, well, the runs are coming fairly quickly, but I'm not annoyed because Brooks is bowling that searching length. Doesn't seem to be swinging much. We know this is going to be a pretty good batting surface still. So you've got to take the odd risk. What will be interesting is that Somerset have got an unusual balance of attack. They've got their 3 seamers, no more than that. We've got Casey Aldridge in reserve. He'll be the first change. But I would imagine that we'll see a spinner on. Don't know who we'll go to first, but we'll see a spinner on pretty early in this innings because of the balance of the attack, and the fact that the odd ball has turned. And the harder the ball, the more danger you might get for a spinner as well.
And Somerset do have the 2 specialists in the
They've
side.
got 2 off spinners.
As well as those 3 seamers. I don't know whether Tom Abel might
No,
bowl.
I don't think so.
Unlikely in these conditions, really.
Well, I don't know what his fitness thing is, and we're just on the cusp of T20 final. Tom Abel had a side injury over the winter, which is the worst one for a bowler. So I'd be amazed if it's the worst injury for medium pace upwards bowlers.
Yeah.
I can't believe he'll risk that now.
Ogbourne again in the meantime, and outside the off stump and
I mean, the other
further
one
away.
who occasionally bowls is Tom Lammonby, but I think he's also hampered by a long-standing injury. I can't remember whether it's the ankle or where. So I don't think either those. If everyone's fit, those 2 are quite handy options. Tom Abel, especially, has had little flurries of wickets. Our Hawkeye director has spotted some rain spots. Let's hope. I don't know. We can't quite see where the weather comes on. It's quite dark. The lights are on.
Generally, it's been coming from behind us
Yeah,
to our left.
yeah. You've got to go. Look at the window out the back.
We're looking pretty much north here, so it's probably southwesterly.
Yeah. I mean, even I can remember in my day we used to look at the church and see where the cockerel was facing.
And the cockerel's still up there.
Yeah. And that seemed to be where the weather came from.
Ogbourne is into his fourth over.
Once again, that's he like that. They like that behind the stumps. It's a perfectly respectable start from Ogbourne. I mean, he'd love to top it with a wicket, obviously, but he doesn't look overawed. He looks pretty calm, and he has reasonably good rhythm. Doesn't look out of place.
In case you're wondering how Somerset got from 80 for 5 to 500 all out.
Yeah, try and explain that away, Stephen, best you can.
The man behind the stumps is the main reason. The man behind the stumps at the moment, who's just taken that delivery. James Rue, 19 years of age, 221. From 310 balls with 4 sixes and 23 fours. And an innings that it was an absolute pleasure to witness.
Yeah, I mean, he changed tempo towards the end. He was brilliant, although I wasn't here much of yesterday. Well, I wasn't here at all yesterday, but I saw a little bit later on. But he absorbed all that pressure at the start of his innings. Didn't mind he wasn't scoring. The situation was critical, but he was confident enough to bed himself in, take his time, and then gradually expanded. But not in a frivolous way. He was watchful, measured all the way. The first time he played an extravagant shot that I saw was when he reverse swept a 4, and I think he was on 147 at the time. I mean, it's such a mature innings. He knew that there's runs out there. He knew that this was a good batting surface, and he probably knew Somerset were in danger of being dismissed massively under par. And he just kept batting.
And he's only 48 runs off 1,000 for the season.
Goodness. So he has been phenomenal this summer.
And great support as well, should mention. Casey Aldridge initially, 88.
Yep.
Then Dom Bess, 54. Nice to see him get a half century on what used to be his home ground. And then Shoaib Bashir.
I know. What was he at the end? I can't remember.
44, not out.
Left stranded.
61, 3 sixes, 3 fours.
I know, and the perception of Shoaib has been that he's a doughty, tenacious number 11 who doesn't give his wicket away cheaply. But he kept popping, 2 or 3 times he popped the ball into the Somerset stand, which is the way to hit it. This is quite a short boundary here, but
I'm going to make way, Vic, for Charlie Taylor.
Okay, well, let's hope those spots of rain that our director he sees them. He's got good eyesight, our director, amongst many other qualities. But let's hope they stay away. Jack Brooks has been replaced by Casey Aldridge. And Stephen Lamb has been replaced by Charlie Taylor. Similar height, not quite so quick, I suspect.
No, quite a lot slower than Casey Aldridge. Yes, a bit of a change, double change going on. But yeah, it was a very special day, this. It was one of those, I put it on Twitter, it's one of those I was there moments. Certainly it felt like that, really. I know it's not his first century, but an innings like that was very special. Good ball.
Yeah. Different proposition, Casey Aldridge. We've got Brooks and Ogbourne, who are essentially looking for that ball to swing, and therefore bowl quite a full length. Aldridge, 6'6", roughly, coming from a good height, gets bounced. That ball, flew through nicely. It's just a little bit short and wide, that one, but it's a great opportunity for these guys. I mean, Aldridge has played quite a lot of first-team cricket in this summer, but his batting has really been the standout thing. He's had his moments with the ball. There's obviously a lot of potential there with the ball as well, and he must be feeling pretty good about life as a county cricketer because he keeps doing stuff, but mostly with the bat. It's a nice shot.
Yeah, he's played
Fletcher
that really
Middleton, just a effortless flick from back of the length delivery. Another good wicket shot as well, trusting the bounce and the way it went. I mean, this is a good batting surface. Even I think, looking over at the Quantox, it's raining over there.
Yep, I can see a few drops around.
And it's raining, could be raining very near the station, which is not very far away. He's done it again.
Same ball, same result.
Yeah. Well, he needs just to get a bit more off stump and a bit fuller.
Wouldn't be surprised if they think about going off here. That rain is coming down.
Nick
a bit
Gubbins
harder
has
now.
got his hands out saying, what are we doing here?
So there is blue sky over to our left as we look at it.
Yeah, yeah.
Gubbins is not happy, is he?
Well, I think Gubbins should leave it to the umpires, really.
Yep, I agree.
But it's sort of... They're going off.
off.
Obviously, if you're a batsman and you think you're about to go off, actually Gubbins wasn't on strike even, but if you're a batsman and you think you're about to be interrupted, you want to get off that field before you happen to nick one. But usually you have to leave it to the umpires. But off they go. But it's not heavy by any stretch of the imagination. And the optimistic view is that looking way to our left, it doesn't look quite
Actually,
so bad.
It looks like some of the best weather we might have had all
And they're
all day
hardly,
over there.
they are hardly scampering off.
No,
I mean,
this is-
and they're very slow on getting the covers on
This
because it's barely raining. It's quite dark as well.
I suspect it'll be one of those where the umpires might even stay on the edge of the field and just watch it.
Yeah,
Covers are coming on now.
yeah.
Well, this will suit. You'd think it'd suit Hampshire more than Somerset, who
Well-
you could see Gubbins was desperate just to
Yeah.
think, well, let's go and put our feet up for a bit. They've been on the field for, what was it, about 120, 130 overs earlier on? What was it? 120 overs.
Yeah.
Oh, it is coming down quite heavily.
No,
now.
now they want to hurry up and get those covers on, really. But they've got a team of 4, each one of whom is pushing the covers on.
I tell you what, the fact they've only got one person per cover there, I'm very impressed with, because we've got similar covers at our ground, and they are almost impossible to steer and control with just one. You need 2, you really.
Well, they're obviously. Oh, in fact, one of
There
the
we go.
who's that? Who's one of the players?
Umid, who is that going out?
Well,
to
it looks
help
like it could be Lammonby.
there? Is it Lammonby? Yeah.
I don't know. The sort of thing Lammonby would do.
Yes, it looks like Lammonby to me.
But he's.
Oh, that's coming down now.
Yeah. I don't know. We need to know who that is.
Oh, is it Ogborn? I think it's Alfie Ogborn.
Nah, well, it might be. Well,
Yes.
well, he's just showing his naivety.
Yeah, get off. Get into the
His-
pavilion. Come on, young
His
man.
job is to bowl left arm
Yeah.
swing, not to help the ground staff with covers.
Oh, he's a.
Well,
he's come through the club scene, hasn't he? That's the
Yeah.
club scene there. The players go and do everything like that. Well, good for him. But that is now coming down. He can't play in this, so they'll have to wait. Well, it does look a lot brighter over to our left. We hope that's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
But,
And in a way, Somerset will want to go off because the last thing you want is the ball to get very wet.
yes, that's true. Keep it shining.
But it's not heavy rain. And actually, we've had more cricket than I thought we would already. But it'd be great. Somerset will want to get back out of there.
Yeah.
As I say, then, in a way, it'll give Tom Abel more options when they do resume. He's only got the 3 seamers. So he's got the option. He'll have the option that they'll be a bit rested. So he could stick with his seam attack. Although I'm intrigued to see. I'd like to see one of the off spinners on pretty promptly, just to see what happens a bit. And throughout this innings, those off spinners are going to have to do.
Who would you choose out of the Bess or?
Well, it's
Bashir?
almost a policy decision, isn't it? Is there a pecking order suddenly in the off breaks? Shoaib, I'm sure, will do as he's told, but he might think, well, who's this interloper who's been given the ball before me? Or Don Bess might think, no, he wouldn't think this. He's not beefy. How many test caps has he got?
Was that an attitude you heard a bit?
Well,
Before.
dear Ian, who we all love, and we used to have some great arguments about it could be anything. And if Both was floundering, which is not very often, he'd just come up with, well, how many Test caps have you got? Which might be hopefully the end of the argument.
Well, it would win the argument for most players in Somerset, wouldn't it? Viv might be the early one.
But I don't think Dom would toss out that notion.
No, doesn't seem the same.
I mean, in a curious sort of way, I suppose if you're thinking politically, I guess you would toss the ball to Shoaib as the sort of man who was already playing, and then Dom was parachuted in. But it doesn't matter too much. You can't worry about that. I don't know. I haven't seen Dom bowl for a while, actually. So there's not, I don't think there's a huge tactical difference between the two of them. I suppose in a way you quite liked, there's an argument for Shoaib because he's sort of man in possession, etc. There's also an argument for Dom in that you're suddenly, not a hugely emotional moment, but you're back at Taunton. You want to get back in the game. Well, he's already scored 50 and Shoaib's got his 40-odd. So that fruitful rivalry has already been created.
Well, that was Bashir being driven on by the fact
exactly.
He had to prove himself.
Who is this Mr. Best they speak of?
Well, this is what we need Somerset, the two of them together all the time if they're going to compete like that.
Well, I hope I hope that will be a curious little factor when they start bowling. So I don't know. It doesn't really make much odds, but they'll both, I think, unless something extraordinary happens, they'll both get a lot of bowling. We're going to go. Well, I'll leave this with you, Charlie.
Well, I will just before we get there, I will just say that the groundsmen are bringing out the sheets to cover the bowler's run-up, but I would say it's got a lot brighter since they went off. So it's intrigued to see they're still bringing the covers on, but obviously maybe they know more than we do. So in this short, hopefully, break for rain, we're going to hear from a man who, for a long time, held a bowling record in T20 cricket, where he took 6 for 5 at Sophia Gardens in T20 a long time ago now. But Arul Sapai, who was an opening batter for Somerset, and is a genuinely lovely man, as well as so many cricketers are. And we can hear him now speaking to journalist Richard Walsh about his career and looking back on his time at Somerset.
Well, welcome to another player podcast at the Cooper Associates Candygram, we should say. Today we're joined by Arul Sapai. Arul, welcome back to Taunton. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Glad to be back here.
Let's go straight in where everybody will remember you for. 6 for 5 against Glamorgan. T20, July 2011. Mm-hmm. I mean, that must be one of those occasions that you're never, ever going to be allowed to forget. Well, I'm not going to let you forget it, am I?
No, it was a special evening. Probably quite similar to what we have here. It was a dark, sort of wet evening at Sophia Gardens. It was called Sophia Gardens then in Cardiff. And I remember warming up, and I think according to Trez, and Trez was the captain, and they just wanted to play 3 spinners. Yeah. And so Kartik was one of the spinners, Max Waller and myself. And we won the toss, I think, and fielded first. And Kartik opened the bowling. First ball, Joss was keeping. He pitched it outside leg stump and hit Joss's right shoulder. Right. So it spun a lot. Yeah. It was a very dry wicket. But anyway, so it was I didn't come on to bowl till probably after 10 overs. Right. Yeah. I think Trez was like, just chucked me the ball and said, look, just get a couple of overs in, go as little as possible, and then your job is done. So fair play, I'll do that. I ended up taking wickets, oddly enough, and it was just surreal, the whole how it all just happened within a space of 3.2 overs, and the pitch did offer a lot of assistance, but you still had to put it in the right areas, and it was an incredible evening, which I will never forget.
And this was the world record, and was only recently beaten, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, only quite recent, as probably about two years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, yeah.
2 years ago. And that as well, there's a story behind that. And I came back from, I don't know, from the supermarket and put on the TV, and Leicester were playing against Warwickshire. And is it Colin Ackerman? He was
Yeah.
bowling. I think he had got 4 wickets then. So I was watching it, and then he got this 5th wicket. And I was like, I think my record could be broken here. And then he got the 6th one. And by then Warwickshire needed, I don't know, they needed pretty much six every ball. And I think then he got his 7th wicket, caught in the deep mid wicket. I think it was Jeetan Patel. And and that was it really. Which, I mean, records are there to be broken. But then straight away I messaged Colin Ackerman to say, many congratulations, and, celebrate it while it lasts, cherish it, and, it's all good. Yeah.
So you held the record for 8 years?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I've given a lot of people hope. I think there's been a lot of figures that are very, very close. And actually it won't surprise me that someone will take 8 wickets. I think, you just need to get on a roll, and why not? I mean, like you just saw Sydney Thunder being bowled out for 15, about 3 weeks ago, which, you never thought that would happen in a professional setup. But yeah, I think getting 8 wickets is possible. You never know.
So let's go right back to the start. How do you end up coming to be part of Somerset? Because you were born in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. How does a lad like you end up playing for Somerset in the first place?
Yes, so I was very fortunate. I gained a cricket scholarship to Millfield School, which is obviously based in Somerset, and I started in my third form, so age 12, and obviously the most sensible option was to come through the Somerset setup, the county age groups. So I just played for Somerset since, under 12s, under 13s, worked my way up. And that's how I ended up playing for Somerset. And, I'm pretty much a West Country boy, even though, yes, I'm from Malaysia. But, I've been here for 28 years. So I was at Milford for 5 years. I did my A-levels under the, and I had very, very lucky to have coaches like Mark Davis, who was a former Somerset player, and Richard Ellison as well. And straight after school, I went to Exeter Uni, which is, just further down the road, further southwest. So, and then straight after that, I was with Somerset. So I'm pretty much a West Country boy, and I played for Devon as well, for a couple of years, which, I definitely helped me in my progression as a cricketer. But yeah, just by being at Millfield, and I know it sounds silly, about 8,000 miles away, but and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset.
Who was in your sort of year group that you played through with, who people would have known?
Yeah, so Wes Durston,
right,
James Hildreth.
Yeah.
So James was 2 years below me, academic years. Wes was maybe a couple of years above me. There was Max Waller, Craig Keyswetter. There's quite a few names. I remember when I started at Millfield, I will still not forget this. The first match I went to watch the Millfield first 11 playing, I swear the keeper was probably about 5-10 yards inside the boundary.
Right.
And the bowler was running in and letting go of this ball, and it was Simon Jones.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. So I was lucky enough. Simon Jones was there, Dean Kosker. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of cricketers that have come through from Millfield. Very fortunate for that. There's a lot of names that I to mention.
Yeah. And obviously, it wasn't easy though to break into the team here, was it? You sort of had quite a period of trying to get in and not quite get in there. Tell me about that period of time.
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of competition, and I think the only way that I could get in was to actually open, bat in the top 3 for the second team.
Yeah.
And so I put my hand up and said, look, I'll open. And I actually then transformed myself to be an opening batsman. And by doing that, that gave me a small window to get into the first team, an opportunity to get in. And, you know, that paid dividends. And that's how I really got into the first 11, was actually transforming from, from a middle order player, at school. There's this running joke that, I got 4 years running. I won the fastest 50 competition.
Yeah.
So I was definitely a stroke player, someone that would get on with it. But then for me to get into the setup, I had to just transform or put my name in the hat to say, look, I'm going to open and challenge myself. And that's how I got in, really. Yeah.
You were a pretty sharp fielder, though, weren't you? I've seen you take some pretty good catches over the years.
Yeah, I've always that is one of my strengths, was my fielding. Always it was all down to pride and attitude in fielding, and I really enjoyed it. And I must admit that I myself have kind of surprised myself. I've taken some spectacular catches over the years, but for me it was just something, whatever way I can contribute to the team. And actually in 2005, when we won the T20 Cup under Graham Smith, I got in the team because of my fielding.
Yep.
Simple as that. Because I think it was again at Cardiff. I came on as a 12th man, and I think I took 3 catches, and the last catch was a diving catch from long off to mid off, and it was to save the match. Basically, it was a tied match. Yeah. But after that night, it was like, well, yeah, you're playing for the rest of the, because of the energy that I brought. So it was something that I really, found quite easy to control, and so I really enjoyed it.
I think I remember you playing at Northants and doing a stunning piece of stop in there. And you were one of the first people I remember used to wear long sleeves.
Yes, that's right. You? Yes, I always wear long sleeves fielding, simply because I would be diving everywhere. So it was just a protection for my skin, really. I know now that you got tuber grips and all those things, but I used long sleeves, and that's what I would pride myself is basically just to stop everything that comes my way.
Well, we're back, which is good news. Just a brief interlude. They started bringing out some of the covers on the bowlers' run-ups, but they were quickly taken off, and the umpires decided, let's just get back on with it. It's Charlie Taylor here alongside Vic Marks, former Somerset England spinning all-rounder.
Good correction there, Charlie.
Yeah, let's get it right.
Who joined Somerset as a batsman?
Yes. And so we continue. Whoa! And gone. First ball, back after the rain break. And it's one which has jumped up.
Yeah, he's giving it out.
Yeah, he's gone.
Well, Hampshire were keen to get off, but not anymore. That's a terrific first delivery. He's banged it in. He surprised Middleton. They had actually, interestingly, put a man on the square leg boundary to sort of dissuade him from playing the big hook stroke pull shot, whether that was significant. So he didn't try and do that, and he ended up fending it, and it ballooned beautifully, gently to the third slip. So what a match Casey Aldridge is having, and that's a serious delivery, that.
Yeah.
Especially first ball back. I mean, in fact, we've had 2 wickets now.
First bowlers,
in a sense.
In a way. So every time Somerset go off, that's what they'll want. Come back on and a wicket straight away. 39 for 2, Hampshire in trouble. It'll be the captain, James Vince, we expect. He'll come out, who...
well, this is the man that you want, because, like
get him gone.
Kyle Abbott, James Vince, in a different way, has tormented Somerset in the past.
He certainly has.
And he's a top-quality player. But it's 39 for 2. That's bang on target, that delivery. It was short of him using his height at the body, round about Adam's apple height, and he didn't get into a position to duck it, and he ended up fending it. He knew he'd hit it, I think, and he sort of semi-started to walk and then sort of hesitated, at which point the umpire at the far end said, off you go.
When you start walking, you give the game away a little bit, don't you? Before the rain break, that was the last ball of the over.
Yeah.
Before the rain break, he'd been hit for 2 consecutive fours.
That's right.
4-4 wicket, and you wonder, without a rain break,
oh no, it wouldn't happen.
It wouldn't have happened.
No,
so that is a wicket
for the
thanks
rain
to
break.
the rain break. Yeah, absolutely. It'll be Jack Brooks, is it? No, it's going to be Ogborne who's going to be
keep going,
continue, and he's looked pretty good. Quite a lot of pace there.
Yeah,
coming from this end.
He's craved swing. He hasn't really got it to swing, and sometimes it just doesn't swing. But his rhythm has been good. Tom Abel's given him a good opening burst, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, he's almost thinking, ooh, that net back a bit. What are you doing leaving that, Mr. What's your name again? Oh, Gubbins.
Yeah, he's that sort of player, isn't he? Won't have come across any of these players in his career so far, really.
No, I expect he knows who they are.
Well, Vince is pretty well known around the circuit. Gubbins as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
Both big names in the county championship. 2 very big names if Somerset can eke them out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, these are the guys who you have the capacity to play the big innings, I would say, in that lineup. I mean, there's some good players to come, but Gubbins and Vince are the sort of real engine room of the batting lineup. Yeah, especially when the 2 openers have gone.
Umeed can't have believed his luck, I should think. There, that one came nicely. When you're in slip, you're expecting them to fly at you, aren't you? So when that one found its way, a curious shot. You don't see that happen all that often. Fended and looping to 3rd slip, but there he was.
Well, you do if you watch Test cricket.
Yes, you do see a fair bit of it these days. The shorter ball banged in.
Yeah.
Squirted off the edge. Think about 2. And they get it. Aldridge there, if that's taste of things to come, will probably be favouring that length, won't he? Just an awkward.
Well, if he can, I mean, it's not a bad ball to bowl first up. No. If he can emulate that even to James Vince. And he did have that man back, I think mainly because the 2 previous balls had gone for 4 before the break. Give him a bit of protection. But it did rule out, in a sense, Middleton trying to play a pull or hook shot. And he ended up fending it. I mean, it's a lovely dismissal for a fast bowler, nasty fasty. He's not that quick, Aldridge, but he is tall, and if he gets it right, that bounce can disconcert, and it did. So that's 2 down. Of course, we had a flurry of wickets at the start of Somerset's innings. Just a little look from both James Vince there, just tapping around footmarks made by Ogborne, just almost to alert the umpire. Hang on a minute, is he running on the pitch? We don't, there's these off spinners who are going to be bowling shortly. I don't think the umpire's that interested at the moment.
No, I must say I've not noticed. It sometimes stands out, doesn't it? When I was umpiring a game at a very low level, and this player was coming on and bowling and walking right in front of me as he bowled. He was a spinner. Yeah. And he turned around and asked for the LBW, and I said, I can't see. I don't know what's going on. I've told him a few times, and he just kept doing it. I said, I can't give it out if I can't see it.
That's fair enough. But it'd be quite pernickety in a club game.
Yes, to say no.
To say, hang on, you're 2 inches onto the pitch here. Especially if you were one of the umpires who are sort of playing in the game.
Yeah, getting ready to bat later on.
Yeah. So let's see. We've got James Vince, who is the real class player in the Hampshire lineup, who's had a sort of tricky last 2 or 3 sessions. He is tapping away around about that follow through length. Aldridge, well, as I say, he'd have been a bit chastened by those 2 lovely 4s by Middleton just before the break, but he's got him now. It's a great game so far. Probably fed up he didn't get 100. But he got a very good 88. Was that actually quite a good delivery? One that turned from Dawson.
Yes, not really his fault at all. It was a good ball.
Slip cordon's in place. You have to be on your toes to work out who's Somerset slip cordon. It keeps changing. Umeed at 3rd slip. Tom Abel at 1st. I think it's...
Is it Lammonby?
Lammonby, I guess.
Yeah, that's Bartlett. Yeah, so Lammonby in the middle.
Yeah, but there's a lot of changes of personnel. Obviously, Craig Overton is a regular there when he's not bowling. Aldridge is a regular there when he's not bowling. So you need a variety. He's not making his debut, but he's making his Somerset debut, of course.
One for 2. Good start so far, Somerset. Here's Aldridge. Yeah, difficult to do too much with that early on in your innings. Perhaps once you're in a bit, you might more of a go at it. But it's a good ball from Aldridge.
Yep, making him play.
Yeah.
Of course, in his England career, we all know. He's an exasperating player for England because he played some beautiful knocks. And that's a beautiful ball shot, effortlessly done. His best knock almost was in that first Ashes test, I think, at Brisbane, where he got 70 or 80. And he batted like that, matches, really looked the part, and then was ran himself out, I think, or he was run out. If he got his 100 there, his career could be completely different. Because when he did score runs, he looked, a real quality act. Then, of course, he would nick it to second or third slip.
Well, that was it, wasn't it? It was they'd put one just gently outside off, and he'd wave.
And I think Aldridge should not be shy of just bowling a little bit fuller. They put that man back on the square leg boundary. I think it's much to sort of protect Aldridge. But I don't think he should be too shy of just getting a little fuller.
You've got runs to play with here. You can afford a few James Vince drives.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You don't know if you could just tempt him into one, get it to move a little, or just get him to misjudge it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, rain's coming down again here.
Well, I expect that's why they were a bit hesitant about restarting, or they had to restart. The sun came out. The umpires are sort of looking up, but they're not going anywhere at the moment, I don't think. Or are they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Well, that is frustrating, but it was a good little session for Somerset.
Well, you can't complain. Got the wicket in those, what have we seen there? 3 overs, something like that?
Maximum. So...
Well, yes, less than that, isn't it? It's 2 overs-ish.
James Vince is in conversation with someone. But off they go.
To the umpire.
Again, it's not torrential rain by any stretch of the imagination. And they're, you can tell it's not torrential rain because they're all ambling off. Out come stoic ground staff with 1 cover per person. Looks like a good training exercise, that.
When you joined Somerset, were you expected to do bits of groundwork here and there?
Particularly in our first summer, where there were a lot of pups, not so much Ian, because he was usually in the first team, but we all joined at the same time. But Pete Roebuck, myself, Phil Slocum, a guy from Weston called John Hook, who's an off-spinner. And part of the deal was in that first year where they expanded the staff because they had 4 or 5, if you count Ian, sort of 19-year-olds. They decided to invest in. Roy Kerslake, I think, was the leading kind of driver of that. So I can remember working they used to have a big brown manual scoreboard over there, so I had sessions in there during championship matches. And then we'd go up, probably in the inevitable Peter Robinson, to Bath before the festival to help, a hopeless way. I mean, Pete and I were useless at all this stuff, but nonetheless, to help sort of set up the ground with putting chairs out, and then someone else would be putting up marquees and all that sort of stuff. We still played a lot of cricket, a lot of second-team cricket, and we played minor counties cricket at the same time. So we were playing cricket, but on other days we'd be dutifully doing bits and pieces, either in the scoreboard or helping set it up, possibly Western as well, maybe. But certainly I remember going up to Bath and shunting around with deck chairs and stuff. So that was part of the deal. For £15 a week, Charlie.
Yeah, well, you can't imagine the players these days getting their hands dirty like that. Other than Alfie Ogborn, who helped push the covers.
Yeah, exactly. But we didn't mind because we were just delighted to be part of it.
Someone was paying you to play cricket. That was a bit of a joy,
exactly.
of it, really.
But I mean, Pete and I were not the most reliable operators of that scoreboard, though. Even though, you know, we've both got 2 Oxford degrees between us, but working the scoreboard was a bit much for us.
Those things could be quite complicated on the inside, couldn't they?
Well, yeah. They used to have a phone in there. The scorers were probably over here somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, the one I remember most of all was an epic one-day game where Both announced himself with, getting 40-odd not out to Somerset. We rode 1 wicket against Hampshire. And we got so excited, we completely lost all control. And then the scorers, it was like a normal phone, and it would ring.
And you know you were in trouble at that point.
Yeah, and they then berated us for, you got the wrong score, wrong number. What? We're sort of hanging out, looking out through the gaps. And then the crowd, this big crowd, they kept shouting at us too. It's not right. So I don't know whether I suppose in championship matches it wasn't quite so important, but that day it didn't seem to be. So that was that was part of the deal.
Yeah,
but it didn't happen too often. And then we'd always be doing 12-man duties, which had a variety of things you had to do.
So obviously kit and drinks and things like that. What else?
Well, tea, but to keep producing tea. Sometimes we had the meals then, before they moved over to that Colin Atkinson pavilion. The kitchens at the county ground were pretty basic.
Was that below us here?
They used to eat in the indoor school, which was there. Goodness knows where the kitchens were, actually. They were very basic, and the food was very basic. So sometimes you were required to collect orders from the fish and chip shop down the road. Closey, of course, was the captain, and he was a determined gambler. So there were times where 12 men, although I wasn't very good at this, were required to go and play some bets with him.
Not on the games he was playing.
No, but on some nag that was, going at Worcester or wherever it was. 12-man duties, and he needed tea at every interval.
So I guess when you came on to give him whatever he needed, a towel or drink, whatever, you'd have to update him on the racing results.
Well, I wasn't very well clued in with that either, but you only really heard about Closey's tips when they won, actually. They kept
I'm sure.
So that was a regular problem. And then, of course, at the end of the day, all the players would order, you'd have drinks for the team. It was part of the club would pay drinks, and mostly
from a bar. We're talking sort of alcoholics at the end of.
So you had to compose the drinks list. You had to ask everyone what they wanted. Mostly it was all pints of bitter, and these were the 1970s. So it wasn't some staminade or anything. Pint of lager, Scotch for Closey probably.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
No. But that was quite a tricky process because you've got at least a dozen drinks to carry in one tray. So if we're finishing at, 6:30, there you are at 6:25, and you've got this massive tray, and all the crowds are just starting to leave. And you can't drop these drinks because it's a critical moment. They all want their, and you've got to get the right ones too. Oh no, I didn't order this. I remember. Sorry. We played at Yeovil one year in a Sunday League game when I was 12th man, and it was a match when Somerset were playing against, I think, Leicester. And Leicester needed 10 to win off 2. Closey was captain.
Two balls, yeah.
And Alan Arthur Jones, who Closey didn't have a perfect relationship with, fast bowler. He went for 6 and 4, or 4 and 6. And I just remember, I had all these drinks in there. Closey was absolutely fuming. I just wanted to get them in the dressing room and then just get out of the way, because I knew that was going to be a massive explosion. So that was another duty, and then you had to run the bath, get the bath. We had a big. I mean, it just shows how
It's
long
funny
ago
how
it
things have
was.
changed, isn't it? Yeah.
You had this, big team bath. So you had to make sure it was a bit easier at home that you got that bath full and hot before the opposition
Well, how long
had grabbed
did
the hot water.
Well, yeah, how long
quite a long
did it take
time.
to fill?
Well,
It's a
quite a
big
long
bath,
time.
isn't it? Yeah.
Quite a long
Yeah.
time. So your responsibility was get that bath right, and then this is a long time ago. It's almost 50 years ago. No one would think about having a sort of team bath now. It's very unhygienic, but everyone plunged in those days. So you had to get that right. But that was okay at home, but away from home, you didn't know the lie of the land quite so well and what the status of hot water was. If you didn't get that right, you were in trouble.
I can imagine. And did you? Because that's quite a. We don't talk about team baths, as you say. There's not something you do that. Did you ever feel comfortable in that? Because I can imagine that you were fine with it. One year, I guess you're with your teammates. You all.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone. Perhaps not everyone got into the, but most people just automatically just got in. Yeah. And by the end of the, well, we don't want to dwell too much on the detail, but by the end of once everyone had got in there, it wasn't looking quite so welcoming, let's say. But yeah, we had the big bath in there.
So what do you make of it now when you go around and look at what they've got in there?
Well, I'm not sure I've been into the dressing rooms in there, but I mean, they were enhanced when we went over to the Colin Atkinson, although we still had the big bath. But there were also individual showers and probably the odd individual bath. It was pretty luxurious by comparison. I'm sure they wouldn't even contemplate having a team bath nowadays.
Absolutely not.
But that's what they had.
So what was the floor? Because you used to. Who was it who was telling me? It might have been you telling me about. You used to get splinters off the floor of the.
Oh, that was mostly at Weston.
Was it Weston?
Yeah.
Was it right?
Yeah. I mean,
this is Clarence Park.
Clarence Park. Yeah. We had towels the size of flannels. they were like sandpaper.
But you loved going to the outgrounds. You get to this sort of.
Well, Rosie loved it at Weston, and probably Pete Denning did because that was their home.
Because he still lives there, Rosie, doesn't he?
Yeah. So Rosie was very defensive if you started moaning about Weston. But the odd thing was, I mean, it's quite recent that we kept playing at Bath. And, well, I can't remember exactly when we gave up, about 20 years ago. But the ridiculous thing was that we played at Clarence Park at Weston and the Rec at Bath, and no one played any cricket on those grounds for the rest of the year. There was just a couple squares that were kind of fenced off, and then some poor groundsman either there, and then probably the groundsman here had to go up there to try and check everything was going to be okay. Created 2 or 3 cricket pitches that no one else played on. So it was amazing how much work you had to do. So you had to set up. Bath was just an open space. You had to put up marquees. You used to get good crowds at Bath. But it was created out of nothing. But marquees here, there, and everywhere. Seating.
Well, these days it's a team base there now, isn't it? These days is that?
No,
well, you're on the Rec where the rugby.
Yeah. It's right where the rugby ground is. So there's not a team there.
No.
I mean, Bath Cricket Club is lovely.
Next to it,
and that's where one should play in a sense, except for it's too small. It's a small ground.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Likewise at Weston, well, we always played at Clarence Park because there was more space, I suppose. And again, they created that out of nothing. So it's a bit of pot luck what sort of pitches you got. In fact, they were usually okay or a bit bland sometimes, but it was a lot of work to set it all up. I mean, nowadays when people go to outgrounds, they usually go. It doesn't apply to us, but to a club ground that is in regular use. So Surrey will go to Guildford, which is quite a small ground, but it's used to having good club cricket played there.
So the square is looked after.
The square is looked after. The pitches are pretty good. It's very atmospheric in that it's a small ground, so there's 2,000 or 3,000 people there, and you've got a crowd. And likewise. Actually, it happened a lot with the 50 over stuff. They go to some of the schools. The Lancashire played at Sedbergh in a glorious sort of scenery. Middlesex have played at various schools over I think. Oh well, no, sorry, I've certainly played at some of the Wicket and places like that. But Somerset have never had that, or they've never discovered that a sort of outground that is used to hosting cricket. and it's got a regular square and a regular groundsman. I don't know quite why that is, but we've never really found that. I mean, it may never happen, but I mean, if just say Somerset had a, this is highly hypothetical, but just say they had 100 franchise here, then they would probably have to find alternatives, and it'd be an interesting conundrum as to where they might go, which I don't think they've ever resolved. Obviously, there's another ground in Taunton Vale, but there are all sorts of possibilities, but no obvious place, I don't think.
Well, it feels, if that were, as you say, all hypothetical, if that were to happen, it feels like a good opportunity to leave Taunton, to go and bring cricket to other parts of the country.
I mean, this is, again, we're just ruminating wildly, but
just while the covers are still on.
The sun's out, by the way.
Yeah.
I've been to watch Devon play in the when they had their knockout games against the counties, and they've played at Exmouth, and that, for example, is a regular cricket ground where it's just about big enough to host a first-class game or a 50-over game. So there might be a few alternatives out there, but they're not straightforward. But and it's been great. People have enjoyed, I think, in other counties. There's a lot of downsides about the fact that the 50-over game is where it is. But one of the few pluses is, I think, people have enjoyed going to newer, smaller, atmospheric venues in unusual and attractive places. In a way that used to happen, of course, years ago. Somerset went all around the county.
Very nomadic, weren't they?
Yeah, famous, Froome and Harold Gimlet back in the 30s.
Glastonbury was used
Glastonbury,
a lot, Wells was a little bit for a long time ago.
Street.
Yeah.
Yeovil, two grounds at Yeovil. But I don't see us reverting to that very quickly, unless things change radically. But I mean, there is a bit of pressure here too on the poor groundsman. I know we've got a big square.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Yeah. With more games, if you're going to squeeze in more games, and you need different pitches. They've got, when Sky are here at TV, they say you've got to be on one of the middle ones, which get used an awful lot. So it does. At least it gives you that bit of access. But the problem is getting a pitch that's good enough, consistent enough for it. So. There was a talk a little while ago of Bath, but I think the issues were the pitch wasn't quite
back at the Rec, or
in Bath CC.
Yeah, I just don't think it's.
No,
I think in the past, they've established that. I mean, it's quite a small ground, Bath, isn't it? It's a lovely ground, right in the middle of the city. But
it is small.
It is tight. Yeah. It's quite small boundaries, and then you want to obviously, you want to be able to house, 3,000 or 4,000
that's
spectators.
The other problem, not only spectators, but also six hitting is huge these days, and in a 50-over game as well. Towards the end of those innings,
we used to love going to Bath, especially. Well, where's Rosie? He loved
tell you about Western. Yeah.
But one of the reasons we loved going to Bath was that it was treated like an away game, because it's quite a long way from Taunton to Bath. I was living down in Devon. It's a real trek to get to Bath. So you'd stay up for the week, and there'd be stuff going on,
Bath's a great
city. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All sorts of nice social, nothing too untoward, but social activities. And so you had a week in Bath, and it was like, it wasn't exactly a holiday, but it was on a good year with the sun shining, got big crowds, nice crowds. You could have an enjoyable week at Bath.
Well, I was lucky enough to do some commentary from Southport when Old Trafford was in use. It's a lovely ground, and I think speaking to the media people there, I didn't speak to too many of the players, but they all say this is actually a lovely chance to get away from Old Trafford, which is a great ground, but actually is
for Championship cricket, these big grounds. I mean, we used to. It's one of my regrets, but it's because I played for Somerset. You used to play against Gloucester, and all the Gloucestershire players of that vintage, they just couldn't wait for the Cheltenham Festival. Yeah. And we never played at Cheltenham because we're sort of neighbours. Bristol was the obvious place for us to play all our games against Gloucester. But you talk to the Gloucester players, and they couldn't wait for Cheltenham. Wicket more interesting, but the surrounds and the festival atmosphere. And they used to make a lot of money. I don't know if they still do, but they made quite a lot. Cheltenham would be a big factor in whether if they had a good Cheltenham festival, that would boost the coffers as well. The big crowds there. And that, I think I'm right in saying they still play at Cheltenham.
Yes, they do. They've got a festival coming up. In fact, they've elongated the festival this year for a couple of weeks. They've got some of the... they have had women's games there now. Western Storm, I think, have got a game coming up. Plus,
good.
Plus a few of the...
But I did go and watch a game after I retired. I went.
The college is beautiful.
Yeah, and it was just a grand venue with an atmosphere, and people were enjoying themselves.
It's a lovely town as well, Cheltenham. Very nice.
You've got news, hot news.
Good news. So back on at 5:45. So it's in 9 minutes' time. We've lost 7 overs. It is looking a little bit brighter, but we said that last time. 19 remaining. So we'll go on quite late. If we get those 19 overs in, then.
19 overs is over now as cricket.
Yeah, exactly. So
5:45,
so
7 o'clock. Yeah,
7 o'clock finish. So there we are. That's how things are going. All assuming that the light remains good and there's no more rain. But
I hope. It's a busy 2 days. Have you got all your sun cream and everything sorted for your Spanish expedition?
Yeah. So I had a text. So my partner's already out there, and I had a text from her today saying they've got a ola de calor, which is a heat wave.
All right.
A wave of heat. Coming, so I do need to sort all that out. But I can't take too much with me, so the restrictions on the planes, things like that. So I've got to probably buy some when I get out there. But let's. I'll tell you what. I will make ways. Vic's telling us some lovely stories.
I've exhausted my stories, but here you go.
Well, no, I'm sure we can.
I'll stay for a little bit longer, and then
we can squeeze some more out of you, Vic. While you're here. And I'll be replaced by Ian Shepherd from the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast.
Okay. Well, if it's a struggle to look on the bright side of life as a Somerset supporter, that shouldn't apply today somehow. 500 all out. I can't believe it still. 46 for 2. A nasty little 19 over spell. If they could get a couple more, I'm sure Hampshire was saying the same. If we get a couple more and get them to about 80 for 4, we're in clover. But you never know, do you?
Good afternoon, Vic. No,
Hello.
If we get them for 80 for 4, they could probably end up getting 500.
What they could do. But Tommy will have some little jokers up his sleeve. But,
after the way that the Notts game went a couple of weeks ago.
I did say to our captain, actually, when I saw him very briefly at lunchtime, I said, you get the first 3 hours of our championship matches sorted out, we'd be quite a good team, you know. Because the last 2 matches, that nightmare, first 3 or 4 hours, and then magically have fought back, which is in itself, actually, very encouraging. Put the rope round.
Seems to be how the pitches have been behaving at Taunton this year. First session and a half, they've had a bit in them, and then after that, they just...
It's partly that, but not to the extent that we've seen. I mean, the most amazing one, I suppose, was that Notts game where Somerset, in their second innings, got 500. And we, us sages up here, were saying, well, it's going to be hard work to get the next 10.
There was always he declared too late.
He declared too late. You need more than 4 sessions to bowl an air. And it was all over that night. Amazing.
Over in a heartbeat.
So there is something in this. I mean, this sort of momentum. I mean, if you are Hampshire, it is quite a mental struggle to have it 80 for 5. We are in charge of this game. There's an easy way of winning this game. Bowl them out for 100, even if it's 150, 180.
Well, just looking at them out there while Rue and Bashir, of all people, were stroking it around effortlessly. Vince, international spinner, was being deposited into the Somerset stand at will by young Shoa Bashir, as it seems. So
there's a mental leap for them to make, to acclimatise the fact that a game they thought they were going to control, as things stand, they're going to have to play pretty well to make sure they don't lose it. And they're at full strength, I think.
Exactly.
Just about. And Somerset has juggled their pack bravely.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought if you were Hampshire reading the Somerset squad news on the coach on the way here, you'd have thought, no Overton, no Henry.
Yeah. No Cola Cabor who can hurt us if he stays in for a couple of hours. But who's this Ogborn? Well, he probably know, because everyone knows everyone nowadays. But Tom Bess, who's he? What's he doing there?
Who's he playing for this
week? We've had a couple extraordinary games here, and this one, well, we don't know where this one's going to go.
No, I mean, before 80 for 5 becomes 500 all out, who knows where 46 for 2 could end up?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, Hampshire have lost a wicket First ball of the innings. First ball after the first rain break.
Who's facing the first ball went on the resumption?
So
I can't remember.
Be Aldridge to Gubbins.
Okay, well, I don't know where he can work his magic again, but a bit too much. The sun's out beautifully now. Hurry up.
I was going to say, this is the best part of the day. Looking at the forecast this morning, this was not on the cards at all. Not only losing a few overs to the weather this late on in the day. Morning and afternoon sessions uninterrupted. Rain. I think we were very lucky. We just seemed to dodge the edges of a couple of bands of it. You could see it over the Quantocks and going sort of around behind the flats. Yeah, over behind the Somerset stand.
Well, suddenly, Aldridge is looking at a picture. I'd be fascinated. I mean, I think we'll see some tonight, but it'd be interesting to see whichever spinner Tom Abel turns to, whether it was just starting to offer for Liam Dawson.
Yes, I mean, I thought after that first ball that Liam Dawson bowled yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. But it
obviously bounced and
15 points docked. You thought
you could hear the pitch inspectors revving their car up at Lords and hurtling down the M4 towards Taunton. But no, it's been placid. It's been a little bit of turn, but it's not been particularly quick.
No. Well, obviously, I mean, Liam Dawson will confirm that. He's got the odd ball off the straight. He's had to work hard.
I mean, the one that summed it up was when Jack Brooks just leant on the back foot and punched it through point with great finesse and very little trouble.
But it will be interesting to see the two off spinners. Hopefully, with a little bit of help, it will be a better pitch if it does turn a bit. I lament the fact that ever since Somerset got docked those points back, I think it's 2019.
2019, the game against Essex.
Understandably, they've been so wary of a pitch that turns. We haven't had one that turns at all, really, since then. And actually, it's not good for the game generally. I've just written a piece about this for someone. But it's self-evident. It's not very illuminating. But England spinners in the last 20 years, you've had Swan and Panesar, Northampton, and it turned there during that period. And they learnt to bowl, and they did a lot of bowling. Subsequently, over a briefer period of time, Leach and Bess on pitches that turn, but it's not automatic you get wickets.
No, of course not. You've got to learn to bowl.
Yeah, exactly. And both of them have played for England. Actually, both of them have done quite well. I mean, Don Bess has had an amazing career. Sometimes exasperating for him, I'm sure. He's played 14 tests for England. And has bowled pretty well, has done pretty well in that period, even though you don't quite know how he did it, but he did. And one of the reasons he did is that he was playing here where it turned, he got confidence about bowling on turning pitches, and he was up for it.
And he's still only 25 as well,
exactly.
So he's got a long career in front of him.
But you need that initial encouragement to be asked to do bowling on pitches that help you a little bit. And that's what he found early in his career, and it all happened incredibly quickly. And Leach likewise. Leach is one of his many virtues is that he's not intimidated by bowling on a turning pitch, and sometimes spinners are, because they look around and it might only be one. It's turning.
It's all down to you.
And
on
it's
that
all down to
day,
me. Yeah. If it's green, there's usually about 4 seamers running in, so a couple can have it off a day, and you can still get by. But if it's turning and you're the solitary spinner and you're not on top of your game, it sticks out like a real sore thumb. But Leach, one of his great virtues is that he can cope with that. He's done that time and time again.
He's come through so much adversity in his career with all the innuendo about his action and obviously his long-term health issues. He's just got the character. He's come through that, and after you come through that, playing Test cricket.
And to the same extent, so Don Bess, in his briefer career, was not intimidated by the fact that, you must get Pfeiffer here. Anyway, there's so many possibilities, but even better than that, we got some cricket. Yeah. First ball back, can't happen again.
18.2 overs to go then. Lights are on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Casey Aldridge is going to finish off his second over. We await the inevitable wicket after the restarts.
It's gone downhill.
No feather from Nick Gubbins as Rue.
He could have gloved it, I suppose, but he didn't quite
love it. I'm sure Rue, after being out in the middle for 5-6 hours, doesn't appreciate and take a tumble down the leg side to collect that one.
He's young and fit, isn't he?
Yeah. I think we've run out of. I've certainly run out of things to say about James Rowe. Just
so that's Shoaib, isn't it? Shoaib Bashir, who's showing fresh aspects to his game. We saw him bat today. We didn't know he could bat like that. I didn't.
No, I didn't either. I mean,
no, he just dived in the field like a gazelle.
He's got long levers. He's seen the way he just effortlessly swung Liam Dawson.
And he looks comfortable out there, doesn't he? Which is fantastic for someone who's just been signed on not a whim exactly, but a bit of a punt.
Yeah, he's had
and in his first season
on an orthodox route to first team cricket here at Taunton, but he's got a lot of bottle about him, Vic. And you'll know that when you're bowling spin, you've got to have the confidence to back yourself, keep your head up.
Well, increasingly in this era, as opposed to it was much easier when I started, because people didn't start smashing it here, there, and everywhere. If you landed it in the right place, they generally played it accordingly, but not anymore. So you've got to have a lot of bottle now, more actually than in days gone by. Jack Brooks is going to have a go.
Yeah, he switched ends. Going to have a go from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
He just wants a little bit of encouragement with a little bit of swing, especially to Vince, who likes a cover drive. Of course, we know he's got beautiful cover drive, but it's sometimes been his downfall, certainly at Test level. And he'll offer him. He's brave enough to offer him the option, I think. And he has, and he hasn't. He's got a field to. Got a bit of protection there. Hello.
Yeah, 500 on the board. Tom Abel can afford to keep those slips in for a little while.
Well, Vince is such a big wicket in every way. He's played some commanding innings here, and he's obviously a quality player, especially on this sort of surface. So it's worth a punt to keep those slips in and offer him that drive.
Sneaking down. Who are the slips then? Because of course Somerset would have had to
I'm getting the hang of it now. It's Abel, and then Aldridge, who is in the sort of Overton category as a fielder almost, but he's a regular second slip or third slip, and I think Lammonby.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, you would normally
keeps changing though.
I think the first choice slip cordon would be Cola Cadmore, who's been out of the slips
with
a
dodgy
in the
hand,
with a hand injury.
Overton,
Gregory, and as you say, Overton.
Oh, is this Gregory's had a spell at first slip, hasn't he?
Yeah, is he?
I don't know, but
well, he's had a bit of a hand injury as well. So
they've all got hand. If you play T20 now, you get hand injuries.
Yeah, that's the trouble. It's
but Overton, I think, is rock solid at second slip if he's not bowling.
Yeah,
and he's phenomenal. He is. I mean, I've never seen really. I know he gets the opportunities, but some of the catches he's taken in that blast is
in the outfield, he's just been
absolutely phenomenal in a way that I don't think. Only sort of in my era, people like actually Beefy was always very good, but it's sort of routine for Overton, and he does it. Up goes that ball. You think, I never recall that.
Well, he's got bucket hands and long legs, so he can get there and he can catch it.
Yeah.
So that's, he's got two attributes you need.
He's got bucket hands, but he's also got even when he's taking. We always talk about soft hands.
Oh yeah.
And in the slip cordon, you can kind of understand but he's got soft hands when he takes the big steeplers as well. And he's so confident. He's amazing. And actually, that's been a feature of the blast, hasn't it? They've fielded.
Yeah.
I mean, you're always going to drop one or two, but they've fielded.
Yeah,
superb.
Count the number of drop catches on one hand. Yeah. You still have 3 or 4 fingers spare. I mean, how much of the blast have you?
Well, I've watched it mostly from a distance. I have to admit, and I've loved it. As much for the fielding as anything else, but also the capacity in the few of the games where they've been behind the 8 ball, if you like, at halfway, with a too small a target to defend, or the loss of a flurry of wickets, and they've still found a way to win the games. I mean, the quarter-final was the case in point, I guess, but there have been 1 or 2 others on the way too, where they thought, we're not favourites at the moment.
No.
But they've found a way,
Yeah,
Ben Green's come in and done something, or
case in point, I mean, Gloucester game was one that they were behind the 8 ball, and then of course the quarter-final. Essex at home, they were only defending 150 and managed to do so.
And I've liked the way they've gone against the grain of way they've handled their attack. Actually, it's a very. I mean, Overton.
Yeah, he's bowling those 3 overs in the power play.
He might bowl 4.
Yeah, which is
Henry. They've gone in. They thought. And there are stats, although I don't know the price detail to prove it. If you get 3 wickets in the power play,
you're big favourites.
You're big favourites. I mean, the stats can prove anything probably sometimes, but they've gambled, if you like, on their big men in the power play.
New ball. Yeah.
New ball. We think somehow or other you'll get the wickets, which leaves them a bit exposed if they don't.
Conventional wisdom says, you need to keep changing your bowling around.
But actually, with Overton is a much better bowler early on than late because he likes his length. He's better, Anyway,
he's not a death bowler, and that's
well fielded.
George Bartlett there.
Yeah,
he was obscured by a stanchion from my vantage point. Pitch way over towards the Somerset stand side of the ground. Are you up at Edgbaston for finals?
No, I'm not. I'm not there either, but I'll be watching from afar. Hang on, I've just had an offer, I think. What was it? Well, Sam has offered me a bed in wherever he's staying. It was very, very, very generous of him, but I'm not sure he'll swing it.
It's not in the same room as me, is it?
When you get to my age, Sam. Well, they've won most of the games when I haven't been here, but I've kept a very close eye on the proceedings.
I was waiting on whether we've got the second semi-final or not, which is normally the lucky semi-final.
Oh, is it? I didn't know
second.
that.
I think the stats just about.
Well, it can't be the lucky semi-final for both sides, can it?
Well, no. the winner of the the winner
of the second semi,
because you're
still buzzing over.
You're still buzzing. You're still in the. If you're batting, you're probably still reasonably in.
Okay.
Whereas if you've finished the game at 2 o'clock, you've got to sit around and try and keep yourself.
Yeah, I think I didn't. That's good research, actually. I didn't know that.
George is just straying onto James Vince's hip as he tucks it down to Alfie Ogborn at fine leg in front of Gimlet Hill, which is looking rather less populated than it was earlier today. I did see a few fans leaving the ground during that most recent rain break. Been a long day. Still 16 overs to go here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We started the day on, 106, trying to make up for some lost time yesterday.
I suppose looking to that blast, I mean, you may not have chosen Surrey as your preferred opponents, but you just got to play whoever comes out of the hat,
it's
really.
On the day, isn't it? We've beaten them, they've beaten us.
Yeah.
We've beaten Hampshire, they've beaten us.
Yeah.
So we'll end up losing to Essex in the final, probably.
well, who knows? Who knows? But it's been a great campaign, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Some unforgettable nights here at the.
I mean, it's been, even though I haven't been here, you just get excited, not so much by the cricket, but the way that a full house is captivated and enjoying it. It's great to see.
I mean, it was a great game. That's a lovely on drive by Vince. Brooks pitching it up, giving it a chance to swing, just getting it slightly wrong.
Yeah, a bit straight and a bit full, didn't swing.
I mean, everyone who's here at the quarter-final in 2022 when we
Derby, was it?
Derby, yeah, it was. It was a great performance, but it wasn't a very good game.
It was one-sided game because that's
260 and we bowled them out for about 85, I think, something like that. So
so it petered out as a contest, which certainly wasn't the case the other night. Because it went quite quiet, didn't it?
when the fifth wicket went down, when Tom Abel edged behind to Tom Moores, it was
a silence descended on the county ground.
As well as being a fine player and captain, you feel that Tom Abel is sometimes the personification of the Somerset fans out in the middle. You know, he's such a popular guy, such a great captain. Long-standing now, he's done it for 6-7 years.
That's amazing. He's only about, I don't know how old he is now, but he's still got a few years in his 20s, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. 28, 29, I think.
Amazing, isn't it?
Gregory and Green just put back to ball when they needed to, but very sensibly. And almost before you knew it, it was game over. It's slightly confusing at the end with the no balls and the free hits and the catch and
yes. They knew what was happening there at the moment.
Yeah, I was sort of thinking, right, so scores a level. He's hit that. I was going to give it.
No,
he's caught it. Oh no, but it doesn't matter because it's not out because it's a free hit. And then he saw, they've run one. Oh, that means you won. So it was kind of the mental gymnastics to try and work out what was going on. Brooks is still giving it a chance here. He's still keeping it well pitched up to Vince.
Yeah, we've lost the sunshine now. You can see the sort of 3 or 4 shadows of the fielders.
Yeah, they're not particularly crisp though. I think as soon as they start getting quite defined is when the umpires start getting twitchy feet about the artificial light taking over. Hampshire's 50 has come up now, 52 for 2, so 448 in arrears. This is Brooks again.
So testing that's that's the sort of one we've seen. Vince cover drive to second slip occasionally, but he's let that go. Tom Abel, he's always rushing between overs. Perhaps gives a quick flick of the hand to one of his bowlers, perhaps. I wonder if he's thinking about an off spinner before the close. I would have thought he will at some point. It's getting quite dark too. Actually, he might even put them on. If it gets really dark, he might put them on together just to have a couple more overs.
Why not?
But for the moment, it's Aldridge. Bowled one serious delivery.
Who gets the short straw of bowling to the short leg side boundary?
Dole might expect. Quite a big shot to play, the closing overs.
Yeah, well, that's the way these days.
I'm sure both of them will right away skip. Certainly Dom will, anyway. I'm sure Dom Best is. Well, he got his 50 today and played really well. Yeah. I'm sure he's aching to turn an arm over.
What's your thoughts on the loan situation? They're not just with Dom Best, but kind of in general.
Well, it's a weird one, isn't it? I can understand if you're a player like Jack Brooks went off and played.
Yep.
And he likes playing cricket, and he's obviously got a limited number of years. So I can understand why I want to go and play some more first-class cricket. Why you should do that? I don't know. It's such a short period of time, though. Come and go. I'm excited to see Dom Best playing for us, but whether the principle is quite right, I don't know. Whether there should be longer periods or something like that.
Could you? I mean, if it. I just can't remember if I said this to you down on the balcony before. If you needed to put this to some sort of arbitration panel or ECB to say this is why we need Dom Best to come on loan, do you think it would get through any sort of justification?
But then how do you judge that? You'd have to. It's quite difficult to put down those criteria when it is.
We want to play 2 spinners, and they could say, well, you've got Ish Sodhi who's kicking his heels this week, who's on your books.
Yeah, but he's got a white. We could tell him he's got a white ball contract. I put it to you.
That's true.
Which is not necessarily. I don't know whether it is precisely true, but we could soon write it in that he's got a white ball contract. I mean, there's so many ways round as well. But it is a bit confusing. I don't know what happens in football when they loan them out. They usually loan them out for substantial periods of time,
and
with the proviso that you can get them back if you have a proper injury crisis. Is that right?
I imagine so. Sam would probably be the man to.
Is that right, Sam?
And it is normally a bigger club to a club in a lower league. It's normally a 17, 18-year-old who's going to get some game time. That's why. What's happening to that?
Well, has he palmed it off or has it gone for 4? He's gone for 4. Well, I mean, in Dom Best's case, he's come from a side in the lower league. What's the problem? Yorkshire.
Such a lovely.
I mean, I think there is. I think it's a genuine issue actually. If you're Somerset are competing in the first division, and you don't want people swapping necessarily.
No.
In that same league. I mean, all I can say is that my gut feeling when I saw that Dom Best was playing, I was quite excited by it.
I was as well, from an emotional sort of.
But that's not necessarily a rational reaction, but that's my really rational. Oh, that'd be great. So I hope he does well, sort of thing.
Great to see him back. I mean, obviously still friends with a lot of the players.
And he played his best. He's played his best cricket at county level for Somerset. I mean, the Yorkshire. I haven't watched it that closely. He's done a perfectly professional sort of job playing for Yorkshire. I think they're going to go off.
The umpires,
get a spinner on. Get a spinner on. Go on, put your spinner on. Come on, Tom. Just.
Yeah, he's talking to Tom Abel.
Yeah, he's going to get. Hold on, that's all right. Yeah. He's going to put one of his spinners on because it has got a bit darker. The umpires were threatening to go off. I think Tom Abel has said. Actually, I think
a signal for pads. I think.
Yeah,
as
for the forward
pads and helmets and all that.
And he's summoned up.
To come on.
Shoaib's going to get first go, but if it stays like this, Dom will be on the
Vince
other end.
Is off. Vince isn't waiting.
Oh, it's raining.
And it's just started raining.
And they're not wasting any time. The Hampshire batsmen in leaving the field, which I don't blame them.
Vince can't wait to get off.
It's not raining very hard though. It's difficult.
It's one of those. If you're in a club game, you'd probably still be playing.
Yeah, in fact, even the batsmen have. Sort of hesitated, and it's like a funereal departure.
Well, one set of stumps has been left up at the river end, when normally they would remove both sets so that the ground staff can get the covers on.
I don't think there's much rain out there. The umpires are looking sort of quizzically at the sky.
They could. I wouldn't be surprised if they called about turn in a few seconds' time.
I think we've reached a point where, should play resume, as things stand, Somerset will be required to bowl their spin bowlers. It's got quite dark now. Here come the stoic ground staff, keeping their fitness regime is going well. With the covers. It's not raining much on the Quantox, but we're not playing there, as we say.
No, it's normally coming from
over the left.
The church.
Can't see.
Quite see. From our vantage point here in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion.
I think it is raining actually now. I can see rain. I mean, our director sees rain about 10 minutes before I do.
Yeah, I can just about make it out as well. It looks drizzly. It doesn't look particularly heavy. There's no...
Oh, well, there's an anxious wait for, actually, the Hampshire batsmen. They don't want to come out again. There's not much to gain.
That does look quite a bit heavy if you look over towards the Viridor office block.
Well, I think during one of the rain breaks, we were playing an interview with the delightful Errol Sapaya, and I think our leader, who we can see through two windows, is ready to press whatever button. I don't know how far we got with the Errol Sapaya interview, but we got there's 10 minutes left, or there's 10 minutes to go. Who knows? We're 10 minutes in, and I have no idea how long the interview is.
Has he taken his 6 for 5 yet?
I don't know.
Have I spoilt the interview now by revealing what's going to happen?
I mean, you know, what a spoiler. But do we know where he took it? I do. And I'm not going to tell you. 6 for 5, how about that? You need to bowl at least 20 overs to do that.
It was abroad, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I think we're going to play that now.
Regardless of anything, and you know, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
Let's talk about red ball cricket, particularly for you. You had one very good season, didn't you? 2009.
Yeah.
Tell me about that season.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up from a couple of years before that, from sort of 2007, really. I felt that I was playing good cricket in 2007, and you know, wasn't getting the opportunity. And I think 2007 was when we came up, right, from we were champions of Division 2. So everyone was playing well. There was no need to change the team. We were on a high. But I personally thought I was playing quite nicely and doing as well as I could. And then 2008 was the year where I actually found, you know, that I had the opportunity to play a few first team games and actually made a difference. And I just took it with me, you know. I learned as much as I could over the last 2 years, and 2009 was again, I think it was pre-season, all down to pre-season, and I got a lot of runs over pre-season. I think I made a couple of hundreds or 300s in 3 pre-season games, which meant that I guess I didn't give a choice, for the selectors of the coach, captain, who to go with. So I suppose they went with me, and 2009 was my best year by a long way, and really enjoyed it. To be sandwiched in between Trescothick and Justin Langer, open with Trez and Justin Langer at number 3. So that was quite, I was a bit starstruck. But I just went about doing my job. At times I would go like, well, Trez is playing on a different wicket. But then I just had to do my bit. So I think as a pair we worked really well. We bonded really, really well.
That was the year of the game with Yorkshire down here. Tell me about that.
Oh,
that was a spectacular match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think we were chasing 470, 475, and I remember Yorkshire. They batted the last morning as well. Batted up to sort of lunchtime. And they may have had 20 minutes at us before lunch. So we had essentially 2 sessions to get 475. In all honesty, we just went out there to bat. We just batted, and obviously Trez went off like a bullet, and I did too. And I think we just kept going. And I think that's when I sensed, sort of at tea time, I sensed that the fielders, the bowlers, the captain, of the opponent, Yorkshire, they were kind of they were panicking a little bit. They were not quite sure, and I sensed that actually, the game is there for us to win it. If as long as we, hold wickets and continue what we're doing, and we still had a massive, massive task. But that gave, I remember Langer, David Stiff.
Yes.
Stiffy. He came in at number 3.
Yeah, he came in.
As a pinch hitter. And my God, I think he made 49 of like 20 balls, and I think that shifted the momentum as well, massively.
Yeah.
Or showed our intent to actually, we want to win this match. And then Triggs at the end there to get a ton. That was unreal. So it was just set up for him. It was one of Trigo's innings, wasn't it? It was just set up. It was just brilliant. It was amazing. I think, I don't know how many people were in, but I think you definitely got your money's worth.
That was one of those never to be forgotten days, because you got 131, which was your career best at that stage.
Yeah, at that stage. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I sensed actually we just got to take a few more risks, and it worked out really well. And I remember coming off, getting out, and going, guys, I think we can win this, definitely. So I think there was a belief there. And I think I remember Xander hit the winning runs, and it's just poured with rain after that. So,
like it was meant to be.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I think since then, teams have been quite reluctant to set anything below 500.
Absolutely.
That
was a special match.
It was.
And then 2 years later, you had another good season, didn't you? And you opened in the innings against India with somebody again a bit special.
Yes, Andrew Strauss. Not very often you can say that you've been opening with international superstars. Again, he was
against superstars.
Yes, against big superstars.
Yeah.
One of my idols, Sachin, who I've always followed from a young age, and that's probably the main reason why I played cricket, really. But it was. I remember we had a match at Nottingham the day before. We finished a 4-day match.
Yeah.
I don't know what the result was. I didn't think we did too well, or I didn't do too well at Nottingham. And I was obviously travelling back, and we didn't get back till about 10, 11, in the evening. But next day presented itself, and it was a fresh day. It was a good day. It was a nice sunny day to bat. we won the toss and we bat it. Usually, traditionally, the touring teams bat first, but I think we were having none of that. I think Strauss was quite adamant that we do what we need to and try to lower the morale of the Indian team. And I think we did well. I think that whole situation. I remember batting up to lunch, and I struggled. I wasn't as fluent. I was probably about 30, 40 not out at lunchtime. And then all of a sudden after lunch, it just clicked. Everything just clicked into gear, and it just starting to flow. Everything just started to flow, and by then, it just became, just really lovely to bat on. It was good. Yeah.
And what's it like batting with people like Trez and Strauss and Langer, and you've been lucky enough to play alongside and the opposite end to lots of big names. I mean, what's it like batting in the best seat in the house?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I think the key here is not to play like them. I think you've just got to play your own game and trust your game. So batting with Trez was amazing, purely because we, not so much, his quality was obviously very, very different, at a much higher caliber. But I think little things like we pick up on, like watching the bowler, how they hold the ball, what they were trying to do, which way they're trying to swing, whether it was reverse swing. So we would convey all those, and actually I think for me that was the partnership. It was about giving as much information as possible to one another, and then it was up to each individual to use that. So it wasn't so much about how you play or, this is what you have to do. It was about just, trying to pick their brain and going, okay, yeah, maybe what about me doing this? And just, so I think I found that really helpful with Trez, and in a lot of similarities in terms of actually the process of batting. Yeah. Not so much batting itself, the process of it. And then on the other side, Langer, who was simply amazing for me. I think he played a massive role in my development. However, if you played a miss a ball, he would come down the wicket and tell you off, and go, come on, concentrate, next ball, So every ball was like a golden ball, which I understand because you only get one chance. So there's no right or wrong way, but I think you've just got to find what works for you. But I think for me, playing with these superstar big players like Andrew Strauss again, he was very level-headed, very calming influence. So you just got to pick their brain rather than replicate what they're trying to do. Because I remember at Warwickshire, I came off laughing, but it was a tough wicket. We won the match. I think it was 2012 possibly at Warwickshire. And it was a tough wicket, but I got it just on the stroke of lunch, and I only made 2 runs. So I batted a whole session for 2 runs, and I think Treswell was on 70 odd already. But funny enough, I came off and I just sort of just had a giggle because I had to. You would have thought I'd nick one for 4 or whatever, but I just couldn't. But oddly enough, I got a lot of praise for that innings because that set up for other players to come in to, and obviously Trez was playing on a different wicket. I found it really difficult, but it just shows you that you just got to go about what you stick to your strengths, and just also at times appreciate what's at the other end. Obviously Trez took a lot of pressure off me, which was amazing.
Yeah, and obviously, being in best seat of the house with people like Tendulkar and Dravid out there. I mean, what was that like, being so close to them and watching them play?
Yeah, starstruck. Yeah. I remember Sachin walked into bat. I was like frozen. I was fielding at points, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. My idol is coming in, and all how his routine, his tap this, tap that with his bat. Yeah, just very fortunate to play against and with these superstars. Like I remember Ponting playing here,
of course.
Graham Smith.
Yeah.
You know, we've had some big names playing for Somerset. You know, the likes of Kieran Pollard in T20. I think it's about just learning from them, because they've got all the experience. They've seen it all. There's a reason why they are the best. So I think it's just, you know, even when Hashim Amla played for Nottingham, I went into the dressing room and spoke to him for a couple of hours just to pick his brain, just to obviously work, you know, find out how to be more successful.
Yeah,
you know,
of
and not everything works for the individual. You've got to, you know, pick what is right for you. But you know, there's no harm talking about the game. Yeah.
And all too soon it came to an end for you, didn't it? Because you had injured knees and you had to pack up in 2013.
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sort of like 4 years on from my sort of best year. I've always struggled with my knees. I've got patellar tendonitis, so it was very difficult. I mean, I've had it, you know, long term, and I think it just got to a point where it was sort of affecting my day-to-day living, you know, my lifestyle, and you know, like driving, you know, sitting down to have a meal, you know, I was in agony, or even just, you know, walking around and stuff like that. So, and unfortunately, and you know, that's something with professional sports. It's a short career, and you know, these things happen. I thought, well, actually, I need to look after myself, and obviously with the advice of the surgeons that I saw was best that if I just, you know, retire and look after my knees and you know, go from there. So, I mean, it was obviously very sad to retire under those circumstances, but again, you know, I think I can honestly say that I've given everything, like put my hand up and worked hard for it, and I've enjoyed it. So, and you know, you just got to make the most out of it.
And what about one or two sort of special moments? I know that, you know, that ton in that game against Yorkshire here, and again with Straussy and the Wicket haul, but one or two other little sort of moments, things that I might not pick out as highlights that you might want to remember.
Yeah, I think it was against Northants here, T20 match, and Alton Chigambura, who was the overseas player for them from Zimbabwe, and I came on to bowl and I got him out my first ball. But I think that, because I think it was the quarterfinals, home quarterfinals, but that was a turning point as well. For me, that was quite, you know, high up there on one of my sort of list. That's quite. I remember,
because you had a long time in the changing room with a whole range of people, didn't you?
Yeah.
So there must be one or two little things that maybe sort of click there for you.
That's going back quite a while now.
Must be a Trigo story somewhere.
Trigo. Yeah, you remember, was it changing those and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion back in the days with Big Graham Rose and all those, you know, Piran Holloway and all of that, and you know, Jamie Cox was captain then. This, I guess, my debut 100 first class at Derbyshire.
Right.
There were three of us from Millfield, so it was me, Hildreth and Wes.
Yeah.
And we all got hundreds. So, you know, that was Wes's debut maiden 100 as well.
Right.
Mine too. So that was quite, you know, something unforgettable, which was, you know, a very proud moment. I don't know. You've put me on. It's a very good question. There's a lot. I think, if anything, you're right. If anything, it's more things like catches that come to mind. Like, I think in 2005, Shah Willoughby was bowling, and what's his name against Gloucestershire? Craig Spearman ballooned up one over covers, and I pretty much sprinted for about 40, 50 metres and took a diving catch in front of a packed house. I think that's the day where we made the world record.
Yep.
250 plus.
Yep. That was with JL and
Cameron White. And I remember Cameron White hitting a ball to the gates here. He was a good player. He could hit big balls. But it was more about moments of like catches and stuff like that, rather than sort of like again taking a catch. I remember it was at Hampshire in the finals day. We tied the match.
Yes.
And then I
Never
freed.
forget that one.
Yeah, and I freed. It was at Warwickshire, and I freed. It was batting, and it was a sky, and I took the catch at deep mid wicket. So again, that was a sort of a contribution. In front of big crowds and and
let's just talk about a development that happened whilst you were playing, because you were playing before T20 arrived, weren't you?
That's right.
So I mean, what was the attitude of people then? I mean, what was your thinking? I mean, now we've taken it just for granted, don't we? But I mean, back when it started, there was, what was the general feeling about in the game of people like you towards the T20 game, which was completely different?
Yeah, it was. I think it started in 2004,
Three.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2003. I think Leicester were the team to beat, right? I started 2001.
Yeah,
around there, and it was all very new. It was still unknown, but I think when I played, we had a squad of players that would play in all three formats.
Yeah.
And that was the difference. Yeah. We had to adapt our games to fit in. So I remember playing, a 4-day match and then a 1-day match, and then, trying to adapt to T20 as well. So, but whereas now, the difference now, I think there's separate teams for each competition, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially a different squad for each competition, and so players are able to come in and out, but whereas then I think everyone had to just adapt whatever the conditions were and for you to play. So for example, like me, I was opening the batting or batting the top 3 or whatever, but then I found myself batting at number 7. But then I had to adapt to white ball cricket, so I had to learn about death hitting, so I might go into matches where I require run a ball, or where it's under tight situations, or where there's only 2 overs left and I have to put try to slog it. So I think my role was quite different as such when the red ball and white ball. So I had to red ball cricket opening was completely different. So I had to adapt quite a lot, and I actually found it okay. I actually found batting at number 7, 6 down the order in 1-day cricket actually not bad. I found a niche there, and obviously I could bowl half the overs or my full quota. So it is, it's difficult. I think, I think back then, it was.
It's only 20 years ago. But it was back then, aren't we?
I mean, I don't think we were looking at big scores. So for us to get that 250 against Gloucestershire, that was a huge total. But I think, generally speaking, high sort of 180s, 170s were good scores. So it was still relatively new. But whereas now, I think players just go hard at it from ball 1 to ball, 120. Every ball, and there's no fear. Whereas I think back then there was also I've got to play well to keep my place in the team. So whereas now I think it's just go hard. So, and I actually can't keep up with the number of T20 tournaments that's happening. It's everywhere. There's a lot. Like today, the South African T20 series has just started. So it's a lot.
Exciting times. If you had your time again, would you do it all over again?
Yes. most definitely. I think that there's things where you learn throughout your career, and if anything, I'd probably take it easier during training days. I train. I wouldn't say train less, but I train smarter. So save myself for matches, and actually I wouldn't try to put too much pressure on myself. Because at the end of the day, it is a game. You've got to enjoy it, but I think, definitely, there's areas where you tweak and change, but I think generally speaking, the whole lot, yes, I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
If you had to choose one format, what would it be?
I'm a purist. Question. Yeah, no, it's Red Ball.
Yeah.
Red Ball for me. Look, cricket evolves, so do human beings and everything. But I think for me, I judge a cricketer, or like to judge a cricketer based on Red Ball, first class Test cricket. But yeah, because for me that's the purest form. It tests you with everything: character, tactically, technically, everything really. And there's opportunity for you to also get big runs. It was difficult. 4-day cricket is not easy. I mean, yeah, Test cricket. It's the reason why it's called Test cricket. Got the test of everything. Your, stamina. It's because first innings and second innings, or playing the first and fourth innings, is completely different. The pitch changes a lot, so you got to adapt. Yeah, conditions change a lot.
And now you're back living in Taunton.
Yes, I am. Yes, I had a brief period in London for 3 years. Unfortunately, I wasn't too well, so I had all my treatment up in London, and thankfully, I thank the PCA for that, and people around me to support. But yeah, now I'm back in Taunton, sort of familiar surroundings, familiar faces. Really enjoying it.
Great. And obviously still follow the cricket here, still come and see what's happening?
Yes, definitely. I have done over the last few summers. Still keep in touch, obviously not with James Hildreth now, but he's obviously just retired last summer. But likes of Tom Abel. Somerset will always be part of me. It's always been and will always be part of me, and it's great to come back and actually see the supporters as well. On the Gimlet Hill.
Yes,
I see a lot of them, and they still do recognise me, which is great. But and Tractor is always there. But no, it's great. It's great to come back, and it's a very warm, friendly, family-orientated place. And Somerset cricket for me is special. I always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant, Errol. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great to hear you talking about Somerset with so much affection. We've always enjoyed seeing you down here, and we look forward to seeing you in many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, welcome to another player podcast at the Cooper Associates County, we should say. And today we're joined by Errol Sapaya. Errol, welcome back to Taunton. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Glad to be back here.
Let's go straight in where everybody will remember you for. 6 for 5 against Glamorgan. T20, July 2011.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that must be one of those occasions that you're never, ever going to be allowed to forget. Well, I'm not going to let you forget it, am I?
No, it was a special evening. Probably quite similar to what we have here. It was a dark, sort of wet evening at Sophia Gardens. It was called Sophia Gardens then in Cardiff. And I remember warming up, and I think according to Trez, and Trez was the captain, and they just wanted to play 3 spinners. And so Kartik was one of the spinners, Max Waller and myself. And we won the toss, I think, and fielded first. And Kartik opened the bowling. First ball, Joss was keeping. He pitched it outside leg stump and hit Joss's right shoulder.
Right.
So it spun a lot.
Yeah.
It was a very dry wicket. But anyway, so it was I didn't come on to bowl till probably after 10 overs.
Right.
Yeah. I think Trez was like, just chucked me the ball and said, look, just get a couple of overs in, go as little as possible, and then your job is done. So fair play, I'll do that. I ended up taking wickets, oddly enough, and yeah, it was just surreal, the whole how it all just happened within a space of 3.2 overs, and yeah, I mean the pitch did offer a lot of assistance, but you still had to put it in the right areas, and yeah, it was an incredible evening, which I will never forget.
And this was the world record, and was only recently beaten, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, only quite recent, as probably about two years ago.
Yeah,
2 years ago, and that as well. There's a story behind that, and I came back from the supermarket and put on the TV, and Leicester were playing against Warwickshire, and is it Colin Ackerman? He was bowling. I think he had got 4 wickets then, so I was watching it, and then he got this 5th wicket, and I was like, I think my record could be broken here, and then he got the 6th one, and by then Warwickshire needed, they needed pretty much six every ball, and I think then he got his 7th wicket, caught in the deep mid wicket. I think it was Jeetan Patel, and that was it really. Which, I mean, records are there to be broken, but then I straight away I messaged Colin Ackerman to say, many congratulations, and celebrate it while it lasts, cherish it, and it's all good. Yeah.
So you held the record for 8 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've given a lot of people hope. I think there's been a lot of figures that are very, very close, and actually it won't surprise me that someone will take 8 wickets. I think you just need to get on a roll, and why not? I mean, like you just saw Sydney Thunder being bowled out for 15, about 3 weeks ago, which you never thought that would happen in a professional setup, but. Yeah, I think getting 8 wickets is possible. You never know.
So let's go right back to the start. How do you end up coming to be part of Somerset? Because you were born in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. How does a lad like you end up playing for Somerset in the first place?
Yes, so I was very fortunate. I gained a cricket scholarship to Millfield School, which is obviously based in Somerset, and I started in my third form, so age 12, and obviously the most sensible option was to come through the Somerset setup, the county age groups. So I just played for Somerset since under 12s, under 13s, worked my way up, and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset. And I'm pretty much a West Country boy, even though yes, I'm from Malaysia. But I've been here for 28 years. So I was at Milford for 5 years. I did my A-levels under the and I had very, very lucky to have coaches like Mark Davis, who was a former Somerset player, and Richard Ellison as well. And straight after school, I went to Exeter Uni, which is just further down the road, further southwest. So, and then straight after that, I was with Somerset. So I'm pretty much a West Country boy, and I played for Devon as well, for a couple of years, which I definitely helped me in my progression as a cricketer. But yeah, just by being at Millfield, and I know it sounds silly, about 8,000 miles away, but and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset.
Who was in your sort of year group that you played through with, who people would have known?
Yeah, so Wes Durston,
right,
James Hildreth.
Yeah.
So James was 2 years below me, academic years. Wes was maybe a couple of years above me. There was Max Waller, Craig Keyswetter. There's quite a few names. I remember when I started at Millfield, I will still not forget this. The first match I went to watch Millfield First 11 playing, I swear the keeper was probably about 5-10 yards inside the boundary.
Right.
and the bowler was running in and letting go of this ball, and it was Simon Jones.
Really?
Yes. So so I was lucky enough. Simon Jones was there, Dean Kosker. Yes. So yeah, there are a lot of cricketers that have come through from Millfield. Very fortunate for that. There's a lot of names that to mention.
Yeah. And obviously, it wasn't easy though to break into the team here, was it? You sort of had quite a period of trying to get in and not quite get in there. Tell me about that period of time.
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of competition, and I think the only way that I could get in was to actually open, bat in the top 3 for the second team.
Yeah.
And so I put my hand up and said, look, I'll open. And I actually then transformed myself to be an opening batsman. And by doing that, that gave me a small window to get into the first team, an opportunity to get in. And, that paid dividends. And that's how I really got into the first 11 was actually transforming from a middle order player, at school. There's this running joke that, I got 4 years running. I won the fastest 50 competition.
Yeah.
So I was definitely a stroke player, someone that would get on with it. But then for me to get into the setup, I had to just transform or put my name in the hat to say, look, I'm going to open and challenge myself. And that's how I got in, really. Yeah.
You were a pretty sharp fielder, though, weren't you? I've seen you take some pretty good catches over the years.
Yeah, I've always that is one of my strengths, was my fielding. Always it was all down to pride and attitude in fielding, and I really enjoyed it. And I must admit that I myself have kind of surprised myself. I've taken some spectacular catches over the years, but for me it was just something, whatever way I can contribute to the team. And actually in 2005, when we won the T20 Cup under Graham Smith, I got in the team because of my fielding.
Yep.
Simple as that. Because I think it was again at Cardiff. I came on as a 12th man, and I think I took 3 catches, and the last catch was a diving catch from long off to mid off, and it was to save the match. Basically, it was a tied match. Yeah. But after that night, it was like, well, yeah, you're playing for the rest of the, because of the energy that I brought. So it was something that I really, found quite easy to control, and so I really enjoyed it.
I think I remember you playing at Northants and doing a stunning piece of stop in there. And you were one of the first people I remember used to wear long sleeves.
Yes, that's right. You? Yes, I always wear long sleeves fielding, simply because I would be diving everywhere. So it was just a protection for my skin, really. I know now that you got tuber grips and all those things, but I used long sleeves, and that's what I would pride myself is basically just to stop everything that comes my way, regardless of anything, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
Let's talk about red ball cricket, particularly for you. You had one very good season, didn't you? 2009.
Yeah.
Tell me about that season.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up from a couple of years before that, from sort of 2007, really. I felt that I was playing good cricket in 2007 and, wasn't getting the opportunity. And I think 2007 was when we came up, right, from we were champions of Division 2. So everyone was playing well. There was no need to change the team. We were on a high. But I personally thought I was playing quite nicely and doing as well as I could. And then 2008 was the year where I actually found, that I had the opportunity to play a few first-team games and actually made a difference. And I just took it with me. You know, I learned as much as I could over the last 2 years, and 2009 was again, I think it was pre-season, all down to pre-season, and I got a lot of runs over pre-season. I think I made a couple of hundreds or 300s in 3 pre-season games, which meant that I guess I didn't give a choice, you know, for the selectors of the coach, captain, who to go with. So I suppose they went with me, and yeah, I mean, yeah, 2009 was my best year by a long way, and really enjoyed it. You know, to be sandwiched in between Trescothick and Justin Langer, you know, open with Trez and Justin Langer at number 3. So that was quite, I was a bit starstruck, but yeah, I just went about doing my job. You know, at times I would go like, well, Trez is playing on a different wicket, but then I just had to do my bit. So I think as a pair we worked really well. You know, we bonded really, really well.
That was the year of the game with Yorkshire down here. Tell me about that.
Oh,
that was a spectacular match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think we were chasing 470, 475, and I remember Yorkshire. They batted the last morning as well. Batted up to sort of lunchtime. And they may have had 20 minutes at us before lunch. You know, so we had essentially 2 sessions to get 475. In all honesty, we just went out there to bat. We just batted, and obviously Trez went off like a bullet, and I did too. You know, and I think we just kept going. And I think that's when I sensed, sort of at tea time, I sensed that the fielders, the bowlers, the captain, you know, of the opponent, Yorkshire, they were kind of they were panicking a little bit. They were not quite sure, and I sensed that actually, yeah, the game is there for us to win it. If, you know, as long as we, you know, hold wickets and continue what we're doing, and we still had a massive task. But that gave, I remember Langer, David Stiff,
yes.
Stiffy, he came in at number 3.
Yeah, he came in.
As a pinch hitter, and oh my God, I think he made 49 of like 20 balls, you know, and I think that shifted the momentum as well massively, or showed our intent to actually, we want to win this match, and then Triggs at the end there to get a ton. That was unreal. So, you know, it was just set up for him. It was one of Trigo's innings, wasn't it? It was just set up. It was just brilliant. It was amazing. I think, I don't know how many people were in, but I think you definitely got your money's worth.
That was one of those never to be forgotten days, because you got 131, which was your career best at that stage.
Yeah, at that stage. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I sensed actually we just got to, you know, take a few more risks, and it worked out really well. You know, and I remember coming off, getting out, and going, guys, I think, you know, we can win this, definitely. So I think, there was a belief there. And I think I remember Xander hit the winning runs, and it's just poured with rain after that. So,
like it was meant to be.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I think since then, I think teams have been quite reluctant to set anything below 500.
Absolutely.
But
that was a special match.
It was.
And then 2 years later, you had another good season, didn't you? And you opened the innings against India with somebody again a bit special.
Yes, Andrew Strauss. You know, not very often you can say that you've been opening with international superstars. Again, he was
against superstars.
Yes, against big superstars.
Yeah.
You know, one of my idols, Sachin, who I've always, you know, followed from a young age, and you know, that's probably the main reason why I played cricket, really. But yeah, you know, it was. I remember we had a match at Nottingham the day before we finished a 4-day match.
Yeah.
I don't know what the result was. I didn't think we did too well, or I didn't do too well at Nottingham. And I was obviously travelling back, and we didn't get back till about 10, 11, you know, in the evening. But yeah, next day presented itself, and you know, it was a fresh day. It was a good day. It was a nice sunny day to bat. We won the toss and we bat it. Usually, traditionally, the touring teams bat first, but I think, you know, we were having none of that. I think Strauss was quite adamant that we do what we need to and you know, try to lower the morale of the Indian team. And I think we did well. I think that whole situation. I remember batting up to lunch, and I struggled. You know, I wasn't as fluent. I was probably about 30, 40 not out at lunchtime. And then all of a sudden after lunch, it just clicked. Everything just clicked into gear, and it just starting to flow. Everything just started to flow. And you know, by then, you know, it just became, yeah, just really lovely to bat on. It was good. Yeah.
And what's it like batting with people like Trez and Strauss and Langer? And, you know, you've been lucky enough to play alongside on the opposite end to lots of big names. I mean, what's it like batting in the best seat in the house?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I think the key here is not to play like them. I think you've just got to play your own game and trust your game. So batting with Trez was amazing, purely because we, not so much, you know, his quality was obviously very, very different, you know, a much higher caliber. But I think little things like we pick up on, like watching the bowler, how they hold the ball, what they were trying to do, which way they're trying to swing, whether it was reverse swing. So we would convey all those, and actually I think for me that was the partnership. It was about giving as much information as possible to one another, and then it was up to each individual to use that. So it wasn't so much about how you play or, you know, this is what you have to do. It was about just, you know, trying to pick their brain and going, okay, yeah, maybe what about me doing this? And just, you know, so I think I found that really helpful with Trez, and in a lot of similarities in terms of actually the process of batting. Yeah. Not so much batting itself, the process of it. And then on the other side, Langer, who was simply amazing for me. I think he played a massive role in my development. However, if you played a miss a ball, he would come down the wicket and tell you off, you know, and go, come on, concentrate, next ball, you know. So every ball was like a golden ball, which I understand because you only get one chance. So there's no right or wrong way, but I think you've just got to find what works for you. But I think for me, playing with these superstar big players like, you know, Andrew Strauss again, he was very level-headed, very calming influence. So you just got to pick their brain rather than replicate what they're trying to do. Because I remember at Warwickshire, I came off laughing, but it was a tough wicket. We won the match. I think it was 2012 possibly at Warwickshire. And it was a tough wicket, but I got it just on the stroke of lunch, and I only made 2 runs. So I batted a whole session for 2 runs, and I think Treswell was on 70 odd already. But funny enough, I came off and I just sort of just had a giggle because I had to. You know, you would have thought I'd nick one for 4 or whatever, but I just couldn't. But oddly enough, I got a lot of praise for that innings because that set up for other players to come in to, you know, and obviously Trez was playing on a different wicket. I found it really difficult, but it just shows you that, you know, you just got to go about, you know, what you stick to your strengths and just also at times appreciate what's at the other end. You know, obviously Trez took a lot of pressure off me, so which was amazing.
Yeah, and you know, obviously, being in best seat of the house with people like Tendulkar and Dravid out there. I mean, what was that like, being so close to them and watching them play?
Yeah, starstruck. Yeah. I remember Sachin walked into bat. I was like frozen. I was fielding at points, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe my idol is coming in, and like, you know, all how his routine, his tap this, tap that with his bat. Yeah, just very fortunate to play against and with these superstars. Like I remember Ponting playing here,
of course.
Graham Smith.
Yeah.
You know, we've had some big names playing for Somerset. You know, the likes of Kieran Pollard in T20. I think it's about just learning from them because they've got all the experience. They've seen it all. There's a reason why they are the best. So I think it's just, you know, even when Hashim Amla played for Nottingham, I went into the dressing room and spoke to him for a couple of hours just to pick his brain, just to obviously work, you know, find out how to be more successful.
Yeah,
you know,
of
and not everything works for the individual. You've got to, you know, pick what is right for you. But you know, there's no harm talking about the game. Yeah.
And all too soon it came to an end for you, didn't it? Because you had injured knees and you had to pack up in 2013.
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sort of like 4 years on from my sort of best year. I've always struggled with my knees. I've got patellar tendonitis, so it was very difficult. I mean, I've had it, you know, for long term, and I think it just got to a point where it was sort of affecting my day-to-day living, you know, my lifestyle, and you know, like driving, you know, sitting down to have a meal, you know, I was in agony, or even just, you know, walking around and stuff like that. So, and unfortunately, and you know, that's something with professional sports. It's a short career, and you know, these things happen. I thought, well, actually, I need to look after myself, and obviously with the advice of the surgeons that I saw was best that if I just, you know, retire and look after my knees and you know, go from there. So, I mean, it was obviously very sad to retire under those circumstances, but again, you know, I think I can honestly say that I've given everything, like put my hand up and worked hard for it, and I've enjoyed it. So, and you know, you just got to make the most out of it.
And what about one or two sort of special moments? I know that, you know, that ton in that game against Yorkshire here, and again with Straussy and the Wicket haul, but one or two other little sort of moments, things that I might not pick out as highlights that you might want to remember.
Yeah, I think it was against Northants here, T20 match, and Alton Chigambura, who was the overseas player for them from Zimbabwe, and I came on to bowl and I got him out my first ball. But I think that, because I think it was the quarterfinals, home quarterfinals, but that was a turning point as well. For me, that was quite, you know, high up there on one of my sort of list. That's quite. I remember,
because you had a long time in the changing room with a whole range of people, didn't you?
Yeah.
So there must be one or two little things that maybe sort of click there for you.
That's going back quite a while now.
Must be a Trigo story somewhere.
Trigo. Yeah, you remember, was it changing those and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion back in the days with Big Graham Rose and all those, you know, Piran Holloway and all of that, and you know, Jamie Cox was captain then. This, I guess, my debut 100 first class at Derbyshire.
Right.
There were three of us from Millfield, so it was me, Hildreth, and Wes.
Yeah.
And we all got hundreds. So you know, that was Wes's debut maiden 100 as well.
Right.
Mine too. So that was quite you know, something unforgettable, which was, you know, a very proud moment. I don't know. You should put me on. It's a very good question. There's a lot. I think, if anything, you're right. If anything, it's more things like catches that come to mind. Like I think in 2005, Shah Willoughby was bowling, and what's his name against Gloucestershire? Craig Spearman ballooned up one over covers, and I pretty much sprinted for about 40, 50 metres and took a diving catch in front of a packed house. I think that's the day where we made the world record.
Yep.
250 plus.
Yep. That was with JL and
Cameron White. And I remember Cameron White hitting a ball to the gates here. He was a good player. He could hit big balls. But it was more about moments of like catches and stuff like that, rather than sort of like again taking a catch. I remember it was at Hampshire in the finals day. We tied the match.
Yes.
And then I
Never
freed.
forget that one.
Yeah, and I freed. It was at Warwickshire, and I freed. It was batting, and it was a sky, and I took the catch at deep mid wicket. So again, that was a sort of a contribution. In front of big crowds and and
let's just talk about a development that happened whilst you were playing, because you were playing before T20 arrived, weren't you?
That's right.
So I mean, what was the attitude of people then? I mean, what was your thinking? I mean, now we take it just for granted, don't we? But I mean, back when it started, there was, what was the general feeling about in the game of people like you towards the T20 game, which was completely different?
Yeah, it was. I think it started in 2004,
Three.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2003. I think Leicester were the team to beat, right? I started 2001.
Yeah,
around there, and it was all very new. It was still unknown, but I think when I played, we had a squad of players that would play in all three formats.
Yeah.
And that was the difference.
Yeah.
We had to adapt our games to fit in. So I remember playing, a 4-day match and then a 1-day match, and then, trying to adapt to T20 as well. So, but whereas now, the difference now, I think there's separate teams for each competition, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially a different squad for each competition, and so players are able to come in and out, but whereas then I think everyone had to just adapt whatever the conditions were and for you to play. So for example, like me, I was opening the batting or batting the top 3 or whatever, but then I found myself batting at number 7. But then I had to adapt to white ball cricket, so I had to learn about death hitting, so I might go into matches where I require run a ball, or where it's under tight situations, or where there's only 2 overs left and I have to put try to slog it. So I think my role was quite different as such when a red ball and white ball. So I had to, red ball cricket opening was completely different. So I had to adapt quite a lot, and I actually found it okay. I actually found batting at number 7, 6 down the order in 1-day cricket actually not bad. I found a niche there, and obviously I could bowl, half the overs or, my full quota. So it is, it's difficult. I think, I think back then, it was.
It was only 20 years ago. But it was back then, aren't we?
I mean, like, I don't think we were looking at big scores. So for us to get that 250 against Gloucestershire, that was a huge total. But I think, generally speaking, high sort of 180s, 170s were good scores. So it was still relatively new. But whereas now, I think players just go hard at it from ball 1 to ball, 120. Every ball, and there's no fear. Whereas I think back then there was also like, I've got to play well to keep my place in the team. So whereas now I think it's just go hard. So, and I actually can't keep up with the number of T20 tournaments that's happening. Like it's everywhere. There's a lot. Like today, the South African T20 series has just started. So it's a lot.
Exciting times. If you had your time again, would you do it all over again?
Yes, most definitely. I think that there's things where you learn throughout your career, and if anything, I'd probably take it easier during training days. I train. I wouldn't say train less, but I train smarter. So save myself for matches, and actually I wouldn't try to put too much pressure on myself. Because at the end of the day, it is a game. You've got to enjoy it, but I think, definitely, there's areas where you tweak and change, but I think generally speaking, the whole lot, yes, I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
If you had to choose one format, what would it be?
I'm a purist. Question. Yeah, no, it's Red Ball.
Yeah.
Red Ball for me. Cricket evolves, so do human beings and everything. But I think for me, I judge a cricketer, or like to judge a cricketer based on Red Ball, first class Test cricket. But yeah, because for me that's the purest form. It tests you with everything: character, tactically, technically, everything really. And there's opportunity for you to also get big runs. And it was difficult. 4-day cricket is not easy. I mean, yeah, Test cricket. It's the reason why it's called Test cricket. Got the test of everything. Your, stamina. It's because first innings and second innings, or playing the first and fourth innings, is completely different. The pitch changes a lot, so you got to adapt. Yeah, conditions change a lot.
And now you're back living in Taunton.
Yes, I am. Yes, I had a brief period in London for 3 years. Unfortunately, I wasn't too well, so I had all my treatment up in London, and thankfully, I thank the PCA for that, and people around me to support. But yeah, now I'm back in Taunton, sort of familiar surroundings, familiar faces. Really enjoying it.
Great. And obviously still follow the cricket here, still come and see what's happening?
Yes, definitely. I have done over the last few summers. Still keep in touch, obviously not with James Hildreth now, but he's obviously just retired last summer. But likes of Tom Abel. Somerset will always be part of me. It's always been and will always be part of me, and it's great to come back and actually see the supporters as well. On the Gimlet Hill.
Yes,
I see a lot of them, and they still do recognise me, which is great. But and Tractor is always there. But no, it's great. It's great to come back, and it's a very warm, friendly, family-orientated place. And Somerset cricket for me is special. I always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant, Errol. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great to hear you talking about Somerset with so much affection. We've always enjoyed seeing you down here, and we look forward to seeing you in many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, welcome to